It's Thursday night, and that means it is time for Nicaragua Live. I am your very wrinkly host. I'm Scott Allen Miller. Welcome to the show. Time to send out all the links, let people know that the show has started, get people jumping in and such. And yeah, glad to be here. Excited to be doing this show. It is time for some live streaming. All right, looks like we are live and good. And gonna get the monitor set up, and yeah, I think we're gonna have some guests on today. All right, Bryce is already here. Hey, Bryce. It's handy that there's a robotic echo. Let me see if I can figure out what it could possibly be. It's oh, let me see. Is that better? Oh, does that sound better? Fling in the audio from the camera, which is okay, but it's separate from this one and not as good, obviously. Actually, this is pretty nice. You can actually see the microphone. I think that looks good. Should I have another button? I don't know. I am talking. This is me talking. So, oh, look. And now the stream is dead already. We're in the first few seconds. Great. Everything that, oh, now there's definitely some internet issues here, but we are online, but they're having serious issues. Oh, it's gonna cut off. I can't even type to tell you guys what's going on. Well, this is all kinds of great. We're starting off and we already have network issues. So we're going to give it a little bit for people to jump in. Now it's okay. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm getting errors that the stream is not fast enough. We have a huge dropped frame rate. We're at 50% drop frames. So it's really struggling. But it is slowly improving. Very, very slowly. Oh yeah, it's way better than it was. Okay. So it might be recovering now. Well, that's great. That was a wonderful way to start off. I should have waited 2 minutes to start the live stream and we would have never have known. How's everyone doing today? Minimize that. All right. Oh, 10 people on. We're busy already. Awesome. That's what we like to see. Getting this show off right. We're not super early today, but we're still at a good time. I like to do these earlier and earlier. I don't know. It just seems like my life is shifting earlier and earlier when I do that. I don't know, but I do like it when we manage to start early. Mario says it's looking good, so must be recovered. Yeah, all my monitors now say it's okay, so that's a good sign. Absolutely excellent. All right, so my big news for the week. I know you guys are going to be super excited. I always have something to show, and that is my brand new fanny pack. That's right. Stopped by Tesco at the Paseo Real and picked up this sweet little baby for about $3. It's got a nice sport on it right there. Check that out. It's got a hidden pocket in the back, so you can use it like a wallet. It's got enough space, put like a phone. I could actually put a few cameras in here, and it's got a nice feel to it. Like for $3. I'm not even sure it was $3. It was so cheap. Maybe it was $4, but it was ridiculously cheap. So we were at Tesco. My kids are like, we had to stop for someone to use the ATM, and my kids are like, we want to go to the new store because we hadn't seen that one. I was like, all right. So we went in. They bought some keychains and got that, and my daughter got a mirror, and the whole thing was like $9 or something. So I don't know when they opened there at the mall, and there's such weird stores. but they seem to do okay. People seem to like them. I mean, we shop at them, so must be doing something right, although we get very little. Brent is here. Hola, I can hang with you guys for a little while. Need to take off shortly, though. Oh, no, too bad. Valley J is here. All good now. Slurm says it fixed itself. Brent says, how is your birthday hangover? I'm feeling better now. It was definitely rough yesterday morning. That was quite the party on Tuesday. And we partied pretty much until about 2 o'clock in the morning, and everybody wanted to grab me to do tequila shots. Plus, we were just drinking rum all evening. So it was a rough Wednesday morning for sure. But no Tonya tonight, Mario. I'm having some Diet Pepsi because I need caffeine and fluids, and I gotta not have alcohol for a few days. No, I could have. I feel fine, but I'm not looking to push it any more than necessary at the moment. We'll see. We'll see as the night wears on. But starting with caffeine. I don't want to end up sleepy for you guys, or for myself, as the case may be. When we do these, they're like 8 hours long, and I have already worked a long, stressful day, so it's it doesn't take all that much for it to suddenly hit me and be sitting here and be like, oh, we've been doing this for a while, and then I'm starting to drift off, right? So having some caffeine early on can work wonders compared to having alcohol. Brent says, looked like an excellent party they had for you. It was. So it wasn't really a party for me. A lot of people were there for me, and there's some videos I have not shown yet. I'm not actually sure how I can show them on this. Actually, I can try to I could do a airdrop over to the computer and then see if OBS will let me actually show it, which is I'm sure something I can do. The thing is whether I can do it, right? OBS is going to be able to do it. Can Scott figure it out? That is the question. And it's a big question because I don't really know OBS and I find its interface to be very confusing. So we will see. But I will give it a try because why not? That's an interesting thing if it actually works that we're able to do that. Oh, look, we're having problems again. Now, maybe it's because I was sending that file, which just stopped, so maybe that will fix itself. It should not be, but you never know. And all right, finding good videos. Hopefully these work. That'd be great if we could put them on. But it was a really good party, and it was huge. I had a lot of people there. Oh, I thought I got a better video than that. Nope, I do not have the video that I thought I did. Well, that's too bad. I got very little of the actual party, unless somehow it got deleted, which I don't think. I don't know, though. I may have missed a lot. All right, let's take a look at OBS and see if we can figure this out. And luckily, Bryce was on early and noticed that I had 2 microphones going, and we switched it to just one, so we should be sounding good. Let's see. Source. So I have to add a source. Audio input, video capture, VLC video source. Let's see what that does. Okay, I clicked OK, and it's working hard at it. Playlist. All right. Okay, we're just gonna give this. We're gonna take a real small file. Okay, it doesn't like that, but I'm gonna grab a couple files and throw them in here. See what happens. This could be cool if there's actually this easy ability to show some stuff. Okay. Oh, well, there you go. That is not at all what we wanted to do, but there it is. Aha. was a fail. Unclear what that was supposed to do. Yeah, I can see it on the live stream. And it's just a still video doing nothing. Although Marcela laughing like that is pretty funny. All right, let's try. You guys aren't talking, so this is what you get. You get this stuff going crazy. How do I get it back? There we go. There we go. Shrink this. There we go. You gotta shrink it down because it's a. There we go. We gotta watch for this one. Now I know I can set this up ahead of time and make it really. Oh. All right. Now, it doesn't give me a clear. Oh, yeah. All right. Oh, it can't play it for whatever reason. It doesn't really work. But it's unclear as to why it doesn't really work. It seems like a good idea, but it's not. Okay. So I don't know why that does not work, but it's a start. Almost just need to get it streaming. Yeah, I know. Like it came up, like I'm looking at it on the monitor and it's like, well, that's cool. I can get it up there. But when I hit play, it just goes and doesn't do anything. So there's something about the playback mechanism in the Mac is just not working. So sorry, we actually have a lot of people commenting with something new, with so many people. I need to do this when we got 2 people and nothing else going on and we try to figure some stuff out. Sure, and I really wish that we could show videos on here. When we're using the input for HDMI, it works great, but we don't have that with this current streaming setup with this awesome mic. What I really want to do is get the Videocaster, the Rode Videocaster, that would allow me to have 2 of these, because that'd be nice if I had one over here and one here. It's flipped on me, so it's sometimes hard to. Oh, I can see we're having stream. Oh no, the stream stopped again. All right, hold on a second. We lost a whole bunch of people because of the network dropping. All right, looks like it's coming back. Just great. All right. Just found out there was an attack on a tourist just now, nearly at our place in front of Playa Roca in Las Piñatas. They were attacked by a pack of wild dogs. It's pretty bad. So yeah, that's something that needs to be addressed. But what do you do? All right. Maybe the issue you're having with the stream tonight aren't helping when you add in the secondary video. That's possible, but the OBS only streams out the 1080p, so it will use a tiny additional bit of bandwidth in order to send out that, because adding more to the screen, but it should be a very small amount. Now, if OBS is overwhelmed because it doesn't have the horsepower, maybe that's part of the problem. I don't know. And it may be struggling because the normal video is in SDR and those videos are in HDR. So maybe it was having an issue because it didn't want to, or was struggling to process it at the same time. That is a possibility. So we're going to play around with some things. I'm actually going to open up Final Cut Pro in the background, which is super dangerous. We'll see how much this causes problems, but I'm actually going to try to edit one of these and make it more viable and see if we can play it. Foolish as all get out, but we're going to do it. That's the name of the game. That's how we roll around here. Actually, I'll mix the two together, so if it does work, it's just one long video. But we'll pre-convert it down to SDR so that, in theory, if we're going to play it, it doesn't use up a whole bunch of extra horsepower and stuff. All right, and we'll knock down the resolution so we're not going crazy. So that seems like it'll help quite a lot. I have no idea how loud these are going to be. I have no idea if this is going to work at all. So we will see. Let's give it a second. We're going to clean up some of the... Oh, yeah. They don't look great because they're shot in the dark, but... Perfect. Okay, it's rendering. We will see. We'll see. Boy, you guys are a quiet crowd today. But we're back up to 25 people, so pretty much everybody's back. And let's see, if I go into... Oh, there we go. All right, we're just waiting for that file to get created. I have no idea how long that'll take because it's got to work in the background, but it does look like the video is back. So what else we got going on this week? All right, so one of the things, because you guys aren't talking, that we have as a topic, I did a whole bunch of work on like Sunday and Monday actually, because we have some platforms that we maintain and I help out with that I think are really interesting. And we haven't talked about them on the show in a really long time. And since no one is talking, that's what we'll talk about. So one is, we're going to wait for the network to come back. It's not gone, but it's lower than normal. So I don't want to talk while it's struggling. Brent says, that's bad. When I was a kid in the Midwest, dog packs were scary. Just homeless dogs that reverted back to pack mentality. That's exactly what we have on the beach. It's a real problem. There's so many dogs, and there's so little neuter and spay programs. Now, Jillian, who had sent me the message, spearheads some spay and neuter programs for all the dogs out there, and it does make a big difference, but there's still so many out on the beach, and who knows if someone was antagonizing them or feeding them, or who knows what they did that triggered that problem. But it's a pretty crappy situation overall. It's not great, obviously. So that's a big thing that. It'd be nice if we had some kind of way of dealing with it out there. All right, this is weird. I've got this window that I can't make go away. All right, there we go. Oh, I can't believe that video hasn't rendered yet. Oh, maybe it has. And I just didn't notice. There it is. Oh, look how tiny it is. That's much better. It's still not smooth, so it's definitely an OBS problem. How is that? It's an experiment. That is Marcela dancing with Franklin at my birthday. This is the first part of my birthday, which was at Cholitos in Las Piñatas, which is across from the Simple, and then the big party was over at the Simple. It definitely looks jerky, but it's working. I can see it on the video, but it's got its problems. But all the video is jerky, so it's really hard to say. As Russell and Ida on the show. That's Russell. When I talk about the empanadas that we often get on Thursday evenings while doing the show, that's her. That's our empanada girl right there. All right. Okay, that's funny. That kind of worked. So that was a little bit from my birthday. They are good dancers. Franklin is a musician. You can see him around town a lot of times. I'm just watching it up there. Thank you for the happy birthday. It was Tuesday, so I'm 2 days into being 49 now. They're going to be thrilled that they were on the show tonight. Now, we haven't gotten Ida on the show yet, but she does sometimes come in and bring me food while I'm doing the show. It is possible that we could do those with a screen capture. Maybe that would work better, but I mean the video is so jerky tonight because we are definitely continuously having network issues that I'm trying to watch the frame drop number. It's not terrible right now, but I can see that it's not what it should be at all. So anyway, let's get back to the thing I was talking about before the bitrate declined. So one of the things that I've been working on is Nicaragua. Now, we've had this for 2 years. This is not a new thing, but we haven't really used it all that much. And recently, 2 years ago, we thought this would be a big deal, but now I think it's a much bigger deal than it was when they first started talking about problems with Twitter and a decline in usage over there and questionable moderation and stuff. A lot of people turn to alternatives, and Mastodon is a big one, and Nicaragua has a Mastodon instance, and that is Nicaragua. So if anyone is interested, this is actually kind of cool. So it's completely free. It's like Twitter. Go sign up with a Nicaragua account, Loro being parrot, right? So this is the Nicaragua parrot because it parrots the news and stuff. It makes sense. And this is a Mastodon server, and so it basically works just like Twitter, but it's very nice. It's open source, it is free, and it is decentralized, and the decentralization is really cool because you can join any Mastodon in the world. So if some of you are on mastodon.social today, you can talk to me. For example, you can subscribe to me on Nicoloro immediately. It's just use it like I'm another Twitter account type thing. And if you are on Nicoloro, you can go subscribe to people that are on other servers, but you have your own community as well. So you have like these islands, but all of them are connected. So you can follow people from all over, but you also have your own community on your own. And so it's neat that there's one dedicated for Nicaragua, and just like there is one for Spain, Mastodon.es for Spain, and they're connected. And so if if you know someone who's on one, you can post to the other. So it doesn't have the activity of Twitter, but it also doesn't have the advertising. There's no advertising mechanism. It's purely you subscribe to what you want. You have to seek things that you want. And so in some ways, when you first get into it, you're like, there's nothing. You have to know someone to subscribe to, or it's empty. But once you start using it, I think it's pretty nice. It's nice for hosting images. It works pretty well. The only thing I don't like is how difficult it is to find people. So you kind of find people typically in real life rather than having a bunch of people that you already that are like pushed to you. But in the many ways, I find that better. Yeah, I'm wondering about this as well. Josity Silva? Josity? Not sure how it's pronounced. Says Social Security Office is announcing new rules today. And Sean said, what's the announcement? And I've not heard of anything either, but they're cutting up to 50% of their workforce. 4 hours ago, introducing measure increasing Social Security benefits. But that's just a measure. I don't see anything. Desert Sunset says happy birthday. Thank you. Thank you. No, the official news from Social Security has not had anything since my birthday on Tuesday. And that is that they are announcing expedited retroactive payments and higher monthly benefits for, they say millions, but there's so many people on Social Security that could still be a small percentage. But their basically payments are coming out faster now. So hopefully that ends up being true. It doesn't affect me. I don't have Social Security, but that seems to be it. Can you explain how to move from the U.S. to Nicaragua with citizenship? With having Nicaraguan citizenship, how often do you have to return to the U.S., et cetera? You never have to. The U.S. has, so if I'm understanding El Patron correctly, real quick, Sean says, I wish I could take Social Security and do my own investment. Well, you can take the money you get from Social Security and invest it, but you have to wait to get it. Yeah, doing your own would be nice. Moving with citizenship with having, so if you have dual citizenship, Nicaragua and the United States, you can live indefinitely in either country. Neither does or can have any requirements for returning. You never have to return to Nicaragua. You never have to return to the U.S. It is I'm an American citizen. I don't ever have to go back to the U.S. I can go back to the U.S., right? I can go to the U.S. anytime, and I can stay out forever, and always maintain the option of going back. So it's that simple. Same thing with Nicaragua. If you have Nicaraguan citizenship, you don't lose that by going somewhere else and doing anything. You get to come back and have that. Yesterday says, so many changes at once, Sean. Better go to their website. Hopefully they have updated. Yeah, no, there's nothing on Social Security as far as changes. And nothing in the news about changes. Like I did a search on Google News and nothing came up. You have to let us know what it is to look for. I'll do another quick. But they have an official information release, and there's nothing. Right, 23 years until I see the funds. Yeah, I'm in not quite the same boat, but no. Am I at 23? No, I'm at 13. Okay, Martin says, what if I only have U.S. citizenship and I want to stay more than 90 days? Well, first of all, it's 180 days, right? So when you come to Nicaragua or any of the CA4, or Costa Rica or Panama, you get 180 days. In some of those countries, it is straight to 180, like El Salvador and Panama have always been straight to 180. Nicaragua has long been, but it is 90 plus in-country 30-day extensions, which some people will point out, for some people ends up being really convenient, and for some people, very much not convenient. So it is simply the ability is there, right? But for some people it makes sense and some people it doesn't. But it's 180 days. To stay beyond 180 days, the normal thing is to do what's called a border run. Not all countries allow this. Not very many countries allow this. You can't do this in the U.S., can't do it in Canada, can't do it in Europe. But here you have border runs because we're tiny countries and they used to all be one. They pretty much treat it, or most of them did, they treat it very conveniently to go between countries. So if you're in Nicaragua and you want to do the easiest possible thing and you want to be able to extend, right? This would be like living in the U.S. and saying, well, I want to stay in New York indefinitely, and we say every between 90 and 180 days, depending on what you want to do with internal paperwork, you have to set foot into Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, or Vermont for a minute and step back into New York and come through border control again. Is it inconvenient? Sure. Is it a big deal to, between 2 and 4 times a year, take a very short trip, step out of the country for a few minutes and step back in? Great. It's really not a big deal. People tend to freak out about it because to Americans, the sound of going to another country, for obvious reasons, right? Because Mexico and Canada are often far away and a big deal to go to. But here, much like in Europe, going to another country is a very casual thing. I live very far from the border. Leon is one of the farthest large population centers from a hard border. So Costa Rica is our border. And to go there for me requires to do it conveniently, to do a border run. I have to get up I get up at about 5 o'clock in the morning, run to the border, step over the border, step back in, and drive home. I always stop halfway and have delicious food. I take advantage of the opportunity to go do a few things along the way. Really easy, right? But yeah, it's an inconvenient morning. But when you compare that to most things in life, I've had to do that. And very importantly, you only have to do those border runs if you're not traveling at all. So in a practical sense, I needed to do between 1 and 2 border runs over a course of 4 years. All the other times my visa automatically reset because I would, over the course of 6 months, go work somewhere else, go travel somewhere else, or go visit family somewhere else. And so just natural course of events kept me from needing to do border runs as it does for most people. Not all people by any stretch, but more than 50% for sure get at least some amount of their border runs knocked out by normal travel stuff. So it really isn't, under normal circumstances, even worth mentioning. It is such a minor thing. If you were to compare it to every so often you have to go to the DMV in the United States, or you have to go, do something at a bank. I'd rather do a border run, right? It's more flexible, less stressful. It's just nice. The one thing is it's kind of scheduled. Like, well, here's when you're going to expire. You need to do it before then, and you can't push it off. Okay. If you want to stay longer than 180 days, and you don't want to do the border run anymore, or they tell you that you can't do the border run anymore, then you need to get, at that time, you need to get residency. You don't need to worry about it before then. You come here, you stay, you're already here living, right? Then you look into your residency options, and those, honestly, the border run is so simple that sometimes residency is more work. A lot of people say, I got to get residency because I don't want to do border runs. And then they find out that border runs have no effort, really, and residency kind of does in some circumstances. It's not the great thing that it may sound like. And then so you can apply for retirement. You can apply for what is a essentially foreign investor, meaning you have your money invested somewhere else and it's coming in, which could be your own company, or you could do it as an investor here. The last one being much harder than the other two, but certainly an option. The first two are really what everyone does. Pensionado, or unless you're a girl, pensionada, is the retirement one, just means pensioner. And the other is rentista, which means investor in fixed income, right, as opposed to variable income investments. And it's It's just what it means. You have a lot of options. It's very flexible. It's very easy to stay. You don't have to worry about there being some big headache coming. You don't have to worry about doing things ahead of time. You don't have to worry about can you stay. It's all, unless there's some like I'm in a wheelchair and I cannot be in a car and I can't do a border run, and even living near a border, that's not an option, and I can't go to Managua to do my paperwork for residency. Okay, someone is going to have overhead and headaches, and that's real, right? And I don't want to discount like those people, but the most people who are ambulatory and healthy are going to find all of these options to be very, very easy. And it really comes down to which ones are you required to do at the time, which ones give you the right blend of things. And for some people, if you live near the border run is often easier. If you live far from the border in an area where the residency process is very easy, then that's going to be easier, right? It's going to be a different mix for everybody. And a lot of it comes down to your own patterns. You travel a lot, it's going to make the border runs much better for you. If you're going to never leave your house, then the residency is going to be much better for you probably over time. So little things like that will play a major role, because it really isn't good and bad. It's 6 and half a dozen, and it's just how it is. Tony says, I am confused about electrical pricing in the same city being different prices depending on communities. How do you determine rates? Often, Tony, you can't. So it's a little bit like if you're used to the United States and so I used to live in Manhattan. Well, I used to work in Manhattan. I lived in the area. If you live in Manhattan or Brooklyn, you get used to the concept of rent control, right? And with rent control apartments, you can have 2 buildings next to each other, and a crappy building that you don't want to live in, and an apartment could be $8,000 to $10,000 a month for real. And the apartment building next to it could be beautiful and pristine and highly desired, and the rent could be $900 per month for a bigger place. When I lived in the area, we paid, I think, $3,500. This was decades ago. We paid $3,500 for a tiny 1-bedroom in New Jersey. And to get a place in Washington Heights, Manhattan, we could have gotten a 2-bedroom that was maybe 3 times the size, maybe not quite 2.5 times the size of our apartment in New Jersey, for $900 in a building that would remind you a little bit of Only Murders in the Building. Same part of the city, same style, same layout, definitely not as fancy. But that's real, right? So in the same city, you could have things that are maybe 1,000% difference in pricing right next to each other, and without understanding the rent control system, it just seems like mayhem. In Nicaragua, you have something similar, except instead of rent control, because that's already really low and standard, it's basically power control. So sometimes you're going to end up in a building that has one type of power mechanism, and sometimes you'll end up in one that does not. And a factor I am aware of for many people is whether or not you are in a building that has been upgraded to modern metering. So sometimes you'll get an apartment that doesn't have modern metering, and they just put you on a flat rate that they are sure you won't spend less than. And so you might be like, oh, there's no way you're going to spend less than $80, so we're going to put you at that. So sometimes they come in and inspect you and say, how many devices do you have? Okay, $100. That's what it's going to be. And that's where we were. They would come in, they did an inspection. At some point, they were like, they're using more power than they should. They came in, did an inspection, and like raised it $5, I think. But it was basically, they're like, nope, this is about what we're pretty accurate. So they saved it at that. And then at some point, we moved to a different pricing control. So unlike rent control, it isn't like this guarantee of a 100-year lock-in. This is what you have for now. So it's a very confusing thing. Now, you could talk to a person who has had power in a specific building and say, what is your power situation like? And they can tell you what they're paying if they want, and that will be useful for you, because you're not going to be different than them under normal circumstances. But it's very difficult that when you move into an apartment, quite often, and that could be a rental house, right? Not necessarily an apartment. People tend to look very carefully at what their electrical situation is, and if it's full price, well, that's not going to do a lot to encourage them not to move. But if they're getting a really good price control, say you have an apartment that costs $200 a month, and you're expecting to pay another $80 in electric, but it ends up being $40. Another $80 in electric, but it ends up being $40. You may be like, whoa, I really want to stay here as long as the power is cheap because I'm getting such a good deal. But if you're paying 80, you can be like, well, I know I can move anywhere else and not pay any more, so you're more flexible. But if you get a really amazing deal like we did, we had an apartment that was 180 and its electric was 10, knowing we had an apartment that we could, every month was going to be 190 plus the internet was like amazing. And so we were obviously never going to give it up because we could afford to keep it. And it was such a good deal. It just was fantastic. So there's a lot of hit and miss, like you take your chances and kind of adjust over time, which is a normal thing, right? People who are new to the city are going to, experiment and learn and often not have the best deals. And as you're here for a while, you will start to understand, one, how it works, but also you will start to, you'll encounter places that have really good deals. And when you get to one with a really good deal, you're much more likely to hang on to it. And you'll see quite naturally the value to that place and be like, well, yeah, I may like this other house a little bit more, but I don't know what the electric situation is, so I'm sticking with what I know because this is a great deal, and that's often how it is. Also, there are some things that you can control if you live in the city centers where you have the hottest weather, the densest power. It's the hardest for the government or the powers that be, haha, pun intended, to deliver your power. They have higher per kilowatt rates. Even if they're measuring at 100%, their rates are higher. And then if you go out into the barrios where housing is cheaper and everything, and there's more breeze and the power density is much lower, then they have lower prices. And so those are things that you can control and work from there. So there's a lot of factors to it, and I certainly don't know how to predict really well what it's going to be from one place to another, and it changes, right? You can move into a place, be there for 9 months. We were here for years, and the price was one thing, and then the price structure and amount changed pretty dramatically at one point. I still think it's a pretty good deal. I'm not complaining about it in any way. I sure wish I was getting, really cheap power, but it is what it is. I don't actually mind having, a certain amount of my power usage supplement other people who need it. There's enough poor in the community who need that power paid for that I'm fine with that, right? Like I do believe heavily on taxing the affluent. So as long as those taxes are actually going out and helping the poor, which is exactly what's happening in the power situation. So I like the mechanism. I'm very happy with it, and I am not upset that I need to participate on the painful side of it. But if I'm getting a deal, I'm that much happier should it come up. So that's kind of how it works. And so, like a lot of things in Nicaragua, it's get on the ground and find out. And there is like some great directory you can just go to and see what the prices are ahead of time. Sean says, Scott, the only news I see is that they're slashing workforce by 50%. Sounds extreme. Everything sounds extreme in the U.S. these days. I agree. However, Scott Adams, years ago, who's an economist, oh, look, we're at no data. It's going to end the stream again. All right, hold on. Got type. I doubt any of you can even see me, but I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Oh, yeah, it's showing 0 data rate. That's just great. We do have internet, but it's really choppy. Okay, I think we're coming back. Let's give it a minute. Also on the chopping block, in addition to Social Security, is the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration. I think it's funny that it's an administration of those things. Can you administer the oceans and air? I don't know. Scott Adams, the economist, said that he believed 2% of people did all the work and 98% of the people were in the way. And having worked in large corporations, I would say that was being generous. And I mean that. Like, I'm not being facetious. I truly believe that almost everyone was in the way. We had entire departments, and I worked in some of the biggest banks, right? We had entire departments who had no purpose. They were there just to, it made the investors warm and fuzzy to have loads of employees. So they had loads of employees. It put a huge cap on what you could earn because you didn't really have that much value. When I worked at Lockheed Martin, I never met a person who had an actual job, and they admitted it. They're like, "No, we're just here to defraud the taxpayers." That was the entire purpose of the office that we had. 100% fraud. There was no actual doing work. Every single person was. They're like, "Yeah, we're not qualified to do this work. We have no idea how to do the work that we're supposed to be doing. We just move the mouse and look at the internet all day because we don't have anything." They get paid by the head. So because we have college degrees and that feeds into the welfare program, so everyone who educated them was part of this system. Like, the whole thing was just ridiculous. So it's easy to see that, and those are private companies in theory, right? Nothing's really private in the United States, but those are theoretically private companies that are supposed to be striving for efficiency. If you then look at a government agency, which often has a mandate straight up to create bloat because it just provides jobs and reduces unemployment, for example, it's not necessarily bad things. To say that 50% of the workforce could be let go overnight and no one would notice, or it might actually become more efficient, is extreme, but totally plausible. So, any change that happens in the U.S. is always a little bit scary, but overall, I'm not sure that it's something to actually be worried about on its own. Desert says 12 more years and you get Social Security, Scott. Yippee! 13 more years, I'm pretty sure. Is it 62 and a half? I am 49 now, so I think it's a full 13 years, if I'm doing the math right. Or no, I haven't really looked into it, so maybe it's at 61. MS, do you have to schedule an appointment in order to do a border run? No, you do not. Border runs are a ad hoc mechanism where you're just stepping over the border and back in, so you can do it any time that they're open, and very, very easy, right? Especially because Costa Rica and Nicaragua are both really easy. Nicaragua is the hard one, right? Costa Rica is way easier than Nicaragua, so the whole thing is super fast. And El Patron says, how long is the border run hop out period? And then he says technology. Not sure how technology, I think that has to be a typo. How long is the hop out? It's literally step out and step back in. We actually say when we're going into Costa Rica, we're just here for the border run. And they're like, okay. And it's just a hairpin. You walk out of the building, cross the street, walk back into the same building in Costa Rica. So you go into Costa Rica and they're like, welcome to Costa Rica. And we're like, yeah, not really. And then you just walk across the street and come back in and you're like, okay, I'm leaving now. And they're like, all right. And, but they know every so often that we do stay and spend money. And so even though it's annoying as a mechanism, it also works. And they're doing the same thing. All these people are going into Nicaragua, crossing the street and going back into Nicaragua to go, or back out of Nicaragua to go to Costa Rica. Both sides do it. Both sides put up with it. And what it does, for those who are wondering and think it's crazy, what it does is that under normal circumstances, when you're granting residency, the thing that they're scared can stay, let's say, 4 or 5 years. Okay. Port City Investments, you can stay for 5 years. But their fear, one, of course, they're fearful that you're a criminal or something, but they check with Interpol. They've got records of that stuff. They're pretty confident you're not a wanted criminal on the lam of any significance. So they're not too worried about that. But what they are worried about is that you had enough money to get to their country, but not enough money to live and take care of yourself and feed yourself and all those kinds of things. That's where they get scared. And so what they're worried about is you becoming homeless and getting injured or sick and becoming a drain on society when they're already a poor society and don't have excess resources to spend on the people who couldn't get taken care of by their home countries. So they want to make sure that you're going to be self-reliant while you're in their country. So they look at all your income and a whole bunch of different things and say, okay, you are pretty low risk for running out of money and not being able to support yourself while you're living in the country, right? So that's why they go through all this stuff with residency. That's why they have the special requirements that they do, is they're trying to come up with a way to make sure this doesn't go wrong. Because if you become a drain, that causes real damage. And so that's what they're fearful of. Oh, I have to read some news going on. So when you're doing a border run situation, where they're not doing those checks, and so what they're doing is they're trusting the border system, because they have to have a border system. Okay, so the border system handles tourism. And when a tourist comes in, they want to be able to give you 90 to 180 days. So they need to know that you're able to support yourself during that time. And during a half-year period, they do these checks, and they're like, okay, you don't have a criminal record that has come across, Interpol's not looking for you, and you were able to get to the border, cross the border, return from the border, do all these things. Well, that implies that you're okay for at least several months. And if you're not okay for the long term, at least, we know in Nicaragua at 90 days, they're going to make you do a check-in. And they can be like, huh, you doing okay? Everything all right? All right, 30 more days. And then you got to come back. Okay, you're doing all right? Okay. Right? So they have a degree of confidence that you haven't become destitute during that window. They could be wrong. They know it's not a guarantee, but they have a pretty high level of confidence, and they need the system for tourists. So what they do, what Nicaragua does, what Costa Rica does, what Panama does, a ton of countries in the Western Hemisphere, and many around the world, do is they say, well, if you're able to get to the border, cross the border, going through paying all the things, going through the processes, packing yourself up, looking like you're still okay. And then Costa Rica does all their checks and balances, and they think you're okay. And then you leave Costa Rica, and they do what little bit of checks they do on an exit. And then we go through our entire process of letting you back in again. Okay, giving you 3 to 6 months. Why they allow border runs to work. Of course, everyone always needs to communicate with me while I'm doing the live stream. 12 more years. How long did the border run? Port City says, I got 14 days, end of next month. What city should I go to? Solo traveler, late 20s. Really, so if you're coming in for 2 weeks, you may want to do a couple places, but the places that generally make sense is going to be San Juan del Sur. That's the party town, late 20s. You may want to party there. Granada is the tourist town. So there's quite a bit to do, but the nightlife is lean. Managua does have nightlife, quite a bit. Managua is difficult when you're on your own. And for a lot of things, Managua can be difficult as a tourist. It's very hard to navigate. It's hard to figure out where to go. It's easy to end up in your hotel and just be like, I guess just a beer in the hotel bar. I don't know where to go. I don't know where the party is. I don't know. Right? Like there's no like funnel to like guide you as a tourist into the places you need to be. So that kind of stuff is difficult. And but you can make it work. Like you go hang out in Los Robles at night. You go to the Gallerias. Depends what you want to do. You could end up with a pretty good time. But Managua maybe not the place you want to go with only 14 days. Matagalpa does have some nightlife. Could be a place to go. It's a fun city. And then Leon is a really good place because the beaches are close. So San Juan del Sur is actually on the beach with a ton of party on the beach. Leon has beaches in the city zone. And there is some opportunity to party on the beach there. There is some downtown party. Leon has the highest average nightlife and activity of any city, Granada has the most tourist-centric activities of any city, and San Juan del Sur is the biggest just beach party backpacker thing. So those three, typically, if you're solo in your 20s, that's where you're going to meet people, have things to do, have places to go out, and a lot of activity, assuming you like beaches and stuff. But if you're more looking for like hiking and camping and more wilderness stuff, Matagalpa and Ometepe tend to be pretty strong for that. Mary Lou says, happy belated birthday, Scott. Hope you had a great time. I did. Thank you very much. Janet says, so I'm here, but I have to run into town for something. Oh, is it for the puppy? How's the puppy doing? Port City says, it's a cabal, Scott. Which thing's a cabal? All the economic people working? A layer says, is it true that even if you are living outside the U.S., you still have to pay U.S. taxes? Yes, it is. Americans always have to pay U.S. taxes. So that sounds far more devious than it is. So I have a number of videos on this, so you can go through the channel and really dig in to the details. So the most important thing is that as an American, you always have to file your taxes. Paying your taxes implies that you have to pay money. Now, quite often people do pay money when they file their taxes, so there's a reason why that is a reasonable thing to say. I'm not saying it's a terrible thing to say, but when we word it in that way, when we think of it in that context, it's very easy to fall into an, oh no, I have to pay American taxes, but I'm not living there. How could this be? This sounds awful. And of course, if you're making $800,000 a year and you're living in Nicaragua, the U.S. is going to hit you for a whole bunch of taxes, and you're going to feel icky about all the taxes you have to pay to the United States. Yes, that is true. Generally, if you're making that kind of money, you will find some kind of shelter to make sure that you're not paying outrageous amounts of taxes, but it'll still hit you. If you are making a more normal amount of money, now this accounts for earnings. If you are in a investment scheme that is making money, you're going to be paying taxes on non-earned income or automatically generated income, passive incomes, such as the stock market. You still pay taxes on that. However, the reason that you do that is because the earnings, let's say I invest in a mutual fund, right? An American mutual fund. That mutual fund is in the United States, and the earnings from it are earned in the United States. So it actually makes a lot of sense that the taxes on that money have to be paid in the United States, because the activity and the realization of the money is all in the United States, and that you are then collecting it from outside is actually post-tax. You don't, in the US, pay the tax until the end of the year, regardless of where in the process the tax is generated. Oh, great. The sound's cutting in and out. That's great. I'm not sure why, because everything should be working here. We're not showing any networking issues. My mic is showing good. We'll give it a second. So it makes sense that unearned income coming from American investments would be taxed in the U.S. That's where the taxation is happening. You just don't pay it till the end of the year. If you are working from Nicaragua or anywhere outside the United States, do you still have to file your taxes? Absolutely. But you get and this changes every year, but currently it's $126,000 foreign earned income exclusion, and I have a video specifically on that. And when you do that, so let's say you're earning $125,000 American, but you're not in the US, but you're earning it like a salary, then there's no tax on that because it's under the exclusion. Now, if you get up to $126,000, you're still not paying anything. You get to $127,000. Okay, now you're over the limit. What happens? Now, in all cases, you're filing. And you're just filing and saying, I earned 125, my exemption is 126, I owe 0, which is not quite true. There's always like these really tiny amounts that you owe for weird things that are not exemptable, but they're tiny, they don't matter. And once you're an American paying taxes, like those things don't matter. But you get to that 127,000, you're now $1,000 above per year the amount of exclusion you can get. Now you start paying taxes as if you earned $1,000 in the United States, which is super low, right? That's a tiny tax number. You don't really worry about it, especially when you're bringing home $127,000 that you have to pay whatever that is, $3 of taxes on that last thousand. You're like, whatevs, right? I still got 126,000 tax free, and the 1,000 that's left over. Okay, now I'm bringing home the same money I would for that last 1,000 as I would in the U.S., but I still get, so it's a really strong deal. So the feel of making $126,000, we'll say $125,000 for math reasons. If you earned 100, it would feel like one thing. If you came to Nicaragua and made that same 125,000, okay, we're gonna wait. We've lost networking completely. But I have a strong connection to Google. This is YouTube having a problem or something. We might be back. Let's give it a second. So because of purchasing power parity, so the first thing is if you made 125 in the US, they're going to take about half of that in taxes. Maybe not actually half, but it's going to be a lot. It's going to be close to half, especially if you live in a heavy tax state like New York or New Jersey. Plus, then you have property taxes, sales taxes, of course. Your healthcare is a tax, whether you realize it or not. They tried to hide that, but healthcare is a tax in the U.S. Because you have to pay it to survive. So you're paying that one way or another. Now it's variable for different people, but it's still a tax. So because of that, you're bringing home much less than 125. When you come to Nicaragua, you're actually going to get all 125. So just by that alone, it's going to feel like you're making 250. Right, because you would have to make about 250, maybe 220 in the United States to actually have the 125,000 in cash that you would have in Nicaragua, right? Because at the end of the day, in Nicaragua, you would actually have a stack of $125,000 to work with. But if you're actually in the U.S., you'd actually have like 70,000 to work with, right? Make sense? So in order to have, at the end of 1 year, a stack of 125,000 in the U.S., you have to make like 220,000. So it's going to feel like you're at 220 here. Then if you look at purchasing power parity, it's going to triple your money. It's almost exactly triple than the US. So that 220 is going to feel like 660, meaning that while you technically only have 125,000, it will feel you will be able to live a lifestyle that is roughly equivalent to what you would have if you brought in $660,000 per year in the United States for that number, which is still not wildly rich, but it's pretty decent, right? So that's why that tax exemption is really pretty good. And the other reason that it's really nice, most countries, France, Spain, Canada, right, places that have pretty heavy taxes, if they are going to let you get out of those taxes, it is heavily burdensome to prove it. You are always at risk that like you said the wrong thing on social media and they suddenly consider you in Canada again or whatever, all kinds of like weird things. Oh, you talked to your parents, they're Canadian. Nope, you're Canadian again and you owe all these taxes. Everyone's got a horror story. Some people are like, it's easy. And then other people are like, I couldn't do it. So it definitely varies. But with the US, when you move abroad, for the first 364 days, you don't get that exclusion. You keep paying taxes for that first 364 days, just like you always did, and you don't have to tell anyone anything. At that 365th day, you've now been an expat outside the US for 365 days, and you simply don't owe taxes anymore. You still have to file, but you don't owe taxes. You don't have to request it. You don't have to get it approved. You don't have to fight for it. You don't have to cut ties with your family. You don't have to close your bank accounts. You don't have to give up your driver's license. You don't have to give up anything. You don't have to declare it to the United States. You don't have to make it official. You don't have to do anything. You just stop paying taxes. You just keep filing them. Unless you make a ton, then okay. But for normal people, especially those who are living abroad, it is automatic and it's amazing. So that's why I don't think it's such a bad system, because I've not talked to anyone from a country that you'd want to have access to its job market where the actual real world treatment of the people living abroad is as good as the United States has. The US actually knocks it out of the ballpark on this. And even though, yes, permanent taxpayer status for the rest of your life, no matter where you go and what you do, sucks, it doesn't actually end up sucking nearly as much as the alternative. And especially if you live in some place like the third world where banking isn't as strong as the US, right? Nicaragua would admit it's not up to the US standard in banking, right? You can't incorporate as easily. You can't invest in the stock market as easily. There's a lot of things that you may have access to here in Nicaragua, but they aren't as good as what you may have in the United States. Or you just want variety. You want both, right? The US, all that, you get to keep using your bank. You get to incorporate companies. You get to still use your phone number. You get to whatever. All the really big benefits of being an American, you keep. You don't have to give them up. You don't have to act like you're not an American. You don't have to do anything like that. You just have to not be in the U.S. working. And so it's I honestly am super happy with it as far as, within the realm of reality, knowing that taxes and death are not things we can avoid, then living a long time and minimizing my taxes are things I would like, and the US actually lets me do that. Everyone hates it, but I don't think that they really are thinking through the alternatives, because let me tell you, all the Canadians who get to let go of their taxes always talk about how they're jealous of me, because they're like, I got rid of my taxes, but I don't know how to do my banking. I can't do any investments. I lost my retirement. All these really crappy things. And I'm like, I still get, I still got that Social Security coming someday. I've still got my, bank. I have my bank from my childhood. I've got, banks all over the country. I still have my investments. I still have my retirement accounts. I can fly in and do anything I want. I still have a Texas driver's license. My kids still have right to Texas high schools, all those things. It's the best of all worlds within reason, right? The best thing would be if, the U.S. suddenly was safe and tax-free and cheap to live it, right? Like, you can make up any fanciful scenario, but within things that are practical, we're in the best case scenario. We get to live in the place we want to live and have the lowest burden, reasonable. Desert says 62, Scott, for Social Security. Sorry, made you 50. 50 will be a good party. It probably will. El Patron says, what is the longest term in years that you have known someone to successfully border hop without obtaining citizenship? I think you mean residency. Let's be clear. People don't get citizenship from you don't move from border hopping to citizenship. There's a long residency process in between, and essentially no one moves on to citizenship. It could happen, but it's extremely unlikely. And we were talking about this in the WhatsApp group recently. So just important to understand that we never realistically mean citizenship. I think the longest I've ever heard of someone is like 9 years, and part of it is that they started their residency and it just didn't get approved for a really long time, and there was some issues in the middle, like where there were computer problems, and so they got put onto like this really lengthy process. And they were not in any hurry. They're like, okay, I just want a border hop. I don't really want anything more. And the government was like, we don't really care. Like, he was a good and now he is a resident, but he went this ridiculous amount of time without getting it. He's the only one I've ever known to go like that, but I've heard stories of people who get into like the 4 to 6 year range. Typically what we say is expect 1 to 1.5 years to end up having to have residency before 2, but it will depend on, oh my gosh, the network dropped to 0. I gotta wait. Little data, just the tiniest bit sneaking out. All right, I think it's starting to come back. There we are. Oh, wait, it dropped a little bit. Oh, it's dropping again. No. Okay, wait. There we go. Are we back? Okay, we're good now, El Patron says. So, 4 to 6 years is the longest I've heard of, like, realistic. 2 to 3 viable. It'll depend on your pattern, on what office you're doing things through, what the current policies are at the time. There's just a lot of factors. For us, we could have gone longer because we would travel a lot. I work out of the country, so I put in, a month in Bolivia. I'll put in a week in Belize and just bounce around. And so with that, it's heavy travel to reasonable places, and I'm out of the country for a bit, and so it's that plays a big role. But if you're here all the time, less. If you're traveling on business, they give you more time typically, right? It's not official. I don't know the rules, but this is what we notice, right? People who are traveling on business, it's much more like, they need to travel, so it's treated differently. But if you're just traveling because you're investigating other places, it's seen differently. They're like, maybe you should pick a place, right? So like the view of it will vary a little bit. So it all depends. And ¿estás aquí para el live stream?
No.
Oh, un poco. La silla está allí. We have a guest host. Bina says, saw your video on Playa Tesoro and have looked into their offerings. What's your up-to-date thoughts on the place and their prices and offerings? So Tesoro is super cool. It's really nice. Great guys that run it out there. Really nice people. So that's all good. It's a neat community. It's a really beautiful and unique beach offering. So I think an important thing with it is understanding, like, if this is the place you want, it's unlikely you're going to come up with something as good somewhere else or anything somewhere else. You're just going to be like, that's not the same. That's not the same, right? I got to help move a chair here. Es un rompejuego. ¿Es correcto? Más o menos. ¿Cómo se dice? Rompecabeza? Brain breaker. Entiendo. Okay, we have La Marcelita.
Hola.
Bienvenido. Bienvenida.
Bienvenida.
Bienvenida. Some of the things about Tesoro is that it's very far away from anything. So extremely isolated, which for some people is a really big bonus. That's what they're looking for. So if you're looking for that unbelievably remote, end of the dirt road, large lots, very much away from everyone with a tiny community that you get to know and that's what you're involved in, it could be a really good choice for you. If you are looking for more of the kind of activities and lifestyle that I show, where we're much more connected to the city, more connected to the beach, constantly in just a hub of activity, and you don't have to go really far for things. And we can just grab a taxi, we can just walk places, there's so many, we can get food delivered, right? Then Tesoro is going to be a really bad option for you. So I'm often surprised by how many people approach moving to Nicaragua and want this like completely isolated lifestyle, which sounds cool, but like really being crazy isolated and not having access to grocery stores, to taxis, to delivery. Now, I grew up on a farm, so that's kind of how I grew up, and I don't like it. I don't want to do that again. I don't want to be isolated and not have neighbors and not have anyone that you can talk to and not, like having to get into a car and driving for 20 minutes to get to the nearest restaurant. That was not fun growing up. There's things I liked about being in the country, but not those things, not things that would make me do it again, realistically. So I can do it, right? I spent decades living that way, but now that I don't have to, I live in cities. I live in cities where I'm able to go and order food and stuff. We're dropping really fast. We're going to lose this connection, I think. I'm watching it. Oh, there it goes. No, not quite. No, it's really struggling. Hold on, guys. We're going to wait. Pause another minute. Hay muchos problemas con el stream esta noche. Es terrible.
Otra vez.
Otra vez. Es 12 veces. Es aquí, es el actual, es cero. Hay nada. Ahora es poquita, pero no es suficiente para audio. Pero un poco mejor. Ok. Necesitamos tener 6,000 para total.
Ok.
Más o menos.
Baja y sube.
Sí. Un poco es normal porque cuando no hay emoción es bajo. Y cuando hay muchas cosas es arriba. Está arriba. Entonces hay ¿cómo se dice? Variance. Variaciones naturales, pero cuando es menos de 4,000 es malo. Está malo. Brent had to take off. Hasta próxima. Sorry, Brent. We'll see you. So, at Tesoro, you're going... So, like I said, it's a unique offering. You can't get that somewhere else. And the construction is relatively modern and custom. So, the prices are on the high side compared to many other beaches, but they're also unique. So if it's a thing you want, then the price is the price. But if you're looking at it from a real estate perspective, it's certainly a premium location, but it's a specialty premium thing, right? It's not an enclave, but it has some of the hallmarks of an enclave, right? Like you have expats mostly isolated together, and we lost the stream. Toda la noche. Es lo mismo. Es la más peor hace octubre, noviembre.
Mi teléfono está cargado ya.
Sí. Okay, it's back. So if you're buying because you think it's an investment, then that would be a really risky investment area, especially as new construction is available. Who's going to buy used if new construction is going on, right? The only reason you'll say es actual es quizás 2 minutos después. Entonces es ahorita, ahora mismo. So, some people think that you're going to come down and invest, right? Well, those locations would be really difficult from that perspective. Oh, sure, if you're going to hold on to it for decades, it could easily go up. But if you're looking for something that's going to be able to move quickly, probably not. So it really depends what you're looking for, right? But the fact that it is pretty unique is a big deal, obviously. But that you can't get to it easily, also a big deal. All right. That was Venus, Patron, MB sound good now. Then we came and went. Wiggy says you appear to be Max Headroom. If you guys remember, I did get that TV show downloaded from a few weeks ago when we had the same thing. Road to Health says, do you happen to know if my kids get their Nicaraguan citizenship? Can I get citizenship through them? You do not get citizenship through them under any circumstances. I'm not aware of any path to getting citizenship through another person, but if your kids have citizenship, certainly that would make you more eligible, right? You still have to, obviously the rules are not mine to make, but the rules as they are stated would still have to be followed. But under normal circumstances, the rules are not the hard part of the path, because the rules are like, you got to have residency, you've got to be here a certain amount of time, you got to be in good standing and not being illegal. Like, there's a number of things that are very straightforward and obvious, right? Like, oh, okay, no, I would totally expect that. That's not weird. And then the final step is you have to have approval, and that final step is the big one, because up until then it's like, oh yeah, just meet these relatively minimum standards. Then they start the decision process. And if they really want you, they could make that decision on that day. And if they are on the fence, they could wait years. And if you're not a slam dunk, they may not ever give it to you. And tons of people never get it. So there shouldn't be an expectation that you're going to get it. But if your spouse has it, if your kids are citizens and you're the outlier, but everything else has been done, you did the amount of time, you've had your residency, you've stayed in the country, you haven't gotten in trouble, all those things, then certainly by having kids who are Nicaraguan, this really strong tie to Nicaragua, this really good reason why you want to be Nicaraguan is going to put you much higher in the list, or much stronger in consideration than someone who's just randomly here and doing the same activities. So you won't get it through them, but they could contribute to your approval. All right, good now. El Patron, is an attorney mandatory for the residency process in Nicaragua like it is in Panama? It is not mandatory. I would recommend it. I think it's foolish to try to do it without, but I know people who have, and without a problem. But of course, if you're going to do it without, you better hope you speak Spanish and have a decent understanding of how it works. But all the laws are published, and it is pretty much a follow the policy, follow the process, and different departments tell you what to do, and you just step through it, and you should be fine. Alan says, hola Marcelita,
Yeah.
or Marcela,
Para
saludos
mí,
de
es para
Ana y
mí.
yo. Es para ti. Yo sé.
Hola, Anita. Te extraño.
Alan is in Argentina watching us today. And I believe in Buenos Aires. Alan, I forget, are you actually in the city, or are you just in Argentina at this point? El Patron says, did you already know how to speak Spanish before moving to Nicaragua, or learned afterwards? Well, first of all, I want to say thank you for assuming I can speak Spanish. That makes me feel good. It's always like, do I really speak Spanish? ¿Hablo español para real? Well, okay. That was a vote of confidence.
Con palabras nuevas, pero...
Sí, sí. A veces. So my Spanish journey was... Oh, Alan is in Buenos Aires. He just got into the country on Tuesday night, so he's still in his first days of experiencing Argentina. He has spent time previously in Bolivia, which culturally is a lot closer to Argentina than it is to Nicaragua, so I don't think it's super... Sí. It's not super shocking, I don't think, Argentina, but it's very different than Bolivia. But they feel much more alike than either does to here, in my opinion. So I always wanted to speak Spanish, but more so I wanted to speak German, which is what my eldest daughter learns now. She studies German, not Spanish. And my youngest studies Spanish. I did, as soon as they allowed me to, I did all Spanish in high school. My school only offered Spanish and French. And this annoyed me when I was a kid because I wanted to take German and they didn't offer it, even though my Spanish teacher was a native German speaker. So I had a German speaker who wasn't allowed to teach me German. But so I took the 3 years that are required of Spanish in New York. And then because I had started as early as I could, you're allowed to defer it a year. That 4th year, I had an optional Spanish class. But the real class was Latin American culture, like cultural studies of Latin America. So you did continue to learn the language, but not intensive. So it's more like 3 to 3.5 years of that. But I got this whole year of what might as well have been social studies Latin America. And my teacher was very passionate about it. And so we learned all the countries and lots of stuff. And that ended up being a really good thing for where I ended up in life. And so that was super valuable, as much from the cultural perspective as from the linguistic perspective. So we were much better prepared for life in Latin America than anywhere else, really, simply because of that. My wife also took 4 years of Spanish in high school. We went to different high schools, but in the same state, same program. Then I really didn't have access to Spanish, or I didn't seek access to Spanish any real amount after high school. I went and worked and was very busy and started a company. And then in 2012, we were backpacking around Europe, and we knew we were going to be in a number of places. And so I started somewhere around there doing a little bit of Duolingo, and just very lightly practicing. And at some point we got some language on CD back in the day, and tried to could we learn now? And for a long time I was like, no, we couldn't. It just didn't do the things you would hope it would do. But when we were in Europe in 2012 and esperamos, 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 esperamos. It's a Wiggles song. Esperamos, esperamos, except it's not in Spanish. It's hot potato, hot potato. Hot potato, hot potato. Sí, yo también. Alan says, Argentina feels like France or Italy, which it's a bunch of Italians pretending to be in France, so there's a reason why it feels that way. All right. Oh, looks like we're back. Necesitas un Pepsi Max.
No
No, yo sé lo siento. Okay. So in 2012, we backpacked around Europe, my wife and I and the kids, and in doing that, it was like, oh my gosh, I had studied a little bit of German. I was able to do things in Germany. I had the tiniest bit of French, but I could read some things, not much. France was hard. Well, Belgium was hard. And but Germany, I was like, okay. I'd done a little bit on Duolingo, and I was like, German? Yeah, all right. And we went to Austria, we went to Switzerland, the German part. So I had a bit of German time, and then we were in Italy for a little bit, and I tried what little bit I could. It was terrible. And then we were in Spain, and we weren't scheduled to be in Spain, but we ended up in Spain due to logistics problems with some trains. A tunnel had closed. It was just that wrong time of the year. And we ended up completely falling in love with Spain and having no idea that it was the place we wanted to be. And we were so excited because both of us are like, we can speak Spanish. We both have 4 years of Spanish, so we were able to read menus, and everything was really readable. And we're like, that's so cool. Which, I mean, obviously neither of us had ever had an opportunity to go anywhere. Her school didn't send people to Spanish-speaking countries as part of their studies, and my school did, but every single program like that for my year, across every program, was canceled. So even though my school regularly sent people to Europe, to Latin America, to all kinds of different places to do these trips, and every program, the music programs, the language programs, the science programs, they all did this. My year was, if you had a chart of all the different places you go, it all came to 0 for my class's year. So no one in my class got to travel for anything ever. But every class ahead of us and every class afterwards did. So we never got to experience language that we had studied in another country at all. And so it was this amazing thing to be able to go to another country and understand any reasonable amount of stuff. Like the German, I got a couple words here and there. Right? I was able to read a menu for the most part, and that was exciting. But coming and speaking Spanish was really exciting. So that was a bit of excitement. And then we went to Portugal, and I couldn't understand a freaking thing because Portuguese in Portugal sounds like Russian, which is a real thing, and I've learned more recently why that is the case, but it's super interesting as to why that is. But while we're doing this, I'm going to try to adjust the stream today and lower what our rate is, and we're just going to go with a lower tier, because hopefully this will allow things to catch up faster and just handle. We're going to turn the audio down a little bit as well. All right. Fingers crossed that we're going to drop the video quality a lot. It just restarted. All right, everybody let me know what you see. But we just dropped, so we normally ride at it set to 5,000 or 5 megabits per second for video and 144 or something for the audio. We brought the audio down to 112 and we brought the video down to 3 megabits. So it's going to drop quality a bit, but in theory, this will give us more time to have it work, and it'll recover faster because it's got way more to be able to buffer. So fingers crossed that it at least helps. Okay. So at that point, we knew we were going to be moving to Europe, and we knew we really wanted to investigate living in Spain, and we had a jump on the language. At that point, I started doing a little bit of Duolingo here and there, but life was really busy. I did a bunch of job changes in there, life changes as we prepared to move abroad, and so I did some, but it wasn't that much. In 2015, when we moved to Spain, I would say it was the equivalent of having done maybe a total of 5 years of study over a lifetime. Oh gosh, it went to 0.
Ugh. Uy.
Oh, let's see. Yes. Es terrible. Okay, it's back. Now it's más de tres porque es ¿cómo se dice? Catching up. Anyone know how to say catching up in Spanish? I don't know. Yeah, it's jumping all over the place. Okay, at the moment we're good. So because of all those factors, I started putting in some effort into Spanish. When we moved to Spain, I had managed to maintain, so it was kind of like at that point I was a little bit better than coming out of high school, but not much. Maybe confidence, or maybe just being an adult made it better, like understanding a little bit of the world better, made it easier. But moving to Spain, I started picking up quite a bit, and then we moved to, and enough that after having lived in Spain for a little while, I was mistaken for a Mexican in a store in Spain. Now, partially because I have a little bit of a Mexican accent because of been taught Mexican Spanish in school. And now people accuse me of having an Andalusian accent because I learned way more than I did in school in Spain. And there goes the network again. Hold on. Maybe. Okay, it's coming back. Then we moved to Panama briefly, very, very short stint in Panama. That helped reinforce the Spanish. But not so much because so many people speak English in Panama. We found that we didn't have to use it that much, and we were very isolated. We were in a very small community on a beach, which was beautiful. We loved it, but we were living in a high-rise on the beach in like a tourist area. The tourists were all Costa Ricans and Panamanians, so they mostly spoke Spanish, but they all spoke English. And we were mostly just with our kids and friends that were there staying with us. So we spoke a lot of English while we were there. We didn't really advance. And then we moved to Nicaragua, and we're right in the middle of Grenada and started speaking Spanish a lot. At that point, we really started putting in more effort and knew that a Spanish-speaking country was very likely going to be where we would end up, but we certainly didn't call ourselves Spanish speakers at that point. I then had to learn Italian because we moved to Italy and we are Italians, and so we went through the process of I actually learned to speak Italian and I was conversational. So living in Italy, I went from 0 to, Spanish background to speaking Italian via Duolingo. I actually completed Duolingo. It was like crash course Italian over the course of, I think, 2 years, maybe a year and a half. And so I was actually able to go through Italy and just speak Italian, and it was fantastic, which I've now lost because we don't speak Italian since then. But my wife's the Italian, and I learned Italian, and she didn't. She would actually accidentally speak Spanish regularly when we were in Italy, and they'd be like, "What?" It was very funny. Then when we finally made the decision to move back to Nicaragua, we had enough Spanish that we felt comfortable. We're like, we can go in, we can have really rudimentary conversations, we can talk about things. There was enough that it gave us some comfort, but we weren't conversational. We were communicable for most things. We certainly can't deal with complicated things.
Yeah.
In that first year, we noticed that we really moved forward. Lots of Duolingo, lots of the everyday Spanish. But Nicaraguan Spanish is much harder than Spain, much harder than Mexico,
Yeah.
much harder than Guatemala because of thick accents, archaic usages, a lot of weird words that you have to learn, things that are in everyday speech, like chiltoma,
No.
which is a pepino, right? It's just a reference to peppers. Very, very odd. Okay, so says we're good. Something flashed, but it looks like everything's okay. Chilies are chiltomas, which is a foreign word. It's a Nahuatl word for tomato, which is super weird. There's lots of little quirky things in Nicaraguan that are important to learn. And so that slowed us down, but we put in a bunch of effort. Then in our second year, my wife really leapt forward in conversational. She started just talking to people all the time. So she went from being a bit behind me to way ahead of me in speaking Spanish. And then I've been catching up since then. But by 2023, so 2 years living here, I was on television and doing live interviews in Spanish, which still my Spanish was very much a struggle, but that was the comfort level. Like, I get in a taxi, I talk to people, I randomly switch back and forth, and so no, definitely I would not say that I spoke Spanish when we first moved here, but had enough that we had a jump start on things. And if you speak Italian or French, any Romance language, that will give you for sure a bit of a jump. Leo Telies is I have always myself, my eyes are getting old and the screen is pretty far away. It's way out of reach. I was born in Nicaragua, but I became an American citizen. Am I considered having dual citizenship or just an American citizen once leaving Nicaragua as a tourist? So entering Nicaragua as a tourist. If you enter, no, you're born a citizen, so you don't have to worry about it. Yeah, just like anywhere, nowhere do you lose citizenship just because your parents took you somewhere. I've never heard of such a country. I'm not saying they don't exist, but I've never encountered a person from a country like that, and I've never visited a country like that. The idea that I think the U.S., and I have spoken to people that the U.S. has lied to about losing their Nicaraguan citizenship, and not in situations like yours, Leo, in situations where they went and actually got American citizenship as an adult, went through the process, and America said, in just some random person within immigration, but a random person in American immigration said, okay, you're not a Nicaraguan anymore. As if that carried some kind of weight and the U.S. can make that decision for Nicaragua, which of course makes no sense. But so they believed him and didn't know that they had dual citizenship. Because obviously Nicaragua is not going to just let you give up your citizenship. Oh, you randomly signed a piece of paper in the United States? I guess you're not a citizen anymore, right? They're not going to do that. Or your parents took you away from your homeland? I guess you're not a citizen anymore. No, they don't want to do that. So you are completely a dual citizen. You just have to apply for your passport in Nicaragua, and you should be all set. That's really all there is to it. Joseph says, "What's up, Uncle Scott? Soy el tío de todo el mundo." I do have, for those who want, for those who know what this is, for those who don't immediately get this reference, this will mean nothing to you. To those who do get this reference, I do have the email soy@elgueguense.com. Mm-hmm. Any halal meat in Nicaragua? I'm gonna say yes, and I'm pretty sure I know where to get halal in León, but like one place. And good luck, like it'll be tough. But I bet if you ask them, you'll be all set. In Managua, yeah, it'll be a challenge, but I think you'll be able to get it. I know a guy who ran a halal place. He didn't make the meat, but the food was halal in San Juan del Sur, and he's not currently active. He's from Algeria, but I'm hoping that he reopens his restaurant. And oh, we're just checking the bit rates. No, we're good. Esta una noticia, pero es más de actual. Mm-hmm. Entonces, solo es una noticia porque es mi intención para tener una rate. I don't know how to say that. Bajo
Sí,
de...
entiendo.
Sí. Okay. So I think with a lot of work you'll be able to find halal, but you'll be eating a lot of vegetarian to get around it a lot of the time. You may be able to find a distributor who's able to hook you up, but you may have to work directly with a single distributor and like put in some extra effort. I will do my best to ask about that. That's going to be a tough one. I'm not sure who in my contacts could really answer about that. Steve says the frame rate's been dropping, and then it's fine for me. Then it froze. I said, yeah, it's dropping. Now it's dropping once again. Yeah, it's a lot of up and down. It's a rough night. Patricia's here. Happy Friday Eve. Es la noche antes de viernes. El Patron says, what other places would you consider living in if you didn't have discovered Nicaragua? So if Nicaragua turned into a big lake and it wasn't here, at this point, right, with the knowledge I have now, my second choice would definitely be Guatemala. Really like Guatemala. It's fantastic. El Salvador would easily be high on my list, but I haven't spent enough time there to commit to that. A lot of places in the region I'd be pretty happy with. Honestly, I like Honduras. I like El Salvador. I really like Mexico. Costa Rica would be okay. It's very low on my list because I really like a lot of other places, but I don't dislike Costa Rica. I just like a lot of other places more. Panama would be very high on the list. We lived in Panama briefly, and we loved it so much. That's what led us to Nicaragua. And everything about Panama was fantastic. Nicaragua was even better, which is very much how I like to look at it. I didn't have negatives about Panama. Panama was amazing. It really was. I love the city. I love the countryside. I love the azuero. I love the variety of food. I love the urbane environment. I love having the big airport. It's most likely at this point, Panama would be my second choice country because I do like being in this physical region, and Panama has some benefits over Guatemala, but overall, Guatemalan lifestyle is my top. So I think I probably would be in Mexico third, Panama second, and Guatemala first, if not Nicaragua. Obviously, Nicaragua's first now because I'm actually here. Within these, any country in this region is acceptable. Of countries that I've spent time in outside, I think at this point we would overall prefer to be in South America than to be in Europe. Bolivia, because of the time I've spent there, I don't have a lot of time in South America, right? I hope to do a whole bunch more. There's a lot of places that I think are very high considerations that I can't give a good weighting to, like Peru and Colombia and Venezuela. But they're really potentially good targets for us. Brazil, the language thing is, I think, the biggest negative there. I'm sure if I spoke Portuguese like I speak Spanish, that I'd be really heavily looking at Brazil because it has a lot to offer. Argentina is wonderful, but it didn't make our ooh, I wish I lived here list. It's like, wow, I'd love to visit more often kind of thing, but again, if you said you have to live in Argentina, I'd be like, cool, it's nice, I like it. But it didn't give me a aren't you sad you aren't living here feeling. Whereas Bolivia did. I did have a lot of I could totally live in Bolivia, especially Cochabamba, but La Paz was amazing. So I've got a number of South America places that really work for me. In Europe, our number one choice is Spain. Absolutely adore Spain. But the closest thing to it for everything but language is Greece. And we lived in Greece. We gave it a fair shake. And I think overall, no, I know. I'm quite confident. The number one actual location and situation that I miss in all of Europe is living in Greece. That is the house that I miss the most, the neighborhood that I miss the most, the food I probably miss the most. No, probably Italy is the food most, but really close. The culture, the people, everything came together in Greece, except the language is so hard. So that's the negative. Italy is very high on our list, and Romania was a real. Other places that I've visited but not lived in that would be very big considerations. We hit 0. We're waiting. All right, looks like we're coming back. All right, give it a second to catch up. Whoa, it shot up to 7 megabits to do catch up. Now, okay, here we are. I think we're good. Romania was really good. So of places that we didn't live in, but we visited and felt really made our list of considerations. Portugal at the time, I think now Portugal is not a strong consideration for me. I love Portugal. It's nothing against it. Language and their over tourism makes me. I don't want to be part of an over tourism population. So Portugal's a small place that can't absorb. Hey, what you doing? Can't absorb the number of people that it has visiting. So are both dogs in here? No, he's laying down in bed barking like a maniac. He's just okay. So that's why Portugal and the linguistics. Like if I had to learn Portuguese for Brazil, no problem. Hard, but no problem. Learning Portuguese for Portugal, I'm not sure I could do. They're quite different languages, more different than French and Quebecois. So that's big. And I have to. Now the dog wants to leave. After his little barking fit, he's decided he wants to leave. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. Why couldn't he do this when the internet drop or when the? It's not the internet dropping because my other connections are just fine. It's something to do with. At this point, I actually think that YouTube upload is having a problem from the way it's behaving. Okay, I'm here. All right. Sarajevo in Bosnia was awesome. We really like that. Kosovo, Pristina in Kosovo, the capital of, the countryside too. There's a lot of Kosovo that we really liked. Montenegro on the coast, Petrovac, we really, really liked that. And there's a lot, Bulgaria was wonderful. There's so much in the region that would be acceptable that I'd be like, oh, okay, no, it wasn't my first choice, it wasn't my 10th choice, but this is still good, right? And I'm generally a happy person. I'm amenable to a lot of different places. So it's not like I'd be in this, oh no, this is so terrible, I have to make life here kind of thing. But obviously I want to choose the place that's best for me and the family. So that's why we're in Nicaragua, right? We chose it because it was the best combination. But we have really good alternative options as well. So, so those are kind of the ones that we have been to and feel that good about. My wife really, really likes Thailand. That would be reasonably high on the list. I would want to investigate Cambodia and Vietnam. Like I feel like they're probably better mixes for me. She doesn't think so. Honestly, I could live in China, I think, without a problem. Japan, I could pull off. South Korea, I feel would be a struggle for me, but still totally doable. Algeria would be a country that I'm really interested in. So those are some of the places that I from afar think would be pretty doable. And I've been told by a lot of people that like Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, that region, Malawi would be a real consideration as well in the sub-Saharan. All right. 10 by says, hey Scott, since they sell vapes there, do you think there's any way around being able to get nicotine and the things that I need to manufacture into the country legally, some form of license? I think there's some way to get a license. Do I think that it's likely you would get it? I think it's unlikely. But could a license exist for it? Yeah, there's likely a license that could exist. Things like that, trying to do them before you come into the country, very hard. You want to be here and be established before you try to do things like that, or there's essentially no hope. So it's a wagon before the horse, cart before the horse kind of situation. And I know a lot of those things are like, well, I need these things to decide to move. Like, we can say as much as we want, yeah, there's probably a license, there's probably a way, but it's not going to happen for you to be able to make the moving decision, unfortunately. That's unrealistic. Even if you lived here, you're looking at years and years of working to do that. So very, very difficult. Those kinds of things are just logistically difficult and generally require a lot of being in the market. That's the dog drinking water. Being in the market and dealing with stuff before you can broach that, before you can go down that path. He says, that is literally the only thing stopping me from choosing Nicaragua. Why do you want to? So it's an interesting, I can see why manufacturing vapes could be a thing that you want to do. Why do you want to manufacture vapes in Nicaragua where you live? Like, what makes you want to put those things together? Not that Nicaragua wouldn't be a bad place for manufacturing it, but if you need to import the components for it, makes it unlikely that manufacturing it here would be cost effective. Labor, of course, very cost effective, but the import cost to get the materials here wouldn't be. So it seems hard to make it into a business. I say I definitely want to drop my U.S. citizenship, even though I know it will cost a couple $1,000s. Generally, a couple $100,000. Let's just be clear. Maybe you have insanely low funds, but assume for normal people it's insurmountable amounts of money. If I marry a local, is there a way to get out of the Spanish requirement for citizenship there? No. Marrying a local will do nothing to help you get citizenship, right? Like, that is not, there aren't workarounds, there aren't fast things, there aren't magic ways to getting citizenship. The process is long, and it is difficult, and there is zero assumption that citizenship will be something you obtain. You must go into it with the assumption that you will not get citizenship, but you can go into it with the assumption that you would like it and be hopeful for it. But you really need to think of it in terms of less than 1% of permanent residents who move into the country and make a massive commitment will ever get to citizenship. And they basically assume, right, you're either going to be a big investor that whole time, or you're going to be married in all that time and have kids. Those things are just assumed. Not that not doing them will count against you, but like thinking, well, if I marry a local, will I get out of something? No, that's you. They already assume that you have that. Now, I don't know what Spanish requirement there is for citizenship. I've not noticed that in the citizenship list. I didn't look for it, but someone asked me the other day if I had applied for citizenship, and I did look at the list. I do speak Spanish, but I don't speak Spanish at a Spanish required for the law Spanish level, I don't think. So had that been a requirement, I feel like it would have flagged to me as a requirement. So either I completely overlooked it, or I don't believe there is one. I do know there's a lot of stuff floating around with false requirements for citizenship here. Someone just in the WhatsApp group, by the way, just because I'm mentioning it, and because I want to get people over there, if any of you are here but are not part of the Expats of Nicaragua WhatsApp group, please take a moment and join that. It's a great place to have resources of all kinds of stuff for... I think we got someone spamming in there. So it looks like the mods are deleting it. Thank you. Or maybe it's not. It says waiting for this message. Not sure what happened. Anyway, we're going to get you guys an invite so you can come and join this group. It's completely free, obviously. Open WhatsApp community. This is a great place to talk to lots of the people that are on here all week long. Join up. We currently have, let's see if we can see, we currently have 129 members in the main group. We have there's always Bitcoin spammers in, coming in that we have to delete. It is a super standard thing. Spam. Block. So we'll be deleting those. We actually don't get too many because we're really aggressive about deleting them. But yeah, so join that group. But if you're in there, someone posted requirements from a news source, and the news source had it wrong, right? We went and pulled the law and are like, clearly this is what it says. Like this, it's not. Very few laws in Nicaragua are like unreadable. Like they're pretty straightforward generally. And every time I hear something weird, it's always someone who has a foreign source that read the law, it looks like, and intentionally reworded it to sound similar, but to clearly mean something very different. And so I get a lot of people who are like, I went to Deloitte and Touche, and they say, and I'm like, no, I can show you the thing that they're referencing, and it doesn't say what they said. Like, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm literate, and it doesn't mean that, right? And it doesn't take any special, like, you can look at these words and be like, oh, clearly what they just wrote didn't come from this. Okay, right? So that's how it is. So a lot of times people will add in these requirements, and you think it comes from somewhere, and you find out it probably doesn't. But that one requirement, the final requirement, is that you either have to have the General Assembly approve you, or the president has to approve you. It has to be one or the other. And so those are big steps that you have to get to a point where either the president just steps in on your behalf after you've done a bunch of stuff, or the General Assembly gets you on a list and takes the time to vote on you. And they will, but that's a big thing. This is not like, hey, I've been here for 2 years. Can you vote on me, guys? I know you're not busy or anything, lawmakers of Nicaragua. Like, no, it's a huge process. So there's only a handful of people that ever get it. Wiggy says, where in Guatemala did you like? I was around a bit. I'm pretty sure I would really like several places that I didn't go. But Guate, I love the giant city. It is fantastic. There's so much to do. I'm a big city guy. So I really like Guatemala City. But we spent time in the country in like Tecpan, and I really like that area, the old Ishimche area, which used to be the capital, very rural. Love it. It's like, feels a lot like Switzerland with Spanish, right? Like, that's pretty cool. I spent time in Atitlan, not my thing. Like, it's cool to visit, but I wouldn't want to live there. Antigua, definitely not my place. To me, it's just a cold, expensive Leon. I like the cold bit, but not the expensive bit. Way too full of tourists. But if you're a tourist and you're there, it feels like Disney World. Like, it's fun. Go do it. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying I don't want to live there. But Shayla, I think I would really like, and always thought that. I haven't had a chance to get up there. I hope to do that very soon for a number of reasons that are changing soon, hopefully. So that's big stuff. All right. Steve says, if you're a U.S. citizen born in Nicaragua, did I already read this? Anyway, do you need a visa to enter? If you're an American citizen born in Nicaragua, you do not need a visa, assuming... Yeah, so if you have both passports, you do not need a visa, but you must use the passport. So I'm going to restate what I believe Steve meant to say, and if I'm getting it wrong, correct me, Steve. But I'm believing he's saying that as a U.S. citizen born in Nicaragua, he's a dual citizen, or the person in question is a dual citizen. If you have, this is very clear, if you have citizenship of the United States, you must enter and exit the United States on a U.S. passport. No ifs, ands, or buts. It is a felony to not do so. If you are a citizen of Nicaragua and you are entering Nicaragua or exiting Nicaragua, you must do so on your Nicaragua passport. To not do so is also maybe not a felony, but Nicaragua will treat the use of a foreign passport on exit or entrance to Nicaragua as a declaration of renouncing your citizenship of Nicaragua. If you are a naturalized citizen of Nicaragua, that is a permanent situation. If you are a born citizen of Nicaragua, there is a path of return, but you have to go through a path of having accidentally, voluntarily renounced your citizenship. So, and this is, I know of no exception anywhere in the world. If you have a passport from a country, you must use that passport with a country. Or if you could have a passport from the country, you must use it. So no, you don't need a visa, but you absolutely have to use your passports legally. Yep, our stream is still good. I have an awful lot of these things to delete. Yeah, Alan sent me a note that the stream is just absolutely terrible tonight. Sorry that it's so bad. There's not much we can do. It's not us. I promise you it's not us. Yosari says, Steve Vaughn, you need your U.S. passport to enter and exit. No visa needed. But you can't use your U.S. passport in Nicaragua, right? Or you will need a visa because you'll lose your Nicaraguan citizenship. Tenbai says, I want to manufacture the nicotine juice because this stuff saved my life. Been using it for 20 years long before it was popular. Personal use manufacture. So personal use manufacture, yes, in theory you could get away with. $2,400 to drop U.S. citizenship? Are you sure that's orders of magnitude difference than the final, because you don't know the final. because you have to pay taxes for 10 years, but you also have to pay the exit tax. In general, you have to pay a lawyer, and there's a fee that I think is like $2,400. That's just like the fee to process it, not the actual exit cost. But if you own nothing, I mean, it can. So you can get tobacco. I'm assuming you're trying to work from like tobacco leaves and manufacture from that. Yes, for personal consumption, you may be able to get the components. You would be shipping in most likely chemicals from China. I don't know all the chemicals involved in making vapes, so I could be speaking out of turn, but I would think you would get the chemicals from China. And as long as you're just making it at home, like no one cares because you can just go to the store and buy them. It's kind of like if you want to distill whiskey in your house, no one in Nicaragua is going to say anything. If you want to start selling it, they will. But if you're just making it for yourself, this is a very do-what-you-want kind of country. I can't imagine that. I'm not officially saying you can do that, but I'm unaware of any reason that would ever be a problem. Lost a bit of networking there. I know people who do, beer brewing in their house and even sell it. Oh, there, we're losing the network. We're going to hang on a second. I'll delete some of these spammers while we're waiting for the network to return. It's not completely gone, but it's bad. Yeah, we're 100% gone. It came back just the tiniest bit, but all right. Looks like we are back. Woo, 9 megabits. All right, we are back. Sorry, man, we have a good number of people hanging in here, considering how much this is struggling tonight. I really appreciate it. Okay, how do the locals receive you for the most part? Welcoming, or do they feel expats are just increasing the cost of living in their town? So cost of living is definitely not increasing because of expats. In San Juan del Sur, yeah, of course. But that did long ago. That's not a current thing. I mean, it's still high, but it's not increasing because of expats. Marcela's really struggling to stay awake tonight. Cansada. Estás cansada. Sí. So in San Juan del Sur and a little bit in Granada, but only the city center, there's this increasing cost of living because of expats. So you can find isolated pockets where, sure, you're going to go into Villa Fontaine in southern Managua. Yeah, obviously, right? Because it's just an expat community. I mean, the Chinese embassy, the German embassy are sitting next to each other, right? Like it's all these ambassadors and important diplomats from major countries all up and down. Of course, it's going to cost more, right? And it's not because of tourists. It's because of the country doing business and having relations. So that stuff's going to happen in pockets. But you go throughout the country. First of all, most of the cities have no expats. Go to Boaco, go to Huigalpa, go to Jinotega. You could spend a month walking the streets, going out to eat, doing stuff. You might never see an expat. For real. You go to Bilwi, go to Rio Blanco, go to Madrid, go to Somoto, right? So many communities that could be really nice places to live. You might be the only one. I've spent time in Nagarote. I've spent time in La Paz Centro, even places that are local and very Ciudad Sandino, right? Never have I seen an expat in those places, even with all the time that I spend there, walking the streets, going to restaurants. They exist. They're so few and far between. So we're not moving the needle as far as raising the cost. What we are doing in those communities, and this is one of the reasons that I like having expats spread out all over the country, is that when we don't clump together, we don't raise the cost of living, but we do shore up problem spots. So if you have a neighborhood that is, has any housing available, has any lack of business, which is basically everywhere in Nicaragua, by having an expat move in there who's in a survivable income rate, they're going to be buying a property that no one else was able to buy. They're going to be fixing up that property and assume making it into a safer, nicer, improved spot that just helps everyone around. And they're going to be, whether it's just buying groceries or actually hiring staff and going to restaurants and all kinds of stuff and making an impact. So in most cases, Nicaraguans are not used to seeing expats. Of course, Leon City Center, obviously. If you live in Managua, yeah, it's multicultural. Go to Granada, duh, expats. But in most of Nicaragua, being an expat means you're kind of different. You're a novelty. And that's a positive thing, because as long as we stay at novelty status, we're positive. Because people aren't like, oh no, they're taking our jobs. Oh no, they're they're gentrifying the neighborhood. There goes the neighborhood. The one foreign guy showed up. No, it's, finally someone new to talk to. There hasn't been someone new in this neighborhood in 30 years. It's a very different thing. And there's this hope, and from both sides, that by being an expat and moving into those neighborhoods, you're going to have this positive contribution. And as long as you're spread out, you're not going to be shifting things away from the local restaurants. You're not going to be negatively impacting places. You're just adding. And that's a big deal. So by and large, everywhere I've been, even in San Juan del Sur, I get a very positive response. Because even there, they're like, they've given up on it not being an enclave. And they're just like, let's pack people in, get the tax revenue, and then the surrounding areas where people live. And it's I have never been in Nicaragua and gotten a negative feeling of a reaction of people for me living here. I have had people on the channel, as you can imagine, pretend to be Nicaraguans and say negative things about me being here, about anyone being here, but I've never had someone say it. And I'm sure there's this sentiment out there. I'm not pretending there's not, but I have never had a person express that sentiment that I had confidence wasn't a troll from outside the country. That's a big deal, right? Never have I been able to look at an account and say, oh, look, this is clearly someone who's been in the country, or is just another expat in the country, right? It's always a fishy circumstance of someone hiding behind anonymity to be like, oh, I'd appreciate it if you weren't here, right? So to a point where it feels really confident that it's Americans who feel that Nicaraguans are too welcoming and are trying to create a false sense of being unwelcoming by pretending to be Nicaraguans as they post. It's probably not 100% true. That's what it feels like. All right, network is staying up. 24, how are the locals? So locals really have been super warm and welcoming. BRX Kicker, hey Scott, family. Steve says, thank you. Somebody just joined the WhatsApp group. Awesome. A lot of people just joined the expat group. Oh boy, everything just went flying past. La fiesta de mi cumpleaños fue divertido.
Sí, deberías de mostrar tu foto.
Ah, sí. Puedes mostrar.
Creo que... No se ve.
Es tu cara. That's us at the party. Okay. There's no good way to do that. 10 by says, no, I'm just wanting to import pure nicotine juice and the flavoring. It's a weird place to import that stuff too. But yeah, for personal use, you might be able to get away with it. It's going to be, I mean, you could just try it, right? Try importing and see if you get it. You could also, no, I don't know. Venus says, 10 by wants to renounce citizenship and make nicotine juice. I feel there's a fun story there. Could be an episode. Cody White is here. Welcome. First time watching your live. And is this a normal thing for connections with internet to construct? No. So first of all, we are not having internet connection problems. That's important. This is a YouTube problem. We don't know exactly what it is. We've tried a bunch of different things, but I have another thing running in the background to test my internet, and my internet is, I'm not going to say 100% solid tonight, but it has been, I have not dropped a packet I dropped a couple packets. I don't know how long ago that was. A long time ago, like 10 minutes. It's the last time we dropped anything. So we're not dropping packets, and I'm watching when this, because we're streaming a bunch, right? Normally we're streaming at up to 10 megabits per second outbound, right? This is a lot. Even in the US, a lot of networks will struggle with that. And most weeks, we haven't had it like this since November. 2 weeks in a row, maybe 3, maybe someone remembers, that it got really bad. Aki. She's seeing the delay of her holding up the camera. And Google in the United States to make sure that we're not dropping to there, let alone all the places in between. But we are streaming from Western Nicaragua through Managua up to Bilwi, across the Caribbean, into Miami, and from Miami, oh no. Oh, es un batería. Hey guys, we did not disappear, our battery died. Give me just a second. I saw a notice that looked like a warning, and then suddenly everything went black and I panicked, but it's not. It's just the battery. We started with a low battery today. No biggie. I've got the other ones ready to go. The video that we do uses so much power that even though we are plugged in and getting charged while we do the show, it still discharges the battery during the recording, so it's got limits. We'll be right back on. I think I heard it come on. Yes, I see la Marcelita. Compromiso. Okay, sorry. So the thing that we're having a problem with is that after the data is in Miami, it has to get to wherever YouTube is ingesting the video. And it's somewhere along that path that the network that we're sending out gets to YouTube. Somewhere it's having a problem. But we don't know where, because we know that our connection to Google is mostly not dropping packets. So the connection from here all the way up there is good. But remember, our network here in Nicaragua is not having any problems. We've got a million things going on. I've got all kinds of computers doing stuff online. None of them are having an issue. It's something specifically with the connection between us and YouTube that at times is not the best. But we do so much. We push so much to YouTube all the time that we're definitely going to experience issues if anyone does. But no, the internet here is actually, so I work all over the US. In general, the internet here is much better than the places I work at in the US. YouTube is specifically, and it's worth noting, if I work with YouTube and Rumble side by side, my ability to upload to Rumble is 3 times as fast as to YouTube, even just doing regular daily uploads. So we've noticed that YouTube specifically ingests much more slowly from here than other things. Tenbai says, you have no idea how pissed I am at America, and yet I love America. Well, that's why you're pissed at it, right? If you didn't love it, we wouldn't, like, that's the big thing. The Americans who are angry enough to, like, leave and stuff, it's because we like it. If we didn't like it at all, and then things didn't go the way we were hoping they were going to go, we'd be like, whatever, I didn't like it anyway, right? Now, I lost my faith in it a long time ago. I grew up in an area where I was, and I talked to my wife about this a lot. She's really struggling with where America is today because she's like, I can't believe this is the country that I grew up in. And I'm like, this is exactly the country that I grew up in. We just grew up in different cultural areas. And so it's, for me, it's like, this is the America I always knew, just now it's more prevalent everywhere and not just localized. It's no longer my local thing. It's now the universal thing. I've lost more than most people ever have and just want to get the hell out of here while I still have enough to live. I get that. Wiggy says, do you know if a dentist in Matagalpa has the training and ability to put in implant teeth? I don't know about Matagalpa, but we have really... Nicaragua is known for being a dental destination. Like, this is where you come for dentistry. Would love to lose this partial if you know what it would cost. I have no idea what it would cost, but it shouldn't take too much. Quizás es... No es súper tarde. Quizás puedes hablar con Betsy para una idea sobre el valor de implants. Sí. We had 2 people from the house at the dentist. Vamos tener Betsy en el LiveStream a veces porque hay muchas preguntas sobre dentistas y ella habla inglés. Sí. Our dentist speaks English, not my dentist. I never go to the dentist. But can you tell from my incredibly perfect teeth? But my kids, like my daughter has braces. Both of my kids go there. Everyone in the household goes there, and she's fantastic. And we have so many stories from vets who have got like veterans who have gone there. Like they went through the VA system. They could never get their teeth fixed. They had all these problems. They got here, went for a cleaning, and the dentist is like, you have some major problems. Do you mind if I fix them? And they're like, what? And she's just like, and suddenly they're like 10 years of U.S. medical, and they said it wasn't fixable, and they came to Nicaragua and it was fixed at a cleaning for $20. They're like, what? I'm gonna have someone on to tell that story specifically, but I've heard very similar things from multiple people that very, very similar. Hopefully that story came through. We had a huge lag there for a second. But yes, I don't know about Matagalpa, but in the country without a problem. Gabriella Laley says, can I ship containers if I'm moving there? Thanks, Gabby. Yes. Yes, shipping a container here is completely normal. You can ship a container here even if you aren't moving. I don't know why you'd want to, but you could. But yes, you can definitely do a shipping container, and that's a relatively standard thing. I have to say, I actually don't know many people who've done that. And of the ones that I do know, they had bad luck with it. I know at least one, the entire container was stolen, not in Nicaragua, at sea. So there's risks to it, obviously. Make sure you're using trusted shippers and all that, but it is a relatively normal thing to do. I don't think we're going to ship, because we haven't shipped yet. When you become a resident, you get a shipment, and we're trying to do it relatively soon, so hopefully I'll have a really good story about that. I mean, not like in the next few days, maybe in the next few months. That would be fantastic. I don't think we're going to ship a container, but we'll ship a lot of stuff, so go on a partial container, and then I'll be able to tell you about our own experiences with it, but because we don't want to bring that much stuff, but it's a very standard thing to do. Nicole Lachon is here. Hola desde Vietnam. That's awesome. We have someone who's quite often on from South Korea, but this is the first I've seen someone on from Vietnam. That's very cool. Wiggy says, Tenbai, I feel your pain seriously. Bina says, Ben, when you say lost, you mean financially. Tenbai says financial and more. Our connection is good. Okay. Edwin is here. Hey, Scott, he says, did you see that a few days ago an old water pipe broke and caused a sinkhole at Colonia, Central America in Managua, causing damage in 2 buses? Traffic got closed and reopened yesterday. No, I didn't see that. hay un problema con el agua en Plaza Centroamérica. How, like right in front of the reef? Nicole says, yes, thanks for the video clarifying internet Wi-Fi issues. Very helpful. Oh, good. Awesome. Edwin says, last night I saw a video on TikTok. You won't believe me, but a Carl's Jr. restaurant is opening soon in Esteli. I don't know that's that surprising. We have one that's being very successful here in Leon. OMG, who thinks that a new fast food restaurant opening after McDonald's last October? Esteli, I've heard, is very up and coming. We're seeing a lot of expats interested in it, and we are hearing, accurate or not, I don't know, we're hearing that there's a large, compared to everywhere else, contingency of Chinese extranjeros, of expats that are Chinese in origin, choosing Esteli, probably because the weather is much more mild and it's a relatively up and coming city it's a logistics hub. So a lot of Chinese move to Nicaragua for logistics business reasons. Many move for retail business, but logistics is like the core of why many Chinese decide to try to make a life here, because many are doing it to work. They're coming in for investment purposes, not for retirement purposes, typically, of what we're seeing. So it's a different demographic group, sort of. Oh, our stream is a little bit low on network. Compared to like North American expats typically. And so I think Esteli makes a lot more sense in that way, because if you're involved in like the shipping industry or the trucking industry, that's one of the main cities, along with Chinandega. Now, I haven't heard of any big population change in Chinandega, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's very similar. Waiting for the network to come back? Okay. Is medical tourism a thing here? Not really. Should it be? Yeah, it absolutely should be. But is it? No. Like it is in Mexico and Panama? No. We really don't run into people doing it here. But it's a good place to come for medicine of certain types. But we're much more limited. Well, we're probably, honestly, I would come here over Panama. For sure. Like Panama is a weird place to go for medical tourism. I have friends who've had major medical things, and the first thing that their insurance did was fly them out of Panama because Panama couldn't handle it. And relatively basic stuff. Like their insurance company wasn't sure if their customers, like my friends, would trust them, and so they upgraded them to the better hospitals in Medellin, flew them there, and let Medellin tell them that they've been scammed by all the hospitals in Panama. But yeah, no, Panama, like I wouldn't worry about living there. Like I did live there. I'm not worried about the healthcare. It's acceptable. But if I was going to intentionally travel somewhere, Panama seems a really weird option. Mexico for sure. Colombia for sure. Salvador maybe. Nicaragua potentially. But Panama? Weird. Well, I don't know what would make people choose the most expensive, worst healthcare option in the region. How's your selection of organic meats and fruits in Leon? Do you have to travel far for it? So we have a lot of organic just naturally. We don't, like most of the world, the idea of organic isn't a thing. We generally don't use that much pesticides, so we're not concerned about it the way that other places are, and we don't really have GMO'd products here. So a lot of things are organic, and it would never occur to anyone to label it or to tell you, or so. I've literally never seen anything labeled organic here, but I know tons of what we get is organic. So in some ways, it's like, well, it's way better. And in others, it's like, well, if you're really trying to seek that out, it's very difficult to identify it. Bina says, Patron, everything in Nicaragua is organic, not because they're hippies, but because no grower can afford chemicals. That's not quite true, because a lot of the growers here are actually Walmart. But it is true that in a large amount of cases, especially fruit, like fruit and veg, there's just a lot that's being done naturally, right? Like I have an orchard outside my house, so now I have this fruit, so I sell it, right? That's a common thing. They're definitely not putting pesticides on that. And Ciudad Sandino growing on housing development and new plaza like Cali Road and malls. One is currently, Edwin's just talking about it. So Marcela actually lived in Ciudad Sandino, right across from Plaza Cali. Caji?
Cali.
Caji.
Cali.
Doble L.
Cali.
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 No en español. ¿Qué idioma?
¿Y cómo es?
Es Caji.
Cali.
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 No, es doble L.
Plaza Cali.
En Argentina es Cashi.
Plaza Cali.
So apparently it's not named in Spanish. I don't know how the double L comes up with that sound here. I have heard there are clinics in Panama run by U.S. doctors that do certain procedures with stem cells, et cetera, that aren't FDA approved. That's why people don't go there. So that's why Americans go there, is because they're tricked into staying in the U.S. medical system. It's the same places I wouldn't go in the U.S. or have offices in Panama. So it's specifically, I mean, there's no place I would avoid more in Latin America than Panama. The last thing you want is U.S. doctors or U.S. medical facilities. Like, that's why you're doing medical tourism, right? You want quality. Don't bring it with you. I'm not saying they're not better than their American in U.S. counterparts, but that's specifically what got people in trouble that I know, is because they went to those places, and the same just out to make money stuff that they'll scam you and keep you sick for money is how they operate. So yeah, I can see that really foolish Americans would choose it because they're being weird about American medical. But if you have the choice, of definitely avoid Panama. Matagalpa is growing also on new businesses, also vertically. Downtown Matagalpa is like more modern than I thought. Yeah, that's, I always say Matagalpa is the most urbane of all the places in Nicaragua. It's the most that feels like a city. That's a lot of why it's my first choice city when I'm in it, even though it's relatively small, but it's bigger than Leon in metro area. It's 500,000 instead of 1/3 you feel it. You feel like you're in a big metro, and with the hillsides all twinkling, like you feel like you're in a connected community of size. Whereas Leon, you kind of feel like your barrio is your neighborhood, and you're going to run over to different places. Barbara says there's a Johns Hopkins hospital affiliate in Panama City. I have read maybe that's where people have headed in Panama. That is specifically the hospital that makes me avoid it. I would never go to Johns Hopkins in the U.S. Certainly wouldn't go to it in Panama. And they specifically scammed friends I had there. But that's, I mean, Johns Hopkins has their head of surgery is the guy who thinks that the pyramids in Egypt are grain stores. Like, they are. I would be so embarrassed to choose Johns Hopkins as a hospital. That is not where competent people go to work. If I was a doctor, you couldn't possibly pay me to work in a facility so embarrassing. That people in Panama go to it, it really shows what kind of expat crowd is in Panama. That Johns Hopkins survives there pushes me out of Panama for sure. Personal projects says Venus, add eggs to the equation and milk products as well. Sí. Mauricio says afuera.
Sí.
Pienso que ellas están en los Estados Unidos. Oh, that's weird. Habla con ellos. Pueden estar en la LiveStream. Dice hola. Edwin says, Esteli, no, even a bigger vertical building, but not even a bigger vertical building. Yeah, Esteli is not vertical. But new plazas, new fast food restaurants, and a brand new aquatic attraction. I heard that they got one. Chinandega got one 2 years ago. Esteli got it now. Tom McEwen is here. Scott, the episode you had with Josie Mart on the drive to Honduran border was amazing. It was so real, raw, and emotional. It was like an episode of HBO's Taxi Car Confessionals, but Nicaragua style. Thanks. Awesome. That one was not very popular in general, so I wasn't sure. It was dark. I really wish we could do it in a bunch of conditions, right? I'm gonna give this quick story because I have a follow-up to why this is good. So my current car is a Toyota Corolla, and it drives fine. And it's a Toyota, right? Like, it works, and it was cheap, and it was used, and all these things. And it's ugly, but it's fine. Well, actually, we got it fixed up, so it looks pretty decent. Todo bien? Okay. There's something funny going on outside.
Fue una confusión.
Okay. ¿Por qué ellos están en los Estados Unidos? Okay. Sí.
Estoy afuera.
Afuera de el país. Mm-hmm. Okay. Spanish is a funny language, and there's this Instagram channel that teaches Spanish, and they just did a funny one where they're like, how do you say right now in Spanish? Ahorita. How do you say in a few minutes in Spanish? Ahorita. How do you say in an hour in Spanish? Ahorita. How do you say tomorrow in Spanish? ahorita, right? It's this funny thing. Well, how do you say outside in Spanish? Afuera. How do you say gone from the country? Afuera. So someone was saying, so the same phrase means, oh, they're not around, they've left the country temporarily, they're traveling or whatever, is also the one that someone uses to say they're outside, you need to let them in. So that was the funny confusion. So the car that I have, some of the problems are it's all heavily blacked out to block the amount of sunlight that's coming in. So that's makes it very hard for driving in many circumstances, but also makes it really hard to film in the car because it's like this awful colored light coming in that just, it's terrible. And you get reflections from the camera. So the camera's seeing like reflections on the inside of the windows instead of the outside. So that's not good. The rear window has just plastic over it for some reason. I don't even know why we haven't peeled it off. It keeps some of the sunlight out, but it also keeps all the vision out. So even driving the car, I can't see out the rear windshield. So if I put a camera in the car, it's dark and looks awful. You can't see anything outside the car. You can see me okay, but I'm not even well lit because the windows are so terrible. And it's a small car, so it doesn't have like a lot of room for good light. So it's not a good setup to begin with. And then it just gets worse and worse as you do all these things. And then it's always messy because it's like a business car. And then it's loud because it's a relatively old car, so it's just noisy. And because everything's blacked out, I have to have the windows down all the time. So it's either blasting air conditioning and not very visible, so I'm still putting the windows up and down, or the windows are open and it's so windy you can't record. So any filming that I do in that car is just terrible. So we have purchased a new car. It's not done yet. I'm going to have a video that goes through all the details of buying a new car. It's the first time that I have purchased a new car here in Nicaragua, and I'm not going to tell you what it is until it all happens and it's done, and we're going to do a video on it. But one thing I can tell you is it's going to be bigger, brighter, and not have all those problems. And it's going to be quiet. So we're going to be able to do a lot more filming from the car and road trips and just a lot more stuff. It's going to be way better. But that really hurt that episode of Josie Mar. He didn't know how to operate the camera, so I couldn't have him doing certain things. And the light was just atrocious, and it was such a hard drive at dusk on those back roads. Oh, that was something. But I do want to do a lot more stuff like that, and I've got a plan on how we're going to make it possible. So I'm excited about that, and I really appreciate, Tom, that one, I appreciate the feedback. I really appreciate that you liked it, because that is a lot of fun to do, and there's a lot of opportunities like that where I could go places and like talk to people. We just don't get to because we don't have the setup for it. So we have the cameras and the microphones and all that. We just don't have that. Luke is back from restaurant La Brasas and De La Finca Coffee Lab. Luke, we need a review on the restaurant. Luke dijo, hola Marcela.
¿Qué?
Luke,
Ya.
Luke
Hola, sí.
del bar en
Recuerdo,
Managua.
en
Sí. Edwin says, how good is Korean corn dog? I've never had a Korean corn dog. I don't know. I've had American corn dogs. They're delicious. And I've had Korean food. It's delicious. The Venn diagram of where American corn dogs and Korean food cross, that could be really amazing or terrible. I'm not sure, but probably good. Everyone says at some point got freezed around 17 seconds and still buffering a little. Oh, it should be good now. I'm trying to watch that. Vince is here. He says, hi, Scott. JC Soma says, hello, Scott. Can you talk about bringing my dogs to Nicaragua? Does a vet doc have to be present at the airport to do a live check? No. If you're flying into Nicaragua, you do not need a vet at the airport. Stupid fly in here. You do have to have your USDA. If you're coming from the U.S., you have to have your USDA check. And as always, I recommend not putting your dogs into cargo. Make sure you have them with you when you fly. But no vet needs to be present. There's no check when you come into the country. They just check that you have your paperwork, and that is all. So if you're going into Honduras, you will need a vet there, but not here, and not in Salvador, and not in Guatemala. None of us have a vet requirement at the airport. Okay, the network is doing well. There's no questions at the moment, so I'm going to take this moment to talk about the status with Marcela. We are going to do a video programa en el futuro pronto para tu tratamiento. But she has, I think all of you know, or nearly all of you know, stage 4 Hodgkin Lymphoma cancer, which she has been fighting. She is now about halfway through her third chemo treatment. 3 quimios.
Sí,
Ahorita.
pronto el 10.
Ahorita. And 10. And el 10?
10 tengo la próxima.
Okay, on March 10th will be her 4th treatment. So far, the treatments are going well. They definitely kick her butt after getting it, but they are going. It's early to really know how effective they are. The efficacy is something that takes time to determine. Obviously, chemo is all about causing severe damage so that your body can wipe out the cancer and then recover without it. So she is going through that process. So this is now 5 weeks, 5 semanas of that treatment. Now she's been doing this since started in July. Really, we did the episode where she cooked repochetas here in the house, and it was about a week after that we really knew something was wrong, and she started seeing doctors, and it took a while. Hodgkin's lymphoma is very hard to diagnose. It takes a lot of specialty equipment, thanks to Vivian Pellis for providing that, and it's just very difficult to even know what it is, because it doesn't have really strong symptoms on its own. What it does is it ends up knocking out your immune system, and then you get other things, and then because you have something that is unexplained, you end up tracing back to it. So there's a long process of trying to treat what they knew she had, only to discover that it was being caused or allowed to happen by the cancer. So that was a long, lengthy process. Now, thankfully, here in Nicaragua, her healthcare is covered by the country. So she has free healthcare. They've taken care of her in numerous hospitals. There has been some private hospitals. We started here in León at a Moxa, but they don't have the facilities for oncology. And the new León hospital has a new large oncology unit, but that is opening later this year and not now. So that is something that we look forward to, but not something that she can take advantage of. So her current oncology has to be done through Manolo in Managua, which is a very good cancer center, but it's far away. So all the treatments, all of that kind of stuff is taken care of and provided. All the diagnostics and months of treatments, months of diagnostics has been a huge process. If this had been somewhere where this had to be paid for out of pocket, it would have been unbelievable. And she has had stints of as much as 3 weeks at a shot in the hospital, like really dramatic amounts of time. So her current status is doing pretty well in reality. Estás bien para todo. There's only so much that she can be doing well, but she's really showing good progress, I think, at this point, and is much better than she was.
Sí, solo pocas cosas, como mareo, las llagas en la boca, la caída del pelo.
Right, she's starting to lose her hair. She's starting to get, there's going to be things in the mouth that you get like sores and stuff, and the teeth start to hurt. And she had to see the dentist today. So a lot of those things that are basically unavoidable are starting to happen. But like overall, 9 months, not quite 7 to 8 months ago, she was actually really sick and could barely breathe because there's a lung infection. La tos fue súper terrible y ahora
sí, ya no.
No hay mucho.
Y el insomnio, pero ahora tengo medicamento para
Right,
eso.
she had a really strong insomnia that went 2 meses, 3 meses.
Sí.
Like essentially no sleep for months. And just a lot of things. She was in terrible shape last year. Right after when we did that Repocheta episode, she was feeling pretty good. And immediately after that, 1 or 2 weeks, like suddenly it was like this really strong cough, and it just went downhill. So it's been this huge thing, but it definitely progress at this point, and things are looking good. Although there's not a lot of follow-up diagnostics yet. It's early. So it's in the show notes, and I will pop a link up as well. But we have a GoFundMe for people who want to help her, and you guys have already helped a lot. This is not a first time that we are mentioning this, and what we're trying to do is raise a total of $5,000 to help her with this process. And we currently, GoFundMe's weird, so everybody's like, isn't it? You can't tell what it is. It shows the wrong amount, and you just have to accept that it shows the wrong amount of how much you're trying to raise, but it does show how much has been raised. So I'm going to pop up the link right now for anyone who wants to go to GoFundMe. There it is. I'll get back to the monitor so we know if we still have a show. Yes, we do. And so we're attempting to raise a total of $5,000. Before we could create the GoFundMe, we already received $1,000. So the goal of the GoFundMe is to raise $4,000 additional dollars to get to a total of $5,000, which gives her $200 per month for the amount of time that they project that the treatments will need to go, because she has to have a direct 6 months. So there's already been 6 months, and so they expect 2 more years. Now there's also already been 2 months into that. So we're 2 months into the 2 years at this point. So the first 6 months, roughly, is her actual chemo treatment. Then she has to go through recovery from the chemo treatment. Then she has to go through a lengthy and similar treatment for the lung infection. That we don't know what that's going to entail, but she's already had to do it once and it was not effective because of the cancer. So they have to do it again afterwards once the cancer's gone. Then she needs to recover from all of that, right? So it's a huge process over a long period of time. And during that time, being a single mom, having 2 kids, in the middle of this happening, she was in the process of moving from Managua to Leon. So she now has a house in Leon and lives nearby. And her house has been on the show. She has allowed her house to be filmed, but we don't say which one it is. But her house has been on the show, and it's a popular episode. So she had to be moved without being able to be there to help. Her house was robbed. Not the house, but the outside had things stolen because they weren't able to bring them in the house. They left things in the yard because they just couldn't get them in the house. Like there's a lot of coordination stuff, right? It was no breaking and entering, just someone hopped a wall, grabbed stuff, and hopped over the wall and ran away, right? Because people will if they know a house is abandoned. And she couldn't be there for months at a time. Her kids have had to switch schools. They were already enrolled going to school in Leon. They had to switch to Managua. They had to go to a new school. They have to be taken care of by her mother and sister. They're staying with them. And they're bouncing back and forth between the different cities. And she has to have people who help with cleaning her house and cooking food, and she has to have special dietary stuff. So all those things add up. They're not huge, but over the course of 2 years, it's a few $100s a month, and the hope is that 200 over that time. Right now, it's definitely more. It's more like 400, but towards the end, it should taper off dramatically. And so the hope is with $5,000 that it'll be enough to get through all those additional costs. She still has her job. She still has her house. Her kids are being taken care of, and the medical is all covered. So it's a great. It's been a really great experience, learning about a major medical event, because we often learn about minor ones here in Nicaragua, and what it's like bouncing from the private into the public system and seeing how that goes. And obviously there's drawbacks to being in the public. It's much more limited. She's very unhappy with the lack of selection of food at the La Comida es la misma cada día. She wrote to us and she's like, they're not feeding us. And her mother's like, they're feeding her. She doesn't like the food. It's not the same. But it's been really good in that regard, and been a very good experience overall, and far better than we would expect in the U.S. in many regards. And so that is the GoFundMe. We're attempting to raise that. So the GoFundMe shows weird amounts, but the amount it shows we've raised is real. And so when we started this, we were at a total of $1,465. You have to add 1,000 onto that to see where we are in the total. So we are almost exactly halfway to the final goal. So there's a bit of time before we have to get there. But that is where we were, and we are now, wow, another
Gracias.
100. Thank you so much. So we are now more than más de la media, more than halfway by so we're $65 on the positive half of halfway to the final goal, and it makes a really huge difference for sure. So really appreciate everyone who's been regularly sponsoring, and we are going to do some follow-up episodes probably about every 8 weeks, because there's enough to like tell that things are moving. And how she's feeling and everything. We don't want to be overwhelming with it, but we will do some so people can follow along and see what's going on. But I'm glad she was able to make it onto the show tonight. Very rarely is she able to be here. And kind of how it works, for those who are interested, she has the chemo, and then she has almost 48 hours. It's probably a little bit less, 36 hours, of feeling pretty good. Like she goes through this really boring chemo process, and then she's feeling okay. So we figured out that she needs to travel from Managua to Leon during that time, and then she can be here because she doesn't have care for when she's sick at home in Managua. So it's important for her to get here. Oh, we lost the stream. Hold on, we're going to wait. I think it's back. We're back. So we tried to get her here to Leon during the window when she's feeling good, because when she then hits the wall after that, she really needs someone to watch over her. Mostly she's just exhausted, super cansada. So yesterday was the wall for her because the treatment was on lunes.
Fue el lunes.
And so Monday was the treatment. Monday morning, she came here Monday afternoon. And then and we have, even though she has a house here in town, she stays here because there's no one to take care of her at the house. Here, we have the family here, everyone's able to watch over her, and we have a housekeeper during the day. So there's someone to cook for her in certain circumstances. Often it doesn't end up working out because of the schedule, but there's someone here to help out and clean and stuff as well during the day. So even if we're not here, she has someone. So here is important. At her own house, it's just empty. So we get her here. Tuesday, she's fine. Tuesday, the day after the chemo, no big deal. She can go out, went to the party. That was when it just happened to be my birthday. She went to the birthday party. She partied all night, had a good time, felt pretty good. And then when she woke up on Wednesday, it was both, yes, exhausted from the party, but she can't drink because of the chemo. So it's not alcohol or anything. No. She's, and she's really not having caffeine because she can't have soda and stuff. So she's on a very super healthy diet, right? Almost completely vegetarian. Un poco de pollo. Yeah, a little bit of chicken, but it's like loads of vegetables and fruit. So she's very, very healthy in that regard. Like, they're really strict about it. And so it is just staying out late, dancing a whole lot, and then the medicine kicks in. And so she basically sleeps for a day and a half. Yesterday, we didn't see her at all. She would pop out and be like, I'm tired, get a drink of water, go back to bed. That would be it, right? And the dogs would just go in during the day and sleep with her, which is also great. That we have the dogs here. They're so excited that she's here sleeping. All day long, they just pile into the bed with her and stay with her all day. And if she needs anything, they're there to alert us. So that works out well, too. And then today, un poco cansada. Today. Sí. Still tired, but she was able to go to a dental appointment and do some things. And then...
Creo cansada y también porque creo que es poco de reacción. Mi estómago, mi boca.
Partially, she's saying she's a little bit tired because of, it makes her stomach upset, it makes her mouth hurt, makes her head hurt, like the actual surface of her head hurts from it. So those are factors, right, that lead to the tiredness. But then by tomorrow, probably she'll sleep a lot tonight, right? 12 horas esta noche.
Sí.
Yeah. So pretty soon here she'll be going to bed. She's struggling to stay up to do the show, but she'll sleep a lot tonight, and then tomorrow probably she'll be feeling pretty well. Normally by the weekend, she's kind of back to herself, and then once she's good. And we have some events here and stuff. She try to make sure she's able to go out, because it's an important part of the process is that she went through months of not being able to live a normal life at all. And so she's been through as much as 6 months of just not being able to do anything, which was really rough because she gets really bored and frustrated, and that makes her feel sicker, and just, it's bad. So being able to get her out and participating in normal life and seeing friends and stuff is a really important part of the process. So like tomorrow night we'll be at Via Via. And things like that. And then over the weekend, she'll transfer back to Managua so that once she's past that initial chemo barrier and feeling good, then she can go and spend time with her kids, and she doesn't need someone to watch over her during that time, and she can get family time. Tiempo de la familia.
Sí.
So that's the status. That's where she is. So thanks everyone for all the moral support, the financial support, the well wishes, and everything. The community has really come together for her. It's been really good. All right. Jan says, "Hey there, I'm back." back, but I have to go to a class right away. But I'll keep this running like it has been all along. Tenbai did say it's constant buffering. I know there's no escaping it. It's buffering. Luke said comida excelente at Las Brasas. ¿Dónde está?
En Camino de Oriente.
Oh, okay.
Donde fuimos con Henry Hazel.
Ajá.
¿Recuerdas?
Sí.
Fuimos
al
final.
Recuerdo. Es inmediatamente a la derecha de Don
Ceviche.
Sí. Yes. Okay. All right, Luke, I know the place. Oh, I did want to go there. That's good to know. Dala Almanza. Hi, Scott. Has Marcela ever thought of Rick Simpson oil for her cause? If not, maybe she should look into it. I don't think so, and I don't know that name. Is that spelled correctly? Is it Rick Simpson oil? Is that actually the name? I'm unfamiliar. We'll have to look into that and do some research. Not a name I know. Oh, it's Dahlia. Sorry, my eyes. It's very... I's and L's just blend together. Bina says, Costco sells the Korean corn dogs. If you like fried, scored potatoes and tons of cheese, you will love it. I do love fried potatoes and cheese, yeah. But there's... Wait, are there actually hot dogs in it? You guys can see the car behind us. Oh, I don't have the lights on, so it makes the cars and stuff in the back more visible. ¿Puedes enseñar la luz ahí? Sí, es un switch. Atrás. Sí, gracias. There we go. Es un poco luz en la ventana. Yes, that sounds really good, but if there's a hot dog in it, I don't eat it. But if it's just potatoes and cheese, then that's totally my thing. Crosius is here. Hey, Scott, what's the status of the Bluefield's new deepwater port? Has it even started? I don't know. I know that they are dredging, but it's... Okay. Oh, okay. ¿Todo bien? We'll find out. I don't know the status of the Bluefield's port. I don't know how far the dredging is, but even if the dredging is done, it's going to take a long time for the construction of the port. So I suspect that the dredging is actually moving along, but the port, I'm expecting years. Right, because a real functional port requires big, expensive equipment that has to be brought in and done with engineers and stuff. So I don't think it's going to be super fast. Plus, it's only going to do so much business. It's not like it's close to anything. So trucks coming from there are going to take a really long time to get to Managua, 12 hours or whatever. So it's not like we're dying to get it in place, but it would be nice. And it says, did you see a Channel 8 news report about the new vehicles from China, especially from Taidoc Motors, is more powerful like a Toyota, like Hilux and stuff, and also cheaper like any? I have not seen that. I really don't watch TV because I don't have a TV. I can watch it, but that's really cool that they're more like the Hilux and the Nissans. Those are traditionally the ones that we really like. Luke says, great churrasco, like guy tried to offer to do a sketch of me. The work saved on his phone was really good. Asked for $20. I told him I don't carry cash. He hung out for 20 minutes and had a great talk. Well, that's cool. JC says, I'm glad there are hospitals in Nicaragua for serious illnesses like hers. Yeah, we actually have really good hospitals in general. There are certainly things we can't handle here. When my business partner had a stroke, they thought it was far worse than it was. I mean, it was a really bad stroke. But they thought it was a tumor, and the hospital here in Leon transferred him to Managua, but they called Managua and told them to prepare for an air transit to Colombia. That's how bad they thought it was. So they were guessing it had to escalate beyond the country. But when we got to Managua, Managua was like, no, we got this. We're good. And they were fantastic. But it also ended up that they were not doing open brain surgery, which is what Leon thought was going to be the case. So they were preparing for a really bad scenario, and it was only a moderately bad scenario. But I know that for a burn unit, we're number one. Like if you get burned anywhere in the Americas, you want to come here. Vivian Pellis is the best. For oncology and that stuff, we're not like world class, but we're good. It's a lot of those things, open heart surgery, all those kinds of things are not just available in country, they're coming to Leon with the big new hospital. So there's a lot of positive in the healthcare space. Enough that, when I'm in the U.S., I worry about my healthcare access, and when I'm in Nicaragua, I don't. So that's, is it the best? No, that's Colombia. But is it good? Yeah, it's actually pretty good. Luke says another Franklin towards the goal. Thank you. Luke says, oh, we're halfway. Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, living on a prayer. Yeah, I shouldn't do that. Luke says, salt water gargle and rinses for the mouth sores. Oh, good idea. Rick Simpson oil is cannabis oil, not legal in Nicaragua. Oh, I see. Yeah, we can't really get that stuff very easily. That's interesting. I've not heard that term before. How's the stream doing? Looks like it's mostly okay. I am just checking on all the news, make sure things are going okay. Oh my gosh, another $100 has come in for the GoFundMe. Thank you so much. Marcela is not here. She will see it as soon as she returns. I froze. Oh no. Did I freeze? Am I frozen? No, I'm okay now. It must have just froze quickly. Boeing says, Colombia has the health system of the EPS. I don't know what the EPS is. I don't even know what to guess that is. Nope, no clue. Not an expression that I'm familiar with. Hey, we're keeping up with the comments tonight. I have not even been looking at how many people we have on most of the night. It's not a huge number, but it's been really solid all evening. We're just about to hit 300 views. We got about 30 people on. We've basically had 30 people on the entire evening, so that's really awesome. Did anybody sign up? No one has commented. Did anybody sign up for Nicoloro? I want to know, because it's a cool service. If you already have other things, or you already have Mastodon, obviously it doesn't make sense to make another Mastodon. But I really like it, and I use it. So I actually use the Mastodon client, if anyone's wondering, on my phone, and I haven't used it extensively. I'm trying to use it more. Entidad Promotora de Salud. I see. And so I find it to be a beautiful app, very easy to use. And for those who wondered, Nicaragua has an account on there and cross posts. So as events are added, so Nicaragua displays events in the country by their schedule. But if you are on Nicaragua Eventos on Nicoloro, it shows them in a stream as they are scheduled, not by the schedule that they have in the future. It shows them as they get added. So if someone schedules something for 2 months from now and puts it into Nicaragua, it'll show up in the events now. So if you're just looking for the latest announcements of what might be coming, Rumba Eventos in Nicoloro is really nice for that. So here, for example, this one just popped up a few hours ago so it's on the 28th, so it is tomorrow, at Rustic Chill and Grill is Salsa Especial con Giovanni Rojas en Vivo. And that is the one in... That must be the one in Leon. It actually doesn't say. I need to talk to someone about why it doesn't say the city, because it used to say the city, and now it does not. All right, that is a note that I need to make to someone, and I don't have anything open. All right. But so Nicoloro is actually pretty cool. I use it for like all the random things, like my status on things and what I'm doing with different stuff. I just like to throw it there, much like you do with Twitter. But because it's a community here, for Nicaragua. It's it's a much smaller group, and and if you are a user of Nicagram, which some of you may know, you can follow between them. So if you're a Nicaloro user, you can follow people who are on Nicagram, and if you're a Nicagram user, you can follow people who are on Nicaloro. And of course, both of them can follow Mastodon.social and all those different networks and vice versa. So they all hook together, but Nicagram is a photo sharing system, so it's like Instagram, in case the word didn't tip you off. And Nicaloro is a Mastodon system to compete with Twitter. And so they're designed around different things, but so you can't post text alone in Nicagram. You can post photos, up to 8 photos at a time. It looks beautiful. The Pixel Fed app, which is the one I recommend, it's new for your phone, works really well, and it shows, or Ice Cubes is the other one that's pretty good. They do a beautiful job of displaying photos, and when you're a Nicagram user, you have to post photos in order to post, but you can have descriptions of them, so you can still put information, but there has to be images. With Mastodon, so with Nicaloro, you can post just text, like, hey, going out to eat, who wants to join me? Or, right, and it's just a status, and everyone who follows you gets it, even if they're on a different system. And we lost our internet, or we lost, not our internet, but we lost our stream. We're going to wait for a minute. Giving it a moment. Do 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 do. All right, looks like it's coming back. All right, Boink says, that works like a health insurance company working for the public good instead of for corporate greed. Yeah, you really have to have a government-run insurance like that for it to work. Renee is here. Hey, how are prescriptions? Are pharmacies walk-in, purchase, no script needed? I was in Mexico years ago, and you could just walk in and ask for whatever. Yes, in general, there are controlled substances. There are things you need a prescription for, but in most cases, most things you can just walk in and get whatever you need. So if you need specialty painkillers, if you need steroids, if you need antibiotics, if you need hormonal treatments, any like normal, reasonable thing you can walk in and get. Of course, you can't walk in and get, Oxycontin or other crazy things that should not be widely available. No, those things are controlled. And, Dahlia, you can't post websites. A couple people had, I think Luke tried that earlier. Maybe it was Brent. YouTube does not allow the non-hosts to post emails or links. You can send them to me in other systems, like in the Expat WhatsApp group. You could send them in there, but you can't send them here, unfortunately. So, and it's not something I can enable. I can change a few things, but not very many. But that's not one of them. It's like a spam setting. They don't want things because it's unmoderated. It can be moderated after the fact, but it can't be moderated in real time. And so if people are posting dangerous links or stuff, they don't want that happening, especially as many streams only have like the person who's on it doing it. So that's part of their safety mechanism. So unfortunately, they don't allow it at all. But yeah, so most things you can, anything that's like not, addictive and dangerous, you can go into a pharmacy and just get. So all that, like taking care of your own healthcare, and really that's how it works worldwide. I don't know of very many places that require prescriptions. When I lived in Europe, it was mostly the same. It's a little bit different. There's more controls. When I was in Argentina, supposedly, I guess you were supposed to have prescriptions for some stuff, but we walked in and are like, we're not from here, and they're just like, okay, cool. Right? Like, it was very loose controls. When we were in Europe, I don't remember ever having to have prescriptions. I'm sure we have at times had them, so we didn't test everything without them. Most of the time, it was like, oh, my doctor said I need this. I don't know what it is. So, of course, we had a prescription. But most of the time, yeah, there's no need for that. Luke says, I'm probably the only person to find a script here in Nicaragua more expensive than in the States. Once in a while, it happens if something is really rare. No, I've known a couple people. And of course, the big one is Allison from Allison's Journey. That was one of the things that killed her. Not literally. One of the things that was very damaging to her health and financially was that both the medicine and the treatments that she needed here were outrageously expensive. I think the treatments would have been okay if it wasn't for the medicine, but the medicine was just insurmountable. And so that created a financial situation. So, all right, someone just... Yeah. So the pharmacy things, like everything in Nicaragua, it all comes down to common sense in nearly all cases. Like it's all so simple and straightforward. And it only sounds dramatic or weird because coming from the US and Canada, things are so, as Canada says, nanny state. Right? Oh, you don't know how to get medicine, so we can't trust you to make your own decisions. And of course, that's an excuse to forcibly move you into a medical system that you are now forced to pay for. So even things that you could do yourself, like, oh, I can't get aspirin, well, I'm going to go find a willow tree and manufacture my own for myself. Nope, that's illegal, right? Are you going to get caught? Probably not, but it's illegal. Everything's illegal. Everything's illegal. That's both U.S. and Canada basically have made life illegal and then overlook it most of the time. So there's always reasonable doubt to pull you over. There's always reasonable doubt to search you. There's always a reason. And if there isn't a reason at the time, they can always arrest you and make whatever you were doing that wasn't illegal later. So you can always argue as a police officer, you can say, well, what he was doing isn't illegal on the books, but I was assuming I had reason to believe that a judge would declare it legal later, right? And that's completely valid. So there's like this insane system where, quite literally, it's not just an expression, but the entire population is against the law all the time. And we're losing our stream. Oh, maybe it's coming back. Nope. Yep. It can't decide. Nope, now it's really bad. There it goes. Wah, wah, wah. Do I have that sound effect? I have a sound effect. I don't know what one you heard. Because I can't hear it. Well, I'm going to turn on the audio. This is going to cause feedback, I'm sure. It's funny being able to listen to myself. Oh, now the stream's back, and now I'm listening to myself. All right, I'm going to try to listen to I want to know what sound effect I played. But in most of the world, right, we're not dealing with a situation where everyone's illegal. You actually have to break a law to be illegal. And so that's how it is here, right? So all those things that we don't need to have laws that make every single thing restricted. But was it a sad horn? Hey, Road to Health. Oh, I'm about to hear it. Oh, it's that horn. What about this one? Hopefully I don't press the one that makes my voice all weird and then talk for a while with a weird voice. Why is there no Leon Facebook groups? As far as I know, there are. But the Facebook groups, by and large, are all run by... So one, because I'm not here to create one, I don't have Facebook. So that's a factor, because I would. But I'm pretty sure there is. And I just don't know where it is, but I don't have it, so I don't know. And most of the groups are run by, especially the San Juan del Sur ones, are run by real estate agents or lawyers and stuff, people who specifically make money and control the groups so that there is, if someone's like posting a house and someone says, hey, that's not that price of that house, that should be half that, right? They can delete them. Or if someone's like, ooh, you got lied to, you're being taken advantage of, right? You like, watch out, you're being scammed. They can delete them. Oh, that's a stupid sound.
All right, we'll see what that is. I'm getting, though, you don't need a Leon Facebook group because we have a WhatsApp Leon group. If you're looking for a Leon group, there you go. All right. I'm waiting for all these sounds. I'm like entranced by my own video. Like, what sound am I making? I need to have a guide that says what these things are. Jerry just posted a thing in the Leon group. Someone has a $3 charge if you get sick in the restaurant. Joseph says, is San Juan del Sur safe for a solo traveler? Would I get robbed? I mean, oh no, it's the helium
one. I'm sorry. I gotta not do that. I must have them on the wrong settings or something. Oh gosh. Okay, no more of that. No more. I gotta label them. I need to take that off. Why is there a helium voice on my streamer? There's no situation where I actually need a helium voice. Like, that's not a thing. Not a thing. Stupid road equipment. Just kidding. I love my road gear. San Juan del Sur is among the most dangerous places in Nicaragua, but you have to preface that in Nicaragua, which is really, really safe. So all of us go to San Juan del Sur from time to time, and yes, your voice. I'm dying. Like we all go to San Juan del Sur. I don't spend any time, again, I'm a big guy. I know my way around. I know what stupid rocks not to stand by because someone would be hiding behind them. Like, I'm a bit more alert. I've been a world traveler for a long time. So I'm probably more savvy than the average bear when it comes to walking around the streets of San Juan del Sur. But I still will walk around San Juan del Sur in the middle of the night alone and not think twice about it and not worry about it. It's not like people are looking to jump you out of every dark corridor. So it's a village. It's not a city. If someone does jump you, they have limited places to hide. They're taking risks. When people talk about people being jumped on the beach from behind rocks, you need to go to San Juan and take a look and see what they mean, because there's no rocks on the main beach. They're walking way off. I'm not saying that they should be at risk when they do this. Obviously, you should. But if you look at what they're doing, they're going into an area that is very far away from population, and they're going into an area that's very dark. They're also worried about crocodiles out there, with a river coming into the beach, and there's no bridge. That's been gone. So it's like an abandoned part of the beach that's just empty and dark. And then must be what's happening is there's some rocks, and they're coming out at night for people who wander out of the sight of the businesses. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you should be able to feel safe in those places, and it's unfortunate that you can't, but you also should know, if you're in that situation, that you're in a situation that is dangerous. Right, we're not talking about the French Quarter of New Orleans. Like, yep, someone might pick your pocket. Yes, I have seen prostitutes on the street in San Juan del Sur, and recently in Managua, only places I've ever seen them in Nicaragua. They exist other places, but they're not street walking, right? You got to know someone and call them. Which is, it's nice when you don't have to see it, right? But other than that, and in Managua, like, I was in a place and someone posted on my show, they're like, who's on that corner? I'm like, yeah, I found out. Like, I got catcalled in the middle of the night. And So it's a different crowd in San Juan del Sur. Definitely you go out late at night, and you've got the big parties, though, most nights. So that's making a lot of things relatively safe because you can go to large portions of the beach and there's traffic at all times. So that actually does a lot to assist things. But if you wander into the darkness, if you go off on your own, if you go into the barrio areas, if you go into the abandoned streets, yeah, it's still not that bad, but you could get robbed. Like that's, if you were to go into the same areas in the United States, you'd be dead. So it's all perspective, right? But yeah, but if you're a solo traveler and just being normal, no. Like, do I know people who've been robbed in San Juan del Sur? No, I've never met someone who's been robbed in San Juan del Sur. But we hear stories about it, and I have spent a bit of time walking the streets in the middle of the night. And you get a sense of sketchier than other places. Like, you can sense it to some degree. And then it's like, oh, okay, no, I see why people are more concerned. But why are you walking the streets alone at 4 a.m.? Again, you should be able to, but is that really what you plan to do? Or do you plan on going to the parties, going back to your hotel, doing normal things? A normal traveler to San Juan del Sur will not encounter situations that will put them in problems. And it's a nice place to go. Like, go enjoy San Juan del Sur. Be a little bit aware of your surroundings, and you'll be fine. Marcela leaves, and everyone gets quiet. I see how it is. It's like everyone just talks for Marcela. Put the Apple Watch in the pocket. Don't hold... Oh. Luke's giving instructions. Put your Apple Watch in the pocket. Don't hold your $1,000 phone out in front of you. Yeah, those things will help. Honestly, I never worry about my Apple Watch. Like, I never take it off for security. Probably should at times, but I never worry about it. It's also, right, like someone who wants to rob me is not going to know this, but, mine's quite old and an entry-level model. I keep it in good shape. If you were to look at it in person, like up close, you'd be like, that can't be more than 3 months old, right? I'm like, nope, 5 years or whatever. That's probably not true. But I feel like I got it before I came to Nicaragua, which would put it at 5 years old. That's actually possible. It's the first SE model watch. I looked that up, and it's recent, and I got it since I got here, and I had no idea. But there's the sound of me typing. Oh, here we go. Every Apple Watch released in chronological order. The SE released in September of 2020. I got it at the end of 2020. I think I got it in December because we typically do, not because of Christmas, it just works out. We typically do a bit of Apple shopping in December. So my watch is 4.5 years old. So that's fine. Like, I don't need a new one. It's working great. But it is the one that released between the 6 and the 7. It released the same day as the Apple 6. I shouldn't say between. It released the same day as the Apple 6, and the Apple 10 came out last year. That's already 5 months old. So by the time I'm ready for a new one of these, it's probably going to be the 12. But it does make me feel good about the fact that the battery is starting to be a little bit less robust. I'm starting to notice that it doesn't last as long. Well, obviously, because I've had it for a really long time. So that's not bad at all. Now, the SE2 came out in 2022, 2 years later. So if it came out in the original SE came out in 2020, and the SE2 came out in 2022, and we didn't get an SE3 in 2024, there's a possibility of a SE3 coming out in 2025, which would be the perfect time for me to get a upgrade. Sorry, that was a diatribe complete on me getting a new watch, which is pretty irrelevant. But I got my first one, my Apple Watch Series 1, not the 0, in 2016. I must have. That doesn't actually seem possible. I must have had an Apple Watch 0 and not realized it and thought it was a 1. Is that really the case? I'll have to look. But I had a very early Apple Watch. in that range. So, but if I got it in 2016, which is when I think I got it, I think it's a Series 1, then it would have been 5 years old in 2021, and I got this one in 2020. So I actually went 4 years with that one, and I've already gone longer with this one. Well, I feel good about that. I didn't realize. So that's a good cycle for getting a watch. If I can go one more year on this, I'll feel pretty good about that. And that first one was a hand-me-down. I did not buy it new. My CEO had gotten it, and it was a woman's watch. But I wanted to try it out. I didn't want to go buy a watch and be like, will I use it? So she was like, yeah, it was a little bit small, and I didn't like that because it didn't fit well on my wrist because I have large arms. So I actually wish I had a bigger watch, but this one is bigger than that and does the trick. But that one taught me that I would use it. So when my wife bought one, she needed one, and she got a 6, and then I got the SE, and it's been great. And so both of us are still on those early watches, but it's about time for both of us to get a new one. So who's wearing your new watch back for the States? Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. That's a good point. But the one I want, the one that would make sense for me, is not out yet. So I have to wait for September and see if they release it. Or else maybe go to the Series 11. But I really don't need the extra features. If I rent a house, this is Tony. If I rent a house or apartment and something breaks or a roof leaks, who's responsible for repairs? Well, normally if it's a rental, it's not on you as long as it's house stuff. Now, if you have like a leaky toilet and like you need to replace some little thing, generally that's going to be on you. Technically, could you make the landlord deal with it? Yeah, maybe, but often. And that depends. If you're in like a super luxury place, you can be like, hey, I'm going to stick something cheap on there with duct tape. Or do you want to fix it for real? Get on it. But under normal circumstances, we just fix things, right? So I have a great deal on my rental. Fantastic deal. Definitely a deal that would make the people who are like, you can't live in did everybody see the thread about how you can't live comfortably in Nicaragua for $3,500? And we're all like, we all do. What's wrong with you? But I have an amazing deal on my rental, so I'm not going to bug them about like, the toilet, which I've had for years. I've lived here for a long time, right? Oh, we flushed so much that the handle broke. No, we just run to the store, buy a new handle, put it on, right? Oh, that cost a couple bucks. No big deal. I don't want to have a conversation with them for that. But when the pump breaks, when we have a problem with the plumbing, oh no, we go out, we look at it and say, is it something like, did a switch get flipped? Is there something we can just do? No. Okay, we call the landlord, and within a few hours, her plumber is out here dealing with the pump or the plumbing or whatever. When septic had to be done, okay, this would be ridiculous if we did it, but she put in a new septic tank. That was not because the house needed it. It was because the house had to get off of the one it was using because it was using her brother's that she didn't actually own. But so that was all done, right, by them. So really, if it's minor things or wear and tear, we take care of it. This is us. I'm not saying you have to do it that way. Janet is actually here. Woo woo. But we have had roof issues. We do try. So if it's ceiling issues, normally we deal with it because that's wear and tear from the lizards, from the iguanas. But if it's the roof itself, they take care of it for sure. But sometimes our guy goes up, does some inspection, and then talks to the landlord and is like, hey, roof is leaking over here, or we got this plumbing that's fit. What do you want to do? And sometimes they'll be like, hey, can you, I don't know, hook up a hose to that and blow some pressure through it and just see if it works? And they'll be like, yeah, whatever. Or they'll be like, oh, no, we need tiles. We need these things. And then they come in and do it. So and we've had some places where we rented and they had to do major work. And they get it done. So it's generally pretty good. TJ's here. Hey, Scott, he says. Hey, TJ, good to see you. It's not even 8 o'clock yet. We're doing pretty well. I do need another soda. I think Marcela bailed on us. She has disappeared. I'll get rid of this chair. At least got to move it over. Myself a little bit more in the middle. I haven't been watching the stream. I need to check and make sure you guys are still seeing me. And you are. Have I thought about getting another ISP? I have not. When we've had them, like I'm really convinced this is not Techo having the problem, because I'm able to connect. So when we're having the problems here, we're not having a connection problem to Google in the US. So it's something with YouTube, at least tonight. And so that's really, and when we first got here, we had another ISP, and we learned that we never went over to them. Yes, Marcela has disappeared. She is laying down. Her head was starting to hurt. That was a lot for her to be here. But, we only have limited options. We can get Claro. Claro comes out no problem. But the Claro that we get here isn't, I don't think, good enough for what we want to do. So it would be a fallback and be like, I don't know. So it's, we definitely, we had it for a while and just never used it. It would be handy to have two, so that we could use them side by side and flip back and forth and be like, oh, this is, this is clearly a problem that they're both sharing right now, or this is one that it's only one or the other. Luke says, YouTube, ragtime on live feed, yet all their commercials are flawless speed. Well, yeah. So the difference is all the commercials are pre-rendered. They have them sitting on their servers. They're not streaming them. So they're a completely different technology. And this is a live stream, right? So if they're having a problem ingesting the data, it's already a problem, because they have to receive this and they have to convert it, which uses a lot. But all those commercials are pre-converted. Ping plotter. So TJ, I'm not using ping plotter, but I am running a ping, and it is solid. I've not seen it. Oh, there's one time 53 milliseconds, but it's been 39 to 42. Solid for so long. Even when we completely drop, it's solid. So it's a ping plotter would be useful to really see it over time, but it's not us tonight for sure. Because we're going to completely zero on YouTube and Google. The same company is receiving stuff without a problem. Patricia says, are you working on making a video of all your refrigerators? I am. I'm actually going to do that. Yep, that was a funny suggestion that I'm actually going to do. Because it is a funny thing that moving here, for some reason, we suddenly learned that we need so many more refrigerators. But part of it is, right, that when we lived in the States, we never did bulk purchases, really a little bit, but not a ton. Oh, awesome. So our dentist said she would love to be on the show sometime. So they're going to talk in the morning, or tomorrow, I guess, and figure out when it makes sense to have her on. But that would be awesome. Maybe she can be on next week, because Marcela's not here. But that would be really cool, because she speaks English really well. So she could be on and answer questions in real time and hang out. And you can get to know her, because she is the one that pretty much all the expats come here and want to go see. She comes very highly recommended by loads of people, thanks to Mike Lopez, who originally introduced us to her, and she's been our dentist now for 4 years. Janet says, I have both Tigo and Claro internet, and honestly, if one isn't working well, the other is working, so I do flip back and forth, but your internet service is fancier than both of these. It is, hopefully. And I do push it hard all day, every day, and all the equipment, everything is running at its limit at every moment of every day. So that would be cool. I do like having guests on the show. It's way better. There's so much more going on when that happens. All right, I'm just checking all my messages and stuff, seeing what's going on. All right, guys, more conversation. What are y'all up to? What's going on this weekend? People got plans? I'm a little bit behind on making videos the last couple days. I'm working really hard to keep a backlog up to date out in front of us so that we're able to consistently have flexibility to get everything done. So that's been going really well. I actually have like 9 days ahead of time now, and I'm trying to build that up. I really want to get it up to like a month. I think that would be fantastic, so we can really focus on making videos and not worry about the day to day, because it's like sometimes I can film a whole bunch because I'm doing stuff, and sometimes I can edit a whole bunch because I'm doing stuff or different stuff, and trying to do a record, upload, download, edit all in one day is terrible. But if I can get enough backlog, which I have now, then I can do things like record during the day and completely not worry about it, like not at all, do absolutely no editing and let it, and not even upload. Because like right now, I didn't record today, but had I recorded today, I couldn't upload during the show because it uses every bit of bandwidth they can get, more than YouTube will try to take. So it's a real problem. But if I had stuff recorded today, I could let it upload through the night. So I try to do that. I really like it where I let one camera upload through the night, and then I have another one to upload in the morning. And I already have stuff from previous days that are set aside for me to edit, so I can get down, because a lot of times in the morning I'm in conference calls, or I'm just helping out with the office and stuff, and I can't go out and film, which I would like to film more first thing in the morning, but it just doesn't work very well for me. And that's why you guys see so much in the afternoon, like afternoon filming. But that lets me sit down and just have time to edit and do uploads during the day from the edit to YouTube and edit to Rumble and get those taken care of, and then film when I get a chance throughout the day, and then let it do as many uploads at night. If I'm backed against the wall and doing things as fast as I can, I've got to record and then upload and then download and then edit and then upload again all in one day, and I have to do it in serial. But if I have enough time, if I have that backlog, then I can do it in parallel, and everything's more efficient. The upload is more efficient, the editing is more efficient. I can plan when things are going to come out and move them around. Valentina is able to do the thumbnails a lot more efficiently when we do that, because she does them in batches first thing and then we're not scrambling, because my other process, I do all that and then she doesn't get to see it until the next morning. So she's doing the thumbnail 12 hours after it's gone live. It does not work great when I get too close to 10 between all the different channels. It's pretty crazy when I stop and think about it. Renee says, on a semi-personal note, Nicaragua, why? You're a man of means. What is it? You can live anywhere. You live above the means of locals, or I think he says, to live above the means of locals, or to live middle class in higher quality environment. So, hold on, let me check the stream before I answer when it's not working. No, it's working. Luke says, we're going to get back to Renee. Luke says, do you want to do a remote in Matagalpa while I have the 3-month lease? Heck yeah. Yeah, let me know, especially if you have some space. I might come up and crash in Matagalpa. I'm always down for crashing in Matagalpa, especially once I get the new car. Then I really want to come up, because I want to be filming the drives. I haven't done the drive film in 2 years. We're coming up on 2 years since I went up there with Camille, and she wants to come back and do the show more as well. She just quit her job and is in the process of getting out and traveling again. She goes through kind of a 2-year cycle on that. We're on her 3rd cycle now since she was first on the show, and I just went through some of those episodes. December of 2021 is the first that she appeared on the show, and then she did 2023 on the show quite a bit. That's where some of our biggest episodes ever still are from, and I'm hoping to get her back and do some more, because she really enjoys doing the show. And but with the new car, so I haven't filmed like the drive to Matagalpa in a while. There's just a whole bunch of stuff. It is worth noting, I'm just remembering, like, how old is my 360 cam? it was 2 years ago that I was filming with it. So I've had it for 2 years, which sometimes I'm like, it's new. Well, I mean, 2 years isn't old, but it's not new. Like, oh, just like the watch. I really thought this was like 2 years old. No, it's 5 or 4.5. All right, I'm at that age where all the stuff I own, I take really good care of it, so it feels like I have things for a long time. But like my phone, I had for 3 years, and my watch is 4.5. I have an Apple HomePod, that's got to be 4. Pretty sure I had that before we moved here. So all that stuff, anything I bought before we moved, my desktop computer is 5 years old, my laptop's 2 years old. Yeah. Anyway, none of that. Like, again, that's all pretty new, but it feels to me brand new. It's my new laptop. It's my new watch. But yeah, doing a Matagalpa stream would be fantastic. We'll have to figure out enough gear to bring up for that stuff. Oh, the other thing is, like my camera gear, I can grab the Oli. This bad boy, which I love. This is my Olympus EM1 Mark II with a Rode wireless kit on top of it, and the I don't even know what it is. The 12-100 f4 lens, the Pro. Like this is hardcore gear. You can pour a bucket of water on this and it won't flinch. Like this is gear, right? I spent the entirety of 2021 planning on getting this, and like really thinking about the exact models I wanted to get. And by the way, if you've never used one of these, it's got a focus clutch. Oh yeah, that's smooth stuff. I love Olympus and I love Fuji. They're the two that just consistently make me so happy with cameras. But so in 2021, I did a lot of talking on the show and deliberating about what I wanted to get for cameras, because I was really looking at the two and playing with some different ideas. And at the time, we had gone through so much cost of moving. Renee, I'm getting back to you. I'm just distracted. It felt like this big process of not having cameras. I feel like my shirt needs to be buttoned up more. And but then I got this in like early 2022, like right at the beginning of the year. So I've had it pretty much the entire time we've been in Nicaragua. And I just like, but it's my new camera. And then the Fuji I got, it's already been a year. And we need it for the live stream. We couldn't do the live stream without it. So we started the live stream over a year ago. And I don't think we ever did an actual live stream without it. Maybe we did, but I don't think so. So it's like, wow, a lot of this gear has, to me, it's brand new. But in reality, I have used that Fuji that I feel like I never use more than most people will ever use a camera, because it does, I don't know, an average of 14 hours of live streaming, long form video per week. And then I use it for many of my shows. And then I use it for many other things as well. Like it gets abused for real. No wonder I'm like, maybe I should have backup equipment. All right. So Renee says, being a man of means, what is it that I can live anywhere? So yeah, so we spent a really long time moving around the world trying to figure out where we wanted to live. And one of the reasons that I think this channel is valuable in the way that it is because, not because of who I am or not because of what we do. Obviously that I like to ramble on camera has been beneficial in certain ways, but because we had the ability to live essentially anywhere in the world. We're not limited financially. I mean, we're not rich, but we're okay. We can live, I can live in the States. We lived in the States. We were able to afford it. I can live in Europe. I can afford it. Would we be as wealthy as we are here? No, but we would be able to live comfortably in any of those places. And actively have. And one of the times when I'm like, I don't prefer Costa Rica, instantly you will get the Costa Rica promoters being like, yeah, you would if you could afford it. I'm like, okay, but I lived in more expensive places, right? Like, come on. I lived in New York City. Right? I worked in San Francisco. Like, you're not actually comparing them to that, right? Okay, I realized Tamarindo is still for the rich people, but in general, like, I can move to Costa Rica really easily, right? It's not that crazy. But I don't prefer it. And so having actively lived in Europe, having actively lived in North America, having actively lived around Latin America, and having the financial means to do so, and having the knowledge of the countries, and having really taking the time to have been in lots of places, and making a really long, slow, careful deliberation about where we wanted to live, and honing down our process as we went, and then choosing a place that was a little bit less common. I think that our insight on it is completely different than you get from most people. Most people do their research without moving to places because, how do you do that? It's hard, right? And it takes time and money. So most people are very reticent to run out and say, like, okay, we're going to spend the next decade moving from country to country to find the right place to settle. They don't want to do that. They might like the idea, but they're like, but we want to end up in a place. So that we did that is one thing, and that we were willing to go different places. We lived in Kiev during the war, right? We lived in Panama. We lived in different parts of Nicaragua. We lived in the outskirts in Romania and in wild areas. And while in those places, we did lots of extensive exploration around them to really try to get a feel. And we did so much research before we went so that we could make that time as valuable as possible. That makes a difference. So why did I choose Nicaragua? So, there's loads of places that I love, and I talked about this earlier in the live stream. We really did a good job of our research ahead of time, and we're very flexible people, that we had a lot of options that we were very serious about. And when we went to them, we really did enjoy them. We managed to eliminate places that we think we would have been unhappy with. Places that sound wonderful, Germany and England and probably France. And, there's a lot of places that you could name and you'd be like, oh, I'm sure that's a nice place. And I'm sure it is. And I've spent time in all those. And if I had to live in them, of course I could make it work. But none of them do I think, if I go to now, do I go, oh, man, I wish I was there. No, I want to visit, sure. But do I want to live there over where I am? No, I don't. Maybe in September when the weather's just perfect in Western Germany and you can go out and it's like you kind of want to wear a fleece and jeans and you want to go for a long walk and everything's so safe and everything's so pristine and every train is exactly on time and like there's things that you're like, oh, and you can just hop a train and go anywhere in Europe. Oh, there's things that I absolutely wish I had. I love some of that stuff. But yeah, for September, it's great. But by November, it's too cold. I don't want to be there that cold. By summer, it's way too hot. I don't want to be there when it's that hot. Oh, but I want to go to dinner. It's too expensive. And it's too early in the day. Like there's things I really like. I love a chilly afternoon with a jacket, sitting in a cafe outside in Germany, having a little piece of Kuchen that isn't overly sweet and a coffee that's really delicious and people watching and all of that is wonderful. And I like a lot of that European culture and I totally could live it. But I also find so much of Europe to be overly polished, overly packaged. It's almost like you're living in a museum and everyone's kind of agreed to live in a museum. Would I take Europe over North America? Absolutely, right? No question. It's so much great stuff about Europe. And there's always going to be a part of me that's like, oh, I miss Europe, for sure. But when I come to Latin America, I feel so much more adventurous while being also connected. Like I here in Nicaragua, but in lots of other places too, I really feel like I get to be a part of a place. I feel like I get to participate and matter. I get to make a positive impact, but I also get to be a part of things. When I'm in Europe, I don't feel put out, but I rarely got a feeling of really being connected. When I was in Romania, that was a little bit different. I did feel connected in Romania a bit more than a lot of other places. But for the most part, I think Europe was a great stepping stone. It gave us a lot of the courage to go out and try other things. Because when kids were really, really little, that's where we went first, and that helped out. And I certainly want to spend time in Europe again. However, the climate in Europe, literally the climate and figuratively the climate, have become places that it's far less attractive than it was even 10 years ago when we wanted to be there. And so much of what I like about Europe is in my memory. The Europe that I remember was pretty amazing, and I still preferred Latin America and the Europe that is there now. And I talk to Europeans, and they're like, yep, the place of my childhood is gone. It's kind of like when growing up, I watched a ton of British television. It's a huge thing that I did with my mother. Some on my own. I started watching like Doctor Who when I was very, very little. All on my own. My parents hated it. They liked that I watched it. Like, they're like, yep, that's a great program for you. We do not want to watch that. But my mother and I would watch Are You Being Served and Keeping Up Appearances. And as time goes by, my father would watch that one. We had our shows, Red Dwarf, things that I watched all through my childhood, and they formed so much of my impressions of Europe and England especially. And it's so wonderful, the pub culture and the little neighborhoods and the countryside. Moving to England of the 1980s would be in so many ways a dream. But I talk to people who grew up in it, and they're like, oh, I totally know what you mean. No, it's gone. It's not there. They're like, the pubs are gone, the communities are gone, the culture is gone. Like, it's not the same place at all. Linguistically, it's changed. It's just, it isn't that place. And, things like the Vicar of Dibley were kind of the trailing end of it, even by Monarch of the Glen. And if you don't know these shows, then none of this makes any sense. Even by that time period, it was waning. There was very little left. And it's this beautiful memory that we have. And I was there in 2007, and it was amazing. And I was there in 2012, and it was amazing. But you noticed by 2012, it had diminished from 2007. In 2007, I was spending some time in Belfast, and I remember one of my favorite moments in life. My wife and I it was just my wife and I. We didn't have kids yet. We were a year away from having our first, and we wanted to really go see Belfast. And I had an office there, so I was there working. And but we hadn't spent time in Belfast yet, and I had this really sweet office inside White Star House. If you know, you know, right? Like, I had the window view of the dry dock at White Star House. I also did 2 PhD papers about that, unrelated, just happened to be. Like, that was freaking cool. And so one night, a friend was like, yeah, let's go out. Let's go do something. So just this one really close employee, one of my staffers, and my wife and I, he drove us, and even he didn't know where to go. He's like, we want the thing. We want the experience, right? So we drove into eastern Belfast. I think that's right. I could find it on a map. Hollywood. And we got out there, and we pulled over on the street, and he's just grabbing guys off the street. He's like, hey, where's the best crack in town? And they directed him to a place, and he's like, I've heard of this place, but no one knows how to find it. And it was the I believe it was the Dirty Duck. I think that's the name. I have to double check that. I can definitely track it down. It might be the Black Swan, but I'm pretty sure it's the Dirty Duck. I'm pretty sure the Black Swan is actually the pub in Stratford-upon-Avon, and they call it the Dirty Duck as a joke. Because it's the Black Swan. But I'm going to open up a map and see if I can track this down, see if it even still exists. But we went to this Dirty Duck, and it was waterfront in Belfast, and it was an old house, and not even that, not like a classic old house, just like an old house that had been converted into a pub, and they had just the most amazing beer on tap, and this house was kind of waterfront, and it had views of, oh gosh, I literally went to Belfast from a satellite view, put my mouse on it, and zoomed straight into the Dirty Duck. My gosh, I nailed it to within 2 houses from a satellite view. That is crazy. It is still there. I'm going to share this. This is one of the best places anywhere, at least traditionally. And, they were voted the best gastropub in Ireland in 2023. So that's not surprised. Oh, yeah, the downstairs bar. That's where I sat. The Panoramic restaurant was not there at the time. This was not a restaurant. It did not have a beer garden. This was a very hardcore kind of place. It was just that basement. And we went and just hung out and had beers and some food, and a band came, and it was just like Nicaragua today, right? They had a band come in and play rock music live. The place packed. Everyone was getting beers. It was fantastic. Now, the thing that's different than here is that it was cold. It had views of downtown Belfast across the loch. The beer was real ale on tap, right? And it was just wow, right? It was so exactly what I dreamed Ireland should be in every possible way. It was so amazing. And the people, like, there was no tourists, not a one. And when I ordered Old Peculiar on draft instead of some, touristy thing, I ordered it, and the place got quiet, and all these old Irish guys turned around to look at me, and realizing that I'm clearly not Irish, were like, yes! And everybody got super excited, and it was like we were so welcome. It was so cool. And I get that as close as I can to what I loved about that trip, what I loved about those old shows from England. I get that from Latin America. Now, I get it with a wild Latin flair. So there's very specific parts of that old culture that I don't get, and I wish I did, right? The pubs don't feel the same because it's not cold outside, and people aren't huddled around a fireplace, and they're not doing root vegetable Wellington because nobody even knows what that is, and you can't get those root vegetables here, right? So there's all these things that are different, but that we're all having beer and listening to a rock band and piling into a cheap little bar and just making space and just there to socialize and BS each other and be a community. I feel like it's still there in Latin America, and it's still there a little bit in Europe, but not like it was. And I know the whole world has lost some of that stuff, but Latin America is holding on to so much more of it. And I didn't really articulate this to myself before, but I really feel like those things that I loved and that I sought in Europe existed there, but are mostly gone now, but do still exist here. And I don't know how long they'll last in Latin America. I don't want to miss it. I don't want to give up the strong locality that culture here has, the incredible sense of local communities, and it's a different experience than you get so many places, and it's so varied. And I feel like I had this moment in 2012. I was standing on, I don't know the name of the lake, but I could find it easily. I was on the east side of Hallstatt on a lake in the Alps, and I was walking along this lake at, 1 o'clock in the morning, and I'm in the middle of nowhere, and it's dark and silent. And yet, being in the Alps in Western Austria, in a tiny little village, and if some of you are going to go Hallstatt, isn't that like this big, bustling tourist place? It is today. It was not then. I was there before it became popular. We were in Hallstatt before it was cool. And there weren't any tourists. We saw like 5 while we were there. And it's the town where the famous Jack Wolfskin hat came from that I wear in all the early episodes. And I had this moment where I felt connected. I remember standing on this lake and looking out at the dark mountains across the way. And I thought to myself, over those mountains is a whole bunch of Europe that's like super welcoming. And behind me, behind these mountains, a whole bunch of Europe that's really welcoming. And over there to the east, it's a ways, but Hungary, and Romania, and it's all over there. And it was so, and if I go that way, it's Switzerland, where my family's from, really close. And it felt like home-ish a little, not like my home, but like the comfort of home. But I felt like I was connected and a part of a community. And when I'm in the United States, I really don't get that. And a lot of it's geographic, right? It's not because Americans are not a community. I grew up in the United States, and I certainly feel more that way in New York than I do in like Texas. But when I'm in the US, I kind of feel like, if I go off that way, and this is real, if I wander that direction, I may eventually hit a woods and never see a house again and die. And if I go this way, this is spread out and it's cold and people don't want to talk to you. And something about walking through European villages in the middle of the night feels like there's a little bit of life, just a little bit. Even if you're like Norway, Iceland, in the middle of the night when everything's dark and cold and quiet, somewhere there's still a pub with one or two people still having a beer, and the place hasn't fully disappeared. But when I'm in America and I get to that 3:00 in the morning and I'm outside and I'm standing between, I don't know, just standing on a road, I feel alone. I feel isolated. I feel unattached to the place that I am. And I don't know how much of that is cultural and how much is geographic, but I really feel differently about it. And being in Latin America, even here in Nicaragua, I feel a lot more attached to Mexico and Argentina and Colombia and Panama. And there's this, it's like we're kind of one place. And the fact that the buses will take us there and that our television is shared across the region and the language is shared across the region, there is a connection. And when we go to a baseball game, right, we may see teams from different countries, and it's just and whenever something happens around Nicaragua, it's like we're all in one community together. It's really cool the way that it feels like a single place. So that's a lot of why Europe is better for me than North America, but then Latin America I feel takes Europe to the next level and is the Europe that I wanted. So Nicaragua specifically, this is a really long answer to Rene's question, but one, we didn't try every single country, but we have yet to try one that has tempted us to leave. So that's important. Nicaragua has even temperatures. That's important. We really connect with the culture here. It's more visceral. It's more connected. It's more instant community. Like, we really feel part of the community here. So that's important. It's so welcoming. Everyone wants us to be here. Everyone wants us to succeed. Everyone wants not for us to just be here, but for us to connect and be a part of the place. And I want to do some of the filming of this. I want to go out to like local bars and just hang out and show, while it's so different than going to a pub in Ireland, it's also so unbelievably the same. And the Friday nights at the Simple, or Friday afternoons at the Simple, Friday nights at Via Via, this coming Saturday, right? Franklin and Brenda are playing at Desperados. And they always say, and friends, right? And they do this, and friends. They get up and they perform, and all these other musicians come around. I've never seen this in America. Of course, it happens, but I've never seen it. I grew up in the country. I grew up in the kind of areas where you would expect this stuff, and we would go to the bar, go to a restaurant. The chances that there would be live music was so rare. And when they did have it, it was like a band, and it was formal, and they had to do this very specific thing. And here it's like, we got these guys, they're going to play some music tonight, and then randomly they'll be like, hey, so-and-so's here, and they'll come up. And they'll sing, or they'll grab the guitar and they'll play, or they'll bring their own instrument and they'll join in. And you're like, this is so that European thing. This is what they did in Ireland. And this is what they're known for in those pubs and known for in that culture. And that's totally alive and every day here. It's not once in a while. It is constant. There's so much creative juices flowing. There's so much real life. And that's such a stupid term, but I think we all know what it means when we say it, that it's like real life is still available here. And Nicaragua just had more of it than other places. It just felt like the kind of place where we had to be, and it feels like the kind of place where we get to participate and we get to make a difference. And culturally, like, we're not fighting the culture. We want to be a part of the culture. And that's so key. You got to live in a place where you want to be a part of the culture. If you need to change the culture to enjoy it, you might be able to. You're never going to enjoy it as much as finding a place that you just fit. And I'm real flexible. You could fly me into Zurich today. Boom, I'm good. I just fit. You can drop me in London. I can make it work. You can put me in rural backwoods Romania. Tomorrow morning, I'm out with the farmers having drinks in the field. I adapt. I grew up as a farmer. I'm from the most rural, not connected to anywhere kind of place. Needing to adapt to the culture that you're in is second nature to me. I have worked everywhere in the world. I've had to move and be able to work in completely different environments between morning and night, and go from, big city, working with major universities and professors and directors of hospitals, to sitting in a private bar that people are spilling beer on the floor and throwing their food on the floor and getting wasted in the middle of the night, with guys who do medical waste processing in South Carolina in the same day. And that's, I'm used to that adaptation is a very normal thing. And so, yeah, I can pretty much handle being anywhere. You can throw me into North Africa, I'll get along fine. I blend in on the street to the point where some guy thought I was Moroccan. A Moroccan thought I was Moroccan on the streets of Fez. But Nicaragua, just, it was the right mix. It's the right vibe. It's the right time. There's a lot of very specific things that we love about it. And, certainly low cost of living is a bonus. And the incredible tax situation is a bonus. And the way that they allow us to work and invest in a bunch of things are bonuses. But they're bonuses. They're not the driving factors. But the culture, the way that the country and the people view us and treat us and want us to be here, those are things that are much bigger factors for us. And so that's the best way I can put why, and especially how Nicaragua manages for me to outrank Guatemala, even though Guatemala City is my favorite city. And I love big cities, and I kind of wish we lived in a big city. A big city in the mountains, kind of exactly my thing. But my wife really likes the beach, and so that's a factor as well. Hopefully that answered that question. Patricia says, today I watched an older video of you answering questions from Don Johnson about moving there. Did he make it? Yes, he did. How many channel subscribers can you name who have moved to Nicaragua? Oh, gosh. So first of all, Don actually took a house that Marcela and I filmed years ago and was on the show. And he actually lived with Jimmy for a little while, like a couple days. And Janet, who responded immediately after Patricia, might have Don living in her house right now, but he has a house that he's moving into. He's gotten a house from other friends of ours, but he has been staying with Janet and Tommy, who she's talking about. And Janet said, well, we are taking Tommy for his x-ray and surgery in the morning. It sounds like I need to stay with him for 3 hours. And I'm really not sure yet. Oh, poor Tommy. He's having a lot of tests, but we're getting him healthy. That's the important thing. We're all really hoping that he can go through surgery and be okay, because he is 10 and going through surgery. No, he's 12 and going through surgery is a big thing. But we're getting, it really sucks that he is 12 and now has to get neutered. But for his own safety, he's got to be, because he's going to get cancer or something. But he's doing pretty well. Gosh, how many people can I name that have moved here? Well, it would take me a long time because I'd have to go through a lot of stuff, but I don't know. I bet of people that I've physically met that have moved here in person say maybe 50 of people that I've been told that have moved is in the hundreds. I can physically name of people that I know that that have moved that I've seen in the last week, 2 weeks. It's probably about 20 that have moved in the last few months. It's tough because I don't necessarily always keep track of everyone, and I don't have a list, but it's quite a few, actually. It's like a surprising number. We're estimating that we're getting into the thousands of people who've actually moved some way because of the channel. And not just, hey, I saw some of your videos and I moved, but people who are like, your channel was inspirational or educational or a main driving factor in making me feel comfortable enough to move or whatever. Luke says, mid-March to mid-June. All right, awesome. Matagapa. Luke quiere que Ramos, Matagapa, para un en vivo remote de su apartamento en Matagapa.
¿Cuándo?
La media, el mitad de marzo, media junio. Entonces, más o menos pronto, pero no inmediatamente. Luke says, here at Hotel Mazante. Wait. TJ says, have you ever thought about going live on multiple platforms at the same time? I have, it's tempting. So one of the things is I don't have Facebook. So really, I need Marcela to make a Facebook page. Necesitamos tener una página de Facebook para mi canal y podemos ir en vivo en ambos en el mismo tiempo.
Okay.
That's probably a good idea. Y necesitamos un Instagram para Nicaragua. Habla mañana con Paul porque necesita usar la cuenta de Meta. The thing is other than Facebook, I don't know what platform would actually make sense. And so that's why we've really been hesitant, because I don't have Facebook. And I don't think we're going to get people on X. I don't think we're going to get people on Twitch. This stuff seems to get kind of weird. If you have an idea of where we would go, I'm totally open to it. But some of the problems is that because of the way that we do a live stream, very few of the services are very affordable. And so because the show doesn't really make money, having something that costs more money to do is hard to justify. So, and if we look at, so the main ones are Restreamer. And if someone knows of one that's excellent to try out, of course, we can look at that. But it's... Oh, no. Restreamer lets us do it without a streaming provider. That's actually viable. Oh, I'm really glad we just did this. Because I definitely have data centers that I can run it in. That is really interesting. Now, it supports modern H.264 streaming. We do H.265, but maybe it supports that too, and they just don't talk about it. Stream to website, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Periscope, Vimeo, Wowza, AMS, Red5, and more. All right. That's got some possibilities. All right, I'm gonna look into that. Has anyone used Restreamer? That is a good question. StreamYard, if that's the right name, is the big 800-pound gorilla of this space, and often those are the best. Their pricing is going to be not the lowest, but pretty good. I hate that they hide the pricing. That tells you it's expensive. There's no what's the price option. Product Y, yeah, wow. They used to show price. StreamYard pricing. Let's see if we can find a price page. All right, updated plans since 2024. Okay. All essentials. Unlimited viewers, streaming, and local recordings. On-screen participants 10. Is this? And then cloud storage 50 hours, seats 2 or 4, multi-stream destinations. Core would go to 3. I'm sure that's enough. If we pay for it, it removes the logo, adds personal logos, custom things, has a dark mode, camera shapes, 1080p screen sharing, pre-recorded streams up to 2 hours, full HD, yes, okay, reusable studios. Doesn't do 4K local recordings, not needed. Backstage doesn't have unless we pay for the upgraded one. Okay, but it doesn't show the pricing. So literally, I don't know what it costs. That's unfortunate. Oh, pricing and discounts. Does this have? Nope, that page is gone. It seems that StreamYard doesn't consider themselves worth actually considering. They have no interest in, no, I will not look at StreamYard again. That's the last time I'm going to look at their webpage. That was so, you're not wanted. I literally feel like they went out of their way to tell me that they don't want me as a customer. That was the StreamYard experience on their website in just a few minutes. But Restreamer, maybe that would work. It would be much cheaper, and I can hook up my own thing. But where would I stream? Maybe Facebook. Luke says, here at Hotel Mazonte, dual citizen, Bluefields and Miami, here to see her mom every 90 days. Great conversation about why I chose Nicaragua. A Texan merchant marine who owns in Jinotega soon. Graduate gymnologist. My kid just started university in Cardiff, UK, and it seems to be like the old England you mentioned. Cardiff does kind of seem that way. All that Torchwood stuff, like there's still little bits. Barbara says, I've watched all those shows. So great. I still watch them. I have all the ones I mentioned, along with like Father Ted and All Creatures Great and Small, Bless Me Father, Thin Blue Line, I love that one. Faulty Towers, Grace and Favor. Boy, there's a lot of good shows. Oh, I don't have. Oh, I just thought of one I gotta find. There's some of them are pretty bad. All those. I grew up with those shows so much. They are so much a part of my zeitgeist. Like, that's some good stuff. I have all of them on our internal server, so my kids can watch them at any time. Rennie says, so it feels better to be a big fish and cruise around, more so than living in more developed environment and just being mainstream. I mean, I would not disagree with that statement, but it's not one I was trying to make. It's not that I want to stand out in the environment, and honestly, is that a funny thing for me to say? It probably is. But like, ¿todo bien? Sí. But like, I really, really, really like Guatemala City. And I like that it's huge and you get lost and you're anonymous. And that there's endless exploration. Because Guatemala City is bigger as a single city than Nicaragua is as a country by population. And you can just always find something new. Always a new restaurant. Always, and you don't have to drive. You can walk or just take an Uber or whatever. Honestly, there's a lot of that I would prefer. I'm giving that up because I prefer the way that we interact with the culture in Nicaragua. There's a difference between not wanting it to be polished and wanting it to be like more raw, more connected. My role as a big fish may be an accident and not something that I'm actually seeking. We never were planning on, and when we first moved, it never really occurred to us how small Nicaragua really is. I mean, we kind of knew, but when you actually live here, the amount that the whole country is connected together and everybody knows each other and it's like one big city, it really does feel that way, is much more than we had realized. Get your bone. Most places were better back then. Tulum, Mexico in 1992 was amazing. Now it is an expensive disaster. Oh my gosh, it's hard to imagine places I would want to go less than Tulum. Cancun, I definitely want to go less than anywhere, but yeah, it's true. I mean, any of us that are of a certain age, it was just my birthday this week, you know, there is a nostalgia for the world that we grew up in. And I'm sure my kids would be like, that stuff, it's an old world. We don't want to live in that. We don't want to live in that 70s show. We don't want to live in that 90s show. We want to move on. And I get that. But there is something about, well, the world before the internet, for one thing. And one of the things that I was told by, excuse me, I'm so sorry. A friend from England said, you know, because of the internet and because of the way that jobs are today, the amount that life in England has started to copy America because people watch American media and repeat American slang and you pick up American accents and start to do American things and eat American food. You end up with so much of this Americanization of the English-speaking world that England has really just kind of turned into a satellite of America, even though it's where things started. And America is just so large and influential with all the media that you lose those unique things that made England what it is and made Ireland what it is. And I think Ireland's hanging on longer, but it hanging on is the way to put it. Monty Dreams 1. I loved watching the original Doctor Who as a kid. I am 54. I'm 49, so we're pretty close. I started watching, I want to say, in 1981. I'm pretty sure I was 5. First episode I watched is the one where he has the disembodied hand that crawls. It's kind of like It from the Addams Family. And I remember it so clearly being like, this is a bit disturbing, but I ended up being addicted to the show anyway. And I watched during the Tom Baker era when Tom Baker was still making them. So he was actively the Doctor, and I was watching him, which is hard to believe because even to me, Tom Baker feels so long ago, and yet he was my current Doctor as a kid. And then Peter Davidson, pretty quickly after Tom Baker. Hold on, I'm gonna look those up. We'll see if I really have those years right. All Doctors in order. Okay, Hartnell, third. Okay, Fourth Doctor, season 12 to 18. And Fifth Doctor, Peter Davidson, season 19. Okay, that's great, but there's no years. Okay. Oh, no, I don't want the timeline. I want the actual. All 16 Doctors, BBC. Let's see if we can get the dates. Fourth Doctor, Tom Baker, 74 to 81. I had just gotten into Doctor Who, and I think the U.S. got Doctor Who months later, so I think I got a little bit more time. I think I must have started watching Doctor Who in 80 and just imagined it was 81 because I watched Baker for a while before I watched him die and regenerate as Peter Davidson. If you say the Doctor regenerating, I picture being 5 years old and watching Tom Baker die on the show and turn into Peter Davidson. And then Peter Davidson was my favorite Doctor for a really long time. I really enjoyed his short run, but it was from 81 to 84. He was my Doctor. When I watched Doctor Who every single week, it was Peter Davidson. And then there were reruns. I watched the old ones, but I would watch quite a few Bakers. Once in a while, I would see a Patrick Troughton, sometimes a John Pertwee, but all of the Bakers and every Davidson as it released. And to me, it was still old, and yet I was watching Peter Davidson in real time, for sure. And then by the time Colin Baker came, yeah, I did watch him, but it was much more casual. Like, he wasn't very good. Sorry, Colin, I know you're watching. But then I got back into it a little bit with Sylvester McCoy, but I was so much older. But then by... I guess I was there for when Doctor Who ended. So I watched McCoy right up till the end, and I did like him. I felt like he was a good revival, but they just couldn't hold on after the Colin years. Sorry, Colin Baker. He just couldn't. It was bad. And then I got really into it when Eccleston took over. Ever since he got back, the show is just fantastic, at least for a really long time. And my kids like it, my wife likes it, but they like the new ones. None of them are into the old ones. But yeah, for those of us who are older, that was a great show. Ronnie says, thank you. You've just delivered the most important reasons why Nicaragua is so great. Thank you. Oh, well, awesome. You're welcome.
It's my mom.
Ah, her mother is on the show. Hola, Vanya. Monty Dream says, this is how I have felt in the U.S. for years. And then he shows you feel like an alien. Yes, I totally get it. For a moment, I thought you were saying you felt like Doctor Who. Sometimes I feel that way too. Patricia says, okay, so I'm guessing Tommy is not Janet's husband. Tommy is a 12-year-old dog that we helped rescue. Jillian fostered him for, many of you know Jillian from the show. She doesn't watch as much now, but she does promote. I mean, she watches quite a bit, but she doesn't make the live stream nearly as much. If you're watching, Jillian, pop in and say hi. But Jillian and Janet and I are all part of the kind of unofficial dog rescue crew here. I'm in between. Janet is downtown and Jillian is on the beach. Jillian rescued this 12-year-old little dog who is so sweet and had no home. And she took care of him for a while, but wasn't able to keep him. He did not get along. He did, but the other dogs that she had did not get along with him, which is really sad because he's just a sweet little old dog. Like, he's so quiet and just wonderful. And so she called and was like, he's in danger here. We got to do something right away. And I can't put him here because of my dogs, even though they are the sweetest things. And she just ate a fly as I said that. But they sometimes do not handle new dogs well. And he's old and frail, so it would be very dangerous because my big dog, Mia, is big and powerful and could kill a dog very quickly if left unattended. We don't think she would, but the risk, we're not willing to do that to Tommy. And so Janet stepped up and was willing to take Tommy in an emergency. And so she took him, but Tommy has gone some time without treatment. So he has a number of infections and things. He has parasites and such that need to be addressed. And he has some medical procedures, and he may have a collapsed trachea, which we're really hoping is not the case. That we don't know. But we're getting him as much care as we can, and he is doing really well. Like, he's really thriving in the new environment and getting more walks and has a friend. Janet has another dog that's 10, and so they are very similar in size and look and style and seem to get along well enough anyway. And she has lots of cats, and Tommy is a dog that gets along well with cats, and they're hanging out. And so it seems to be being very good for him. So it's a great situation now for a very poor old little dog. Larry is here. Watching you walk in Las Piñatas video last Sunday will motivate hundreds to move here. I did another walking that will be up. I think it's the video that plays. So I tried to do shorter, less major videos on Thursdays and play them early so that you guys have a chance to watch them and you don't get burned out, and it reminds people to come watch the live stream and such. So I have another one where I'm walking but with different cameras in Las Piñatas that will be up a week from today, and it gives a completely different view because I walk the street instead of the beach, and with two cameras instead of one, and not the GoPro, so it just looks a bit different, and I think for me, it's interesting because of that. Patricia says, does anyone still use Periscope? I haven't heard anyone mention that in years. I have no idea if it even exists. Larry says, Marcela looks like she's going to break out in a song and dance routine at any moment. Where's Jimmy? Young Jimmy is not here. We got to get Jimmy on the show at some point.
Where's Jimmy?
Jimmy is staying with Mike for the moment, but he is looking at moving into a new place in a few days. I'm not sure if he's planning on staying on the beach or if he might be staying with Don Johnson, but he is around. I saw him. He was at my party on Tuesday because he goes out to the beach. He lives there. He always walks over for the Tuesday party. If you're looking for Jimmy, you can find him Tuesdays at the Simple. Giovanni Ugarte, greetings, enjoying your program, and thank you for saying all the good things about Nicaragua. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you very much. Rob Stenator is here. Do you think a winery would be relatively achievable in Nicaragua? I believe it is because there is one. So, they did it. You must be able to too. I know Nicaragua isn't known for wine. I wonder if there's a reason for that. There absolutely is. The two reasons. One comes from the other. There isn't a culture of drinking wine here. There's a culture of beer and rum here. And so if you were to make wine, you'd do okay because I would drink it. But and I'll drink a lot of it. But most Nicaraguans are not going to go out looking for wine. If you give them wine, they'll be like, cool, this is a nice change of pace. But it's relatively rare. It's certainly not unheard of. I'm not saying like it's not a thing. Every corner store sells wine, so it's not like you can't get it. But if you were going to dinner at a Nicaraguan's home, the chances that you're going to encounter a bottle of wine with your dinner as opposed to breaking out beers or breaking out rum is very low. That culture of wine is what you do for like dinner parties doesn't really exist. No hay vino para una fiesta de cenar. Es posible, pero...
Sí, es posible,
no,
pero
no es como...
usual,
no es usual. Whereas en los Estados Unidos es completamente normal. Para cerveza o para ron o vodka, gin, ginebra no es usual. Vino es usual. So it's very different. It's a flip there. So if you were to make wine here, people would be like, that's cool, wine from our country, but that they would buy it in droves because they're replacing wine from another place. Nope, they're not buying wine from another place in large amounts. Now, if you're going to PriceSmart, you're going to Colonia, you're going to the place down the street. If you're going to AM/PM or any of those places, they're going to have wine. Super Express, gracias. Oh my gosh, we go there all the time. If you go to Super Express, they have, a dozen wines at decent prices, and you can get it delivered. So it's completely available. And if you were to make wine in country, I guarantee those places would carry your wine. But would it sell much? I think those bottles sit there for a long time. When I buy them, they're always on promotion, and I don't see anyone else buying any ever. Restaurants have them, and as a person who owns a steakhouse, I can tell you that the amount of wine we move is tiny. Absolutely tiny, and we have exactly the right food. We have salmon, we have really good steaks. These are wine meals. We don't have pasta yet, but we're going to. Pasta obviously is a wine meal, but we see wine there, and every time we're doing a photo shoot, we do it with wine. But when the Nicaraguans show up, they're not ordering the wine, and they're almost never ordering draft beer. So that's one piece, and that holds off doing wineries. The other thing, though, is that I grew up in the wine region in New York, and the things that you normally need to grow wine, we don't have here, like grapes. So vinifera is not a thing in Nicaragua. We don't have the climate for it. We don't have the native plants for it. We don't have the imported plants for it. So when Surf Ranch did wine, they had to import it all and create everything on their own and figure out how to make it grow. And I've never seen it in a store. I've never seen it. Now, it takes a while before it gets to a store, so maybe it's just in the pipeline. But we do not have an environment for making good wine. We don't have the soil. We don't have the weather. We don't have the mountainsides. We don't have the lakes. There's a lot of things that you want that tend to make wine good, and we don't have it. Would it be cool if you gave it a try? Sure. That would be awesome. Should you? I can't recommend it from a business perspective. But, would you be allowed to? Is it physically possible? Yes, it can be done. But I bet you're going to end up with very low quality, why did I do this kind of wine? That takes a lot of effort to produce very little of stuff that no one really wants. Because we get Unduraga and other things shipped in from South America and from Europe quite cheaply, not as cheap as it could be. I would like to see cheaper wine. if you could produce a drinkable wine and sell it at $3 a bottle, that would be amazing, because we're paying a little bit more than in the States rather than a little bit less. But we're not getting bulk crappy American wine. We're getting Spain and Italy and Portugal and Argentina and Chile most of the time. Luke says, what about Colin Baker with the celery? Okay, I did like Colin Baker with the celery. That is true. Leo says, Leo was on earlier. Leo from Pensacola. Hola, Mr. Miller. Looking forward to you countering me as one of those who will say counting you as one of the ones who will say you were the motivation to make the move. That's awesome. And was yesterday the video that we did for you? And I did see your note about you want to see a video talking about why or how, maybe, definitely not always, how it's possible to have a live-in cook, or not live-in, but a full-time cook, and actually have it save money over not having one. And you definitely don't save money that clearly, but I'm going to run the numbers, and I think you'll be surprised, or because a lot of it's not so much numbers, but just a discussion, but it's worth digging in, because I do think it's surprising. For us, we were able to be like, yeah, it saves money. If you're a single person, it's going to be really, really hard to save money having a cook. Just order on Petit Chat every day. But for us, with a family of realistically 7, it really pays off, I think, pretty heavily. Renee asks, is whey protein available? ¿Hay proteína de whey? De harina? It's not a popular thing here. I would not be surprised if it's available, but I also wouldn't be shocked if it wasn't. It's definitely the kind of thing you can order in, but that would be a little bit more expensive for sure. But it's not one I know off the top of my head. If anyone knows, let me know if you've seen it. I would not be surprised at all to find out that, like, you buy it in the gym or you buy it in a specialty store in Managua. It's not something I've looked for, so I'm not sure. Tayakanki says they used to play Doctor Who in Nicaragua in the 80s. It was with that tall guy with the wavy hair who kind of looked like Howard Stern. That's gotta be Tom Baker. I don't know who else it would be. He kind of looks like a goofy Howard Stern. That's gotta be weird watching Doctor Who in Nicaragua. ¿Todo bien?
I'm so tired.
Oh. She's so tired that the English is coming out. Está bien.
Okay.
Okay, she is going to go to bed. Everyone say adios to Marcela.
Adios or bye.
Yes. Oh, there's the dog. Buenas noches. All right, going to move the chair a bit, come back to the middle. I have not been watching the live stream for a while. No one has mentioned that it died off. I think it's a bit better now. Janet says, Tommy is having a good time and he's wagging his tail a lot. That's good. Yeah. Tommy is... I feel like he really had a rough time. And in the last days before we brought him up to Janet's, he was hiding under a shelving unit for 2 days because he was so scared of the other dogs and he has a lot of vision problems. He has really bad cataracts, but that's from a fight when he was a little puppy. Or I don't know about puppy, but when he was young. And so he hasn't really had good vision for a long time. So he not worried about it, but it makes him a bit more skittish and less able to take care of himself. But he really is just the sweetest little boy. Once you meet him, you're like, oh my gosh, this is such a sweet dog. Patricia says, Janet's dog should be features on the show. Maybe we can get Janet to take some videos of the dogs and we can add them in. Barbara says, the climate may be a little too unpredictable for growing grapes, sometimes with drought, sometimes too much rain. Grapes are just hard. And it's hot. They don't like hot. Robsonator says, sounds like I asked the right guy. Thanks, God. Well, I did grow up in the Finger Lakes wine region, and I love wine. So my wife and I used to, when we were dating, actually, before we were married, it was a regular thing that we would do on weekends. Often with our friends, we would go out, and sometimes we'd take a limo. Sometimes we'd have friends drive, because we used to be, young professionals with no kids, so it was easy to do that stuff. And this is the best. You would hire a limo driver and take 4 friends, and we would just go to wineries and wine hop for the afternoon. And you're just driving around in a limo, and a lot of people do this out there in New York. And you just drive into beautiful vineyards overlooking the lake, and they would all have a little bit of food. They'd all have flights of wines, and so you would do several glasses of wine. I mean, tiny things, but 11 wines. So I mean, you're getting like 3 glasses of wine, maybe two and a half glasses of wine at least when you'd go to a winery, and they would give you like a whole like lesson. They'd be like, okay, try this one, now take a bite of this, and now try this, and now look for this, and it'd be like a whole experience. You'd have a lot of fun. You'd meet a lot of times the owners of the vineyards or the master winemaker, because they'll be out talking about it. And you try tons of wonderful wines, and they were cheap, so we'd buy them by the box. We'd fill the trunk, and that was part of our goal. We would go out, try things, find things we liked, and just fill the trunk. So we did that a lot, and we threw a lot of parties and always had wine with dinner kind of stuff. So we always had this big selection of wine, and it was so fun. But you would get obviously quite schnookered, and then you'd have a limo to bring you home. And we lived in Ithaca, New York, which is the food capital of the Northeast. So you would get home after a day of doing wine and be like, it's time for food, right? And then you just take a taxi or whatever and go out on the town. And there were so many amazing restaurants in Ithaca. Just, I mean, there's nothing like it or like what it was. I assume it's still the same. But it was amazing. This is in the very early aughts. My wife and I have been together since '01, so it was very, very much at the beginning of the millennium that we had the Ithaca lifestyle. And if I was to, live anywhere cold ever again, Ithaca, New York, and Pittsburgh, PA are the places that I like up there in that part of the U.S. Of course, I prefer Montreal, but Ithaca was, so amazing. And okay. So Renee was asking a bit about this, and we were discussing why Nicaragua. And it occurs to me as I'm picturing back to those years, Ithaca had such a different feel. And when I lived in Ithaca, I had this sense of community that I was tied to the country. The city and the community in a way that I didn't feel growing up in other parts of New York. And don't get me wrong, I really like Western New York, where I grew up. There's a lot of stuff that is special there, and like you could take me back right now and go to the towny bar in the little farm community where I grew up across the street from my high school, and I could walk in there and even if there's no one I know in there, which would not be the case, I would know tons of old folks in there, right? Like we'd all be like, oh my gosh, it's been so long, and if I go in there and just order a Jenny Light, which is the local beer, and get some fried food and sit, like, it feels so comfortable. It's so home, and I haven't lived there in so long, but I'm like, that so works for me. And I love going to the little small villages around, and each one would have one restaurant. They didn't have fast food. They didn't have selections of things. If it was a bigger town, they'd have one place that does pizza, subs, maybe wings, like chill food, like teenagers without a lot of money going out on a date on a Friday night kind of food, maybe an ice cream place, and then normally one fancy restaurant where their parents are going out on dates to avoid the teenagers who are out at the pizza place. And all of it is it's so nice. It's such a wonderful life out there. But there's something about the degree to which housing is so spaced out, and even villages are unwelcoming. The restaurants are welcoming. The people are welcoming. But something about the layout of the land, the way that life is lived, isn't particularly welcoming. But it was a great place to grow up. A lot of great stuff. But living in Ithaca, and there's a reason I moved to it, right? Like I made a point of, when I started my own company, I'm like, we're out of here. We're moving headquarters to Ithaca. That's home now, and that's where we moved, and got to work from it. What a great decision that was. Being there, we ran the foodie website for the city with reviews of every restaurant. We would go to a different restaurant every night. We would go to the wine tours. We would go to every high school musical, every show, anything that went on, every community theater. It was so, like, you would show up and you're like, hey, it's this guy, it's that guy. How you doing, right? And I was on IMDb yesterday, I'm sure, checking out a couple friends from there went on to do sitcoms and stuff, and one of them starred, had her own sitcom, and seeing how they're doing, and like I felt so connected to that community because it was so integral, and like, yeah, a lot of students would come and go and you would ignore them. But those of us who live there and that's kind of what it's like in Nicaragua. There's like this group of us that live here, and then tourists come and go. And that sounds weird because it's not a touristy country, but everything outside the US is kind of a touristy country. The US is so big that like the middle of the US doesn't see tourists because they go to like these fringe areas. Same like China. China gets 1 million tourists, probably 1 billion tourists, but they don't go to huge swaths of the country. So you could go to big areas and be like, never seen a tourist, right? And the same thing in the US. And I mean, to be fair, in parts of Nicaragua, but like here in Leon, there is this constant cycle of tourists that I've never seen in the US. So it's like, there's always a new person to go talk to, yet there's always old people that are like, the tourist just passing through. No, we live here. This is actually real life for us. And it creates a very different vibe. Ithaca felt that way, with beautiful neighborhoods that we like to wander around and neat little things to discover around every corner. The thing that I really liked about Ithaca was that it was the food and the wine for sure, but also it had like all the cool things I like about Managua, but compressed into a really small space. So you'd be like, I have to go to this other neighborhood, but really it's 2 blocks up this way. You have to wander through a hillside, but it's physically, everything was so close because of the way it was all nestled into the woods and on hillsides and stuff. And it was just, it was truly amazing being there. But some of that feeling, some of the reasons that I like Nicaragua are definitely that they, it's hard if you haven't spent enough time in both places to equate that kind of community feeling in Ithaca with Nicaragua, because very like Dutch, German heritage, central New York, compared to very, very Latin American Nicaragua, just the vibe and so much is so different that getting past that superficial layer of Latin beats and salsa dancing, and it's so loud, right? In Ithaca, it's all quiet and no one's dancing, and food is very formal, and it's like fancy dinners with wine, and here it's a lot more like asada with beer. But when you get past the facade and get like how people connect, yeah, I think there's a real similarity there that I had never thought of before. Luke says, in reference to wine, Maynard from the band Tool has a vineyard in the Arizona desert. Interesting. I think because it's dry and very even temperatures, that must make it easier. Arizona does have some cooler areas, though. Like, they're desert, but they're high desert. And so you can do that there, much like the Baja has a lot of really good wine for Mexico, but it's at much more mild temperatures than here. Rob Snyder, I guess the main struggle would be sourcing and efficiently growing grapes. Yeah, absolutely. The actual making of the wine would be fine. It's the getting grapes and growing grapes is the tough part. Cool Car Mods is back. Hello, made it here 2 months now. Ended up in Jinotepe. Oh, awesome. How are you liking Jinotepe? Fill us in on everything that you can. We need to get up there and film in Jinotepe with you. That would be really cool. We need to do that with people all over. And so that goes back to how many people can we name that actually moved here? We have another one. Woohoo. Larry says gymnasiums and fit shops in Paseo Real has whey protein bars. Okay, whey protein bars. I'm sure that means that somewhere you can actually buy it. Dennis says, hey, Scott, going to Leon on the 27th. What advantages does Nicaragua have over Peru and Ecuador? We are seeing all 3 this year. That's tough because I don't really know Peru and Ecuador all that well. But Peru is very safe. Ecuador is less safe. Nicaragua is like Peru. So that is one thing where Ecuador is a little bit less. Nicaragua is the most stable of the 3, traditionally, right? Those things can always change. We always said Ecuador is really stable, and then it wasn't. But all of them are fine, right? Like Ecuador has gone through its problems, and it's good now. Oh, real quickly, Luke says whey protein powder in stock at PriceSmart. Okay, that's what we needed to know. There you go, Renee. You can get it there. Peru is wildly different because it is a massively large country, whereas the other two are very similar in size. I actually don't know how close they are. Let's find out, because someone mentioned how different they are in, or how they felt like Ecuador was such a big place. Ecuador is definitely bigger than Nicaragua, but how much? Okay, Ecuador is 2.2 times bigger than Nicaragua. So just a little bit more than double the physical size, and almost quite a bit more people, because Ecuador has about 17 million people compared to 6 million in Nicaragua, and similar. So it's just like a much bigger Nicaragua. And how let's compare Nicaragua to Peru. Peru is almost exactly 9 times the size of Nicaragua, and has, instead of 6 million, has 32 million. Way bigger, way bigger. So Peru has a lot of variety of regions and stuff, which is really going to be interesting. It has the giant city of Lima. Nothing's going to compete with that. So it's, I just zoomed in on a map. I have to say, the dirty duck that we had mentioned used to be a house surrounded by nothing. It now is in the middle of roads with condos all around it. Like, oh my gosh, what a different place. It was just a field. We had to drive onto a back road, and it was by a field. Wow. So you're going to get really obvious cultural differences. Ecuador being part of the Colombian zone, the Grand Colombia zone, it's going to have that northern South American vibe, and Peru being part of the mid zone is going to have that traditional Incan-inspired Central South American vibe, along with like Bolivia. And so those are going to be big differences. Culture, and it's going to be very hard to explain those differences. And where you go in Peru will matter a lot. If you're going to the high mountains, you're going to have an experience much more like Bolivia. If you're in Lima, you're going to have an experience much more like Mexico City. If you go to the north, you could have an experience that's much more, or I'm sorry, the southwest, you could have a very desert experience, because it goes all the way down to Chile. And so you've got this big range of variety in Peru. I mean, I think all three are going to be great options. Oh, hold on. Saying we got lag. Nope, there we go. Seems like everything's okay. It's going to be cool visiting all of them. For me, I feel like Ecuador is almost certainly lower on my list, but I mean, Ecuador's cool. Like, it's got a lot going for it. Guayaquil, certainly a cool city. Quito, like up in the mountains, that's really nice. Ecuador's got some Manta and like cool waterfront areas. It's got the Galapagos, of course, that's cool. Peru really does call me. I want to spend a bit of time there, and no, not because I want to go see Machu Picchu. I really want to spend time in Lima. I really want to spend time in the Sacred Valley. I think it's got some really cool stuff, but such a different vibe, I think, than Nicaragua. So I'm sorry I don't have a better comparison, but not having spent time, I've never been to Ecuador, and I've only briefly been through Peru, but I do work in Bolivia, so and near the border, and some of my team works part-time in Peru, so I have a pretty good handle on a bit of Peru. Ecuador, watch Don the Grumpy Gringo. He'll have a lot of good input for you on that. And Eric, Living Abroad with Eric, who is on the show quite often, go check him out. He spent a bit of time in Ecuador recently, and has a lot of insight on how it is now. And you know, I really like South America. I'm looking forward to doing more time there this year. I think you got a lot of good stuff. Price-wise, Nicaragua is going to be the cheapest. That one you'll notice. That'll be like a hard one. Okay, Nicaragua, clearly 10% less or whatever. It's not going to be like, whoa, because they're all very affordable. But you're going to be like, okay, clearly Nicaragua, I can do more once you settle in. But certainly Peru and Ecuador, you're going to have a lot more infrastructure. You're going to feel not necessarily that like they have better internet or roads, but like they have more like formal hotels and more tourism-based stuff and much more organization around those kinds of things, right? And so that's a feel that you will have that's different. Yeah, I think that's about the best input I can provide at the moment. Certainly, well, one thing is, are you looking at like similar type places in those countries? Are you looking at like, for example, a Granada in Nicaragua, so small city, touristy, kind of central, I don't know how a good way to describe it. Is that what you're looking for in Ecuador? Are you also looking for a smallish city, but quite a few tourists, middle of the kind of things? Or are you looking at mountains in Ecuador and beach in Nicaragua and big city in Peru? That's something that you may be picking those places because you're looking at those varieties as well. Nicaragua doesn't have a giant city like Lima, and Ecuador has something more, Guayaquil's kind of like Lima, but nothing's Lima, right? Like Lima's Lima. That's going to be your biggest thing in Peru, is that it has Lima. And Lima is one of the absolute powerhouse cities in South America and in Latin America. It is so historic. It is so big. It is so influential. It is now the food capital. And let's be clear on this. It is the food capital of the world, bar none, right? It makes Paris look like they're figuring out how to cook. Peru is the foodie country and Lima is the food city. There are no place with more Michelin stars. There's no place that wins the world's top 50 restaurants more times than Lima, right? It has the airport that connects all of northern South America and all of southern Central America. It is the gateway to Asia. It is the giant port center of South America. Like, there is just so much happening at Lima. And it's on the water, right? So waterfront, but not beachy. Logistics hub. It's just something, right? And then, okay, so another important thing is that Ecuador is going to be predominantly a very South American culture, with that Gran Colombia vibe. Whereas Peru has a massive Asian influence that a lot of people are not expecting. Peru is a very Western, meaning towards Asia, looking country. They have a certain connection over the Pacific that many South American countries do not have. And so if you're in Buenos Aires, you're in Bolivia, your interactions with things from Asia, even though like Bolivia is very politically tied to China, it isn't culturally tied to China. You'll find Chinese products everywhere, but you won't find Chinese restaurants being run in Chinese neighborhoods. Not very much. But if you're in, I mean, you will find it. But if you're in Peru, engaging with tons of people who studied in Tokyo, right, and come from South Korea, like, you're going to find that there's just tons of that stuff, right? Very, very connected to that part of the world. So that change of influence is a really major thing. All right. PriceSmart. George says, adios, Marcela. Besote. Mauricio says, Scott, you motivated me to visit Nicaragua. I hope very soon. Awesome. We're looking forward to having you visit. He says, buenas noches, Marcela. She's probably still watching from bed, but she'll be asleep really soon. Get Your Bone says, have you ever done videos on the Caribbean side? Real estate living expectations versus elsewhere. I have not. I talk about it a bit. Because, oh no, there's another, what time did this happen? That spammer is back. We blocked them, but they're back. Someone asked, I think Patricia asked about Don Johnson. I literally got a message from him. He's moving into his new house on Saturday. We were discussing you on the live stream, in fact. Don is going to have rooms on Airbnb, so if anyone's looking at living with Don, that will be an option soon. So Caribbean side. So certainly I want to do. I think that a lot of people have questions about it. There's a lot of really interesting stuff over there, but it's very far away, and I have not. Right, I've not had really good transportation to be able to go out there pretty easily. Now, Bryce, who's in the group, he was the very first one to post. Oh, we're having stream problems. Let's see what the bit rate is like. Nah, it's fine. It must have been delayed. Bryce, who posted, was the first one to post when we came in. He was out on the Caribbean side doing some investigation just a couple days ago, literally this week. And, he found some really cool stuff. He was really excited about food that he found and the bus system and some sights to see and just things going on, and thought people were really welcoming. And of course, they get very little tourist traffic out there, right? Like, it's way out there. It's so hard to get to. Or so cumbersome to get to. It's not actually hard, but it's far and takes time. And it's not super cheap. So normal Nicaraguans never go out there because it costs a lot. Who can give up a day to take a bus out, and who can pay $10 to take a bus to go stay someplace for 2 days and then take the bus back for a day, right? That's hard to do for most Nicaraguans. Now, if you're out of work, you can do the time. But $20 just for the bus portion, that's out of most people's budgets. If you're out of work, come on. But even if you're working, a lot of people only make $300-400 a month. That's a big portion. Plus, you still need hotels and food out there and stuff. And what if something goes wrong and you need to stay longer? Whatever, it adds up. So, so it's not a common thing to do, by and large. People who are moving or going there are typically going for work or whatever. But I am working on getting a vehicle. I'd mentioned that earlier. I do have one, but not one that I can. It's not really good for that. And I could take the bus. I need to get to a point where I have a little bit of free time and I'm able to get away and do things. So we're working on that. We're working on getting towards where we're able to do some farther things and more travel. And I certainly want to do a lot of that this year because we have not done enough. And the show is definitely not as exciting because we're not able to get out and do that stuff. Doing the Caribbean coast would be really, really, really good. And I really want to get up to Bilwi or Puerto Cabeza in the north as well because there's a new highway. So I want to film the highway and show all of that. And I want to show Bilwi because I've never seen anyone show it. I know people have, but very, very few. I don't know anyone who's visited yet this year. Yet since I've been here. There's just a lot, right? So I really want to show that stuff because it'll be great for the show. For me, I have no anticipation that I want to live there. Not that I don't want to visit and maybe spend time, but I work in Belize. And in Belize, they're like, yep, it's very similar to here. Like, I know people who go back and forth because of family and stuff, because it's one cultural zone. And they're like, yeah, really, you can barely tell the difference. Like, we're both almost the same place. And there's bits of being in Belize that's like, okay, this is cool. I like this. But there's also bits that are like, yeah, but this isn't, I moved to Nicaragua for Nicaraguan, like what we think of as Nicaraguan culture. And what you get on the East Coast is a Caribbean culture, which may be a better vibe for you. Maybe that's what you'd prefer. But it's not the thing that I came for. So when I go out there, it's like, oh, this is something different, which is nice for a vacation. But there's a lot of filming to get out there that I would love to do, and a lot of filming there that I'd love to do. So it's something we're so busy with so many things, and I do work a full-time job during the day that it makes it much harder. Now, my job did have finally some good news for a change, which is nice. That'll make it a little bit easier, so I'm hoping. I've got a few interesting things coming up. I'm hoping in the next 2 weeks that we have some good news, nothing like super exciting, just like this is some cool content for the show that's going to lead to some more cool content for the show kind of stuff that I don't want to go into details yet now because it'll all fall apart and then it won't happen. Teakanki says Nicaragua embraced the United States culture because of the military interventions. We did get a bit of that. That is true. And there's regions of the country that are much more that way than others. Some places got a lot of that, and a lot of places did not. So it varies a lot from different places. I'm going to try to find where I have left off, as there's a busy stream going on the expats group, and I'm going to read some of that to have some motivation for the show as well. Bryce is showing Nagarote. Okay. Bryce says Nagarote is like a retirement community, to be honest. The cleanest town in the entire country, has the best quesillo, of course, because it's the home of quesillo. And I'm close to Feed You stuff, because he has a restaurant, from my Waffle House ripoff. Relaxed traffic, very quiet place. Rent is super cheap. He pays $130 a month, and I'm central. $130 a month in Nagarote. So think about that. And I mean, I'm pretty sure he means $130 a month for the place that he has a restaurant operating out of. I need to double check that, but I'm pretty sure that's what he means. So if you're ever wondering how cheap, when that guy's who's like $3,500 a month, you can't live comfortably on that. Bryce has a house and a restaurant for $130 a month in an awesome city, like really nice. I like Nagarote. And he showed pictures of the street that he lives on, very clean, nice buildings. Someone asks, I think Bryce, any expats in Mateare? Eduardo said, soon me. Interesting. I can't believe there's someone who's actually popping on. This is an open group, right? By the way, I'm not reading anything secret. Mateare, I'm not surprised that some expats live there, but I'm really interested with Eduardo moving there. Yeah, Bryce says, what is there? I've never been despite passing. Eduardo says, really cheap houses. Good point. It's one of those places that is kind of like everyone knows where it is. No one's interested. And Janet popped in and said all of her husband's dad's family live in Mateare, except for the ones that moved out of Nicaragua. Eduardo says close to Managua, but still outside of it. That is true. Mateare is the first real separate city that you couldn't consider to be part of Managua, but it's right there. And Bryce points out it's within the Price Mart delivery zone. Eduardo says access to good schools. Eduardo says it has decent markets, churches. They're all in the middle of building the biggest mall in all of Central America in Mateare. What? That is what? Why would they build a giant mall there, of all places? And what? And I've been to some big malls in Guatemala, so that's going to be pretty big. Bryce says, I couldn't imagine having my kids in Nicaragua and they dressing up in those uniforms. They would get lots of attention. Someone's asking about a baseball player. I'll get back to that. There's some voice messages. Trying to see if we're missing anything good. I think it's Eduardo says, it makes me happy to see that my research was on point and that lots of expats are moving to Nicaragua. Definitely, we got tons. George says, Eduardo, you chose Nicaragua over Dominican Republic. If I want to have a farm, which one would you choose over the two, a farm with a mountain view? I believe that was, I can't always tell who's speaking. Maybe my thing is, that was George. And Bryce shows just some places in Managua from a realtor. Would you ever live in Managua? My answer is I would, but I could easily be tempted to live in Managua, and my kids are considering it. It's definitely on the list that my kids are, especially if the train goes in. I've said this a lot on the show. My kids are really serious about southeastern Managua if it gets the train line that also comes to Leon, because then they can go between our place and their place really easily. They're really excited about that. Eduardo says if money is not an issue, DR is best. Bryce says if money wasn't an issue, I'd probably live in Europe. Let's see. Eduardo says, my friend bought a small farm in Chinandega for 14,008 acres. I'm going to write that down. What did I say? 14K USD for 8 acres. So when people are like, it's so expensive, there's no way to get a farm. I've had so many people tell me this. Farms are 10,000 an acre. That's under 2,000 an acre. That's like 1,900 per acre, which that seems pretty reasonable. And that's an area that's known for its farming. There's a question about CDMX. Is it not like that? But it's really expensive. I heard Chinandega is hot. Yes, it's the hottest city. He says, this is Bryce. Chinandega, Leon, Nagarote, it's all hot. Chichigapa. No, it's not. Chinandega is noticeably hotter than the others. Chinandega and El Viejo, you really notice how hot it is. George says, it's like Houston used to be the cheapest major city because it was the hottest. Oh, yeah. Bryce says, Chichigalpa is actually pretty cute. Not a big fan. I need to go film it. Some people have some really good videos from Chichigalpa, but I've driven around. There's like not even a restaurant. There's no way to get coffee. It's really lacking. All right, they're showing some menus from dinner in Managua, but I'm not sure what restaurant it is. Luke, tell us what restaurant. Oh, no, that was Las Brasas that he had talked about. All right. Back to the discussion over here. Monte Dreams one says sister. I'm not sure what that was in reference to. Tekanki, like baseball, for instance, it's our national sport, like in the Dominican Republic. Most Latin American countries just like football or soccer. Monte says, is the market and street food organic? Generally, everything is organic. There's very little that isn't, but there's no guarantees. Nothing is tracked. This was someone asked earlier. The concept of organic doesn't exist outside really the U.S. and U.S. markets. The word doesn't make any sense. Literally, the word doesn't make sense. As a scientist, it's all organic, but people in the U.S. will be like, water, it's completely organic. No, water is the definition of inorganic. If you got organic in here, that's bacteria infection. But they use organic to mean something completely unrelated to the term organic, which is bad. But to the rest of the world, they don't really do that stuff very often. It's mostly ignored as a weird Americanism. Do they use pesticides? No, they generally don't use pesticides. But can they? Yes, sometimes they do. Sometimes there's a bit. So you can't assume that it is organic, but in general, the food you're going to get here is way better in general and is... mostly you're getting pretty healthy stuff. It's nothing like the U.S. So, which means that the need for finding organic is not something that people are worried about. Right? So because of it, you can't ask. No one's going to know. One, they're not going to understand what you mean, I don't think. At least not most people. Someone would understand for sure, but there's a lot of people that just aren't going to know. And a lot of people will, like with a lot of things, you can ask for vegetarian, and and they'll say it's vegetarian. Sorry, a little bit distracted. They'll say it's vegetarian, and then when you get it, it's clearly, a big slab of chicken or whatever. And you're like, I asked for vegetarian. And they're like, it is vegetarian. And they'll just be, oh, well, chicken isn't a meat, right? But if you, say organic, the same kind of thing. Well, yeah, it's organic. And legally it is organic because food is organic by definition. And so calling it inorganic or saying it's not organic is actually incorrect in English. We've made this false thing, so people are not going to, cater to that. They're going to take advantage of the linguistic bit and be like, either I don't know what you're talking about, or yes. You're never going to get told it's not. So it's not a question to worth asking. It's also not the thing that you care about. You care about the quality of the food, because you can definitely have incredibly unhealthy organic food, because like all the terrible fertilizers are organic. Dennis says, glad to hear you think all three are good options. Thanks for taking the time to speak about them. My pleasure. Thanks for the question. Leo says, afterthought, I sent email to RI. Just wonder if you got it. Was too long to put on here. I don't know. I will take a look. TJ says, I was in Corn Islands a few weeks ago. Rene says, for example, 1-bedroom Miraflores, $600 per month. Beaches nearby with view, $350. Comparable to Nicaragua otherwise, but would be normal person because of infrastructure. Nicaragua persona is better community. Mauricio says, happy birthday, Scott. I'm trying to figure out what exactly that comparison was. Which Miraflores? Because every country has Miraflores. Leo, I did get your email. Oh, yeah, you sent it on Tuesday. I was definitely out since Tuesday. Okay. And, okay, that's junk mail, and... Someone's like, can you tell me about the area, and sends me a link to Salinas Grandes. Like, Salinas Grandes is one place with nothing around. Oh, but no, it's Pocho Viejo. I see. That's different. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Okay. Okay. We are seemingly caught up. And we have a good number of people on. It is 9:30. How's everybody doing? We got anybody new on that we don't know about? I just splashed myself in the face. I have so many channels of people sending messages. They're not necessarily for me, but later it'll be like 1,000 messages, and people will be like, didn't you read the messages? And I'll be like, I've been on a live stream for 6 hours. Like, no, I did not read the messages. It's very hard to keep up with all the messages while on live stream. Oh, I have to let my dog in. I'll be right back. Gotta get the doggy. There's my doggy. Were you sad you weren't with me? You had to come in and make slurping sounds. Yeah. Oh. Ouch. Knocked the chair into my ankle. That was pleasant. All right. We are here. I'm back. Okay, Luke says at Las Brasas was $20 for a steak platter and cacao drink. Luke says $5 coffee drink. Bryce says Starbucks level robbery. Oh, we have someone new, GTFO of there. Someone ordering. Luke said, it's an affogato. Did you look at the drink? Easily $10 stateside. Oh, it's a specialty. My bad. DLF Coffee Lab is definitely the best coffee franchise in the country. They roast there on site. Okay, that's pretty cool. Someone linked what they don't tell you about buying property in the Dominican Republic. Why is my dog being all frantic? What's going on? I'm right here. I got you. Hi. What's wrong? Nothing's happening. Everything's okay. Everything's okay. Do I have to text your mommy and see if anything's happening? All right. Trying to find out why the dog's frantic. You want to come up here? Whoop! I moved the light. That's not good. Here, Mia. You can come up here. Yeah, okay. She's just walking around. Luke says, "Did you get the memo about the TPS reports?" Yes. Hi. Hi. Now she's over here. Okay, my wife says nothing happened. Just a frantic dog. Weird. Were you just outside for so long and you missed me and you forgot how wonderful it was to be with your daddy and now you're here and now you're just so happy that you're losing your mind? Because you're a dog. Because you're a dog. All right. Okay, we read through everything that seems to be going on the expats group as well. It's quiet on the live stream. Guys, get talking there too. Haha. There we go. Yep. Oh. You guys are getting quiet, but we're up to 30 people, so we're doing well. We got a lot of people watching. It is 9:30. We got a ways to go. The stream seems to be doing much better as we've been here for a while. I'm still trying to convince my wife to come in and get on the show, but so far she's busy doing other things that are making her stressed. So, since you guys aren't talking, I'm going to talk about, oh, yeah, we're putting in a new, okay, so the, how many of you get the Google, like, surveys on YouTube? And I swear, as I pay attention to them, because I try to actually, I use YouTube a lot, so I want to answer them and be useful. You got to spend your time with the survey anyway. It's not like you're going to skip it by not really doing it. So I try to read it. And, I try to pay attention to it and be as valuable as within reason. And sometimes I get these really good ones. Like I just got one where it says, here's 4 deodorant products that you've heard of. And which of these would you choose? And it's really clear there's one that I do choose and the others that I skip because that one works well for me. And, we're getting an error, but everything's good. All right, cool. And so, like, that's very straightforward. It makes sense. But every so often, and I mean like every 4th or 5th survey, I will get things where every single item on the survey is something that makes no sense. It says, which of these products do you prefer? Or which one of these would you recommend? And it's 4 things I've never heard of. And I don't mean like I heard the name and I don't know what it is. I mean, I think these are made up gibberish. Someone just pounded on a keyboard. They mean nothing. And why doesn't it say what category? So sometimes it asks questions like, which of these brands would you recommend? And it lists companies that make a lot of things that overlap. And I don't know what category I would be recommending or not. I don't know how to answer the question. There's not enough information to answer the question. Now, in this one, it was really clear. Here are 4 deodorant products. They're very specific products. And so, great, you can actually answer something. But I got one the other day that was, which of these would you... No, it was very specific. Which of these brands would you do something with, right? And it was very clear, brands. And the list, and this is the problem. I don't know if there are brands that have such stupid names that I can't tell what it is, but they never give you, they say, of these brands. And you have to decide what you're answering. And one of the things was like, I don't know, the University of California. Okay, so I'm going to guess that the other 3 items should also be universities. What else could I compare in brands if it's a university? I don't know what else the University of California could be, right? The other 3 must be universities. But the other 3 options, one was like the word school, one was community college, that was definitely the thing, and the other was something equally gibberishy. And I'm like, so one of these is a brand, the other 3 are words loosely associated with the concept associated with that brand. But only one of these is a brand. Like the other 3, like, which food do you like better? Steak, sandwich, door, sock, happiness. What? Yeah, it was all, and I get these constantly. Like that one was extreme, but I get these gibberish surveys so often. I don't know. Mr. Kooky 32. Hey, Scott, he says, how's it going? We are well into the Thursday night mayhem. You know what I need is someone to deliver me like a Tres Leches. Or there's a caramel flan that they do down the street. They've already closed, so it's too late. I can't actually send anybody, but it would be nice. Oh, we get new things. Oh, Eduardo didn't know I was live now. He said going in now. Maybe that's him. Is that you, Eduardo? Buddhist is here. University today equals nursery school. It does. George says, I live in Houston. Oh, sorry, I'm watching on my own line, trying to buy a safe. Luke says, I'm going to say 4 words. I want you to repeat them in order in 20 minutes. Yes, there's a lot of those. You know, the other thing that I get a lot from YouTube is it'll ask me something that's probably gibberish. And then immediately after I've answered it, it then says, another survey that says, was the previous thing relevant to you? But nowhere does it tell me what the previous thing was. Now, I'm older, and even when I was younger, I have an extreme doorway problem. But the reality is that no matter how much I pay attention to the survey before, except for that one with community college on it, do I ever remember any of the surveys in detail? Many times it's just a bunch of, I don't even know if it's a real survey. I actually think they put in actual gibberish to see if people are ignoring it or will answer it fakely. Because if you put in 4 completely false things over and over again, you can tell which people say none of the above and which people pretend that they know what they are, right? That's real. So you do potentially, maybe they're doing that as a control group. But that assumes that they care about the quality of the data, which seems very unlikely. Because what would be the reason for caring in that way? So I don't know. But so they asked this question, what was it? And I'm like, never once have I gotten that and had any idea what the thing they were asking was. No idea. You didn't leave it on the screen. You didn't give me a reminder. I have nothing to go on. And now I'm looking at this thing going, well, I want to tell you that it wasn't relevant, but it may have been really relevant. And I'm just giving you bad data. And it's like designed to, like, it's not a cognitive test, right? It's just a way to get bad data. It's whoever designed these either is doing something really tricky or it's completely a scam and they don't even know the first thing about writing surveys, which I found big companies with deep pockets and completely fake surveys because someone in management wanted metrics, and it's cheap to provide metrics. It's expensive to provide good metrics, so they just did whatever. And that is it's a common way out of dealing with management. So I'm sure customers tell Google that they want these things, and Google's probably like, that doesn't get, and they're like, I don't care. And they're like, okay, whatever. Is there a public pool in Leon? Oh, Mr. Cookie is Eduardo. Hey, Eduardo. So that is Eduardo, who is buying a house in Mataare that we were just discussing, but he wasn't on here to know that we were discussing it. Is there a public pool in Leon? There must be. Well, there's some private ones that are open to the public, like you can go, but you pay to get in. I am not actually aware of a public aquatico in Leon. There's no aquatic park that is public. There's several in Leon and Tilica. Tilica is the hub of water parks in Nicaragua. So there's no public one, but you go to Chinandega, you go to Esteli, they have big public pools that are public, like they're the government put them in, and I believe they're free. So they're pretty cool. We did an episode on the Chinandega one. I've not been up to see the Esteli one yet. Janet says, Luke, I don't know because ice cream has no bones. Janet says that YouTube thing about being relevant to me. I respond about the last advertisement that interrupted what I was watching, and I always say it's not relevant to me. None of the ads are, which is really true. Every so often, I get an ad that's relevant to me. Like, wait, Buddha says there's a water park in Leon, but I've never seen it open. Buddha, do you mean the one in Guadalupe? The big one when you're going on the road just between the Church of Guadalupe and the cathedral? It's on the east side of the road at the kind of the dip, which must be, 7th Street maybe? Wait, I have maps. I know how to use maps. I'll tell you. That's not the only water park, if that's the one you're thinking of. There's a couple water parks. I'll show you guys the water parks maybe, and then you can make your own judgment calls as to water parks in Leon. There's the cathedral. There is, that can't be right. Yeah, the First Ave Bridge. I said 7th. I was right. Buttist, I called it on 7th. Okay, that's the Riverside Splash Parque Aquatico. That is definitely a new name. Last time I was there, that was not its name. All right, so there's one. I have definitely seen that open. But I haven't seen it open in a while. And then there's one everyone tells me about. I gotta find it. There we go. The Luna Pool Party Aqua Park. This one I'm told is open quite a bit. But I've definitely been there and filmed it on one episode years ago. Probably 2022, I filmed that one. The first one. And then if you go up to Tilica, there is a lot. I'm in a bidding war for a safe. Okay, that's pretty funny. I'll live in Nicaragua in March, I assume. Going to Leon and Puerto Cabezas. That's really, really far apart. That's cool. So you're here really soon. And spam people. Oh, I got your phone number, but I don't have your name. What's your name? Yeah, that no one gets wrong numbers today. If you ever wonder if it's really a wrong number or not, the answer is it's not. That is spam. Nobody texts you and says, oh, I found this number. I was just wondering what it was. No. What a bizarre thing to do, especially knowing that that's what every spam says. Eduardo says, would like to meet some of you guys. Yeah, absolutely. Let us know when you're going to be here. There's a lot of us here in the Leon area, especially. Not one person said that they made a Nicoloro account, by the way. I just want to point that out. That doesn't mean that no one did, but no one, nobody said anything. Janet and I have been on there this week. I've been posting some food, posting some, what? Cool. Checking out the McDonald's cups at the Tesco. I don't know if I have anything that tells me when there are new users, because it's not that kind of system. It's really not designed for like knowledge of people being on sort of thing. I don't know how to describe that in a meaningful way. It's you know, it's like oh, my brain tonight. It is like Twitter. It's really meant that people have their secret accounts and stuff, and then they share it with you and you connect and follow them and stuff. So that's pretty typically how it works. Now, it should give us some metrics or something, though, to give us an idea. Yeah, there's like not even... There's no like user list whatsoever. Come on, guys. Somebody wants to sign up for Nicoloro. We're going to make this at least one more Nicoloro user night. Spam, a Hawaiian delicacy. Luke says, I just found this thumb drive in the parking lot. I wonder what's on it. Janet says, I can't make Nicoloro navigate very well, sadly. Well, you know, Janet, actually part of it is it's really not meant to navigate. It's much more meant, so there's a couple things. You are meant to use hashtags, so if you're interested in, for example, on Nicoloro I don't, so I'll mention things that are like happening in Leon. So hashtag Leon or hashtag Chinandega should bring up things about those locations, right, that people think go in those locations. I am trying something for someone. Oh, and the other dog is here. All right, hold on. This is your chance to ask questions, make comments, do things. Oh, hold on. All right, we'll have to get the dog. He's just at the door. I really wish somebody brought me cookies. That would be nice. the little dog's coming to hang out with you. Hey, come on. There he is. Oh, my two favorite doggies. Hanging out together. He's like, you're wagging your tails. You're so happy. Yeah. All right. The dogs are here. Hey, hey, the dogs are here. Someone gave me 2 U.S. quarters instead of 1 Cordoba coins. Okay, that's funny. Oh, but yeah, with Nicoloro, yeah, it's really meant that, like, people will share their account with you, and then you follow that. That is really how it's meant to work. It's not supposed to be navigated, really. And I know that sounds weird, but think about Twitter. You don't navigate Twitter. If you're on Twitter, either you know someone you want to follow and you can type their name in, or you have a topic that you want to see. But once you follow people, you kind of just want it to be a timeline of things. Now, if we search for something, I'll just search on Chinandega. And there we go. There's nothing in the last 2 days. But if I click on it, there's Quake information. Here's pictures of the McDonald's in Chinandega. So that works pretty well. So if you want to find out about Chinandega, just type that word in, and at least from people you follow, anything they have will pop right up. And I think it should pop up from anybody at all. Yeah, at least on any server that that we're on, that we're connected to. So it takes a little bit to get used to, and there's like follow everything. Here's profiles or postings or whatever. But the big thing is if we get people who are interested to sign up and get on it, then it's a great opportunity for us to share on the chat, either on the WhatsApp group or in the live stream. We can share our handles, and mine's easy. Mine's just at Scott Allen Miller, right? Which will show my YouTube channel. But if you put that into Nicoloro, you get me. And then if we do that, right, one of the things that's cool is if a bunch of us follow each other, then when Eduardo is in Leon, all he has to do is post, hey, I'm in Leon. And he can either tag people that he wants specifically to see it, or any of us that follow him will see those posts if we're looking at Nicoloro, which I definitely do. And it's actually really cool. All right, Luke says, signing off, heading to the Avianca office in the morning to correct my itinerary this summer. Adio. All right, Eduardo says, we'll join tomorrow. All right, cool. If anyone is doing it, so you just go to the website and sign up. And I think it requires a check. I think there's a spam filter so that if you do sign up, it requires approval. So it may not be instantaneous. But there is an app for the phone. It's a pain to sign up from phones. I don't know why. Every new service that I can find is so easy to use from the web and on the phone apps. It just seems like a train wreck. But once you're signed up, I really like the stock Mastodon client on the phone. I'll see if I can show it to you guys. It's kind of where my finger is. It's that blue icon over here. The little elephant thing is just called Mastodon, and it's free, completely free, both the service and the little app. And there's other apps that work, and like I said, Ivory is one that's pretty nice. That one I think you pay for. No, I think you pay for Tusks. Ivory might be free. I have Ivory. I didn't pay for it. And I haven't gotten this one yet to work. It's called Stomp, and it's supposed to work with your phone. But for some reason, it doesn't like it doesn't like my login. I'm not sure. So that one, I'm not sure if it's any good. And then there's this other one called like Ice Cubes. I thought I had on here, maybe not. That is pretty impressive as well if you're looking to try out some free ones. I guess I don't have it on here anymore. Maybe I have it on my desktop. But the Mastodon one, I think, is the most solid. It's the one made by the team that actually made the underlying software, and so it's always getting the best stuff first. But some of the other ones are really nicely done as well. But it's a cool system, right? If you like Twitter, but you want to get away from the massive world of all that, like it's so much. This is so much less. It's just a leaner system with some really interesting kind of facets to it. And it gets regular development. Like, so it's nice. There's like updates all the time, which is certainly cool. And it's definitely a small system, but we are the only platform like this in Nicaragua. And there is a sister one in Costa Rica. So mastodon.cr, I believe, is their system. And which, of course, we can tie to if there's people over there worth following. Yes, they do have people doing that. And so it's cool. And there's only a few in Latin America for these. And, of course, anyone can do it. Okay, it's really funny. The guy who runs Mastodon CR is Don Elias, and he says "Como los buses" and has a picture of the buses in in Costa Rica. Okay, that's very funny. I am going to follow him on mine, which will in hope. So the way it works, this is actually interesting. When we first build it, the system is standalone. But when we connect to someone, so if I'm on our server on Nicoloro and we tie to someone in Costa Rica, then those servers connect to each other and they start sharing information. And eventually, if we search for something on ours, we can see things on theirs. So this is actually a big one. We're currently connected to several, including the big one, Mastodon Social in the United States, which is the huge one. But we're also connected, for example, to Mastodon ES, the one in Spain, which is pretty busy too. So I try to make an effort, even if no one else does, that I will sign up and follow people from other systems that have some kind of connection so that we have the servers connected together and then we get more power. So it's like this slowly growing system as you do it. And there we go. So all I had to do is type in his name at Don Elias and then at mastodon.cr, and I can't search on it because we're not connected yet. But as soon as I put in the whole thing, boom, it's immediately there, and I can hit follow. And now I've got him in my system, and now we'll start seeing stuff from Costa Rica. So neat. I'm glad I found that today that Costa Rica had one. I don't know how long they've had one. We've had ours here in Nicaragua for about 2 years. And we talked about it on the show some time ago. But, yeah. We need to get listed in some directories. That will help. Bryce says, damn, you're still live. What up? It's only 10. We're always still going at 10. Bryce will get hooked up on Nicoloro. As a business, you should definitely be on Nicoloro. Be on the cutting edge of advertising, because that's going to be, I hope. So one of the things we're planning on doing is using Nicaragua to push more people to places like Nicoloro, because it's such a good platform for doing business promotion, because a lot of us use like Instagram to follow businesses, but it's not as good as Twitter would be. But Twitter's just mayhem, right? So it has like more of the right technology, but it just doesn't fit quite right. Instagram was really meant to be photo sharing, and yeah, people started sharing like ads and stuff in photo form, which works, but it's weird, right? So, holy cow, I have a lot of messages. So many messages. It's X, not Twitter. No, it's Twitter. X is just a reference to the fact that it used to be Twitter. Or used to be relevant. Scott, what is the best source to find dental travel resources in Nicaragua? I know there's lots of scams marketing to us outside of Nicaragua. So that's an excellent question and perfect timing because we just talked to our dentist here who is going to be on the show maybe as early as next week. She's really excited to do the show. And she actually saw, I don't know if you were on, Tom, when Marcela was still here, but Marcela had to get new because she's going through chemo, so there's a lot of changes in her mouth, and that has so she caused a lot of mouth problems. So she had to get new. She has like retainers. I don't know what they actually are, but they're like retainers. But I think it's more restrictors. It's meant so she doesn't grind her teeth, not to put them into place. So I don't know. So she and my daughter. Sorry. Distracted. And my daughter also saw the dentist today. So while we were talking, people had some questions. So we reached out to her. She's like, yeah, I'll do the show. And she speaks English really well. So she'll come on and do the show. And some of you may have seen her and stuff. She's been in videos. Like, we didn't introduce her, but she's been in, she's a big salsa dancer. So she's been on the show salsa dancing like 4 or 5 years ago. And a lot of people get her Instagram from us because that's her business is on Instagram, of course. And for some other reason, she's been on the show, but I can't remember what it was because I got distracted or just getting old and late. Okay, so, but yeah, she'll come on and she'll talk about finding dental stuff, and she owns BC Dental here in Leon, and everybody raves about her and her clinic, and she and her orthodontic surgeon, is that the right term? Is the sister of the owner of Dr. Coffee, which is the coffee place that we go to all the time. So we have a lot of connections there. Oh, and gotta let my dog. Okay, already approved. So Bryce wants to know Nicoloro quick because he missed it. So Nicoloro is a Nicaraguan-based competitor to Twitter. So it is part of the Mastodon platform. So if you've heard of Mastodon, this is Nicaragua's Mastodon. Has been for a few years. It's not new. It's connected to Mastodon Social. It's connected to MSTDN. It's connected to Mastodon Costa Rica. It's connected to Mastodon Spain. It's like how Twitter used to be, but it's decentralized. So each region, and there's some others, have their own individual platforms that you're on, so you identify as Nicaragua within Mastodon, but you can still connect to all the others and talk to people. So you can follow someone from Costa Rica, you can follow someone from the US, but it's neat because it's our own platform here in Nicaragua, and it's not very heavily used. None of them are, but the more we get people on it, the more interesting it is. It's completely free, so you just sign up and start tweeting, and it's... My daughter's messaging me. Oh, everybody wants to get apps for their phone. Oh, that one's request too. All right. Live stream is doing well. I'm going to go just keep an eye on things going on. Pending users. All right. Oh, you have to select. What? Are you sure? That's weird. Are you sure? Yes. There we go. We have a new user. Janet says, when I was a teen, I had one of those don't grind your teeth things. It's similar to a retainer. I don't like that thing, so I trained myself to sleep without my teeth touching. Yeah, I definitely would not want to sleep with one of those in my mouth, but she needs it. She grinds all the time. Like, I'm sure she grinds when she's asleep, but when she's awake, she grinds her teeth. Like, you can be near her somewhere and you'll be like, oh my gosh, you got to stop that. Not because it's so annoying, because it's really bad for you. Yep, Eduardo, I figured out it was you because you put in a note that you were moving. So I really like it as a platform, and it's kind of fun because it's like our own little community. And I didn't pay attention to what your username was, Eduardo. So make sure to go follow me at Scott Allen Miller, and then I'll be able to follow you back. And I think it should tell me when you do that, because if you go to your own profile, you can get like your list of who you follow and who follows you. And there's some of us on there, like Doug Solomon, who's very prolific in the community. He's on there. Janet, of course, is on there. Mike Lopez, who owns Encontiki, Big Ronnie. So we have some musicians that are on there. Marcela is there. Some of the people that I follow. Nicaragua, of course. Oh, cool. Managua group. There's a lot of our groups are talking. It's very talky. Eduardo's asking what is Nico Loro, but he's now on, so now he knows. Oh, George is on. There we go. All right. Now I've lost where everybody's talking, so I don't know what people are saying. Oh, this light is so bright I can't always see my screen. Okay. When I was a teen, I had one of those. Bryce says, cool beans. Butta says, I was a grinder with a capital G. Let's see. I have way too many windows open all at once. It's a bit of a problem. I need someone who manages these things while I am on the live stream. Yeah, I grind my teeth a little bit. I find that I make like music with my teeth. Like I tap them for like activity, but I don't grind them per se. But I try really hard not to do that because obviously none of it's good for your teeth. So I've definitely tried to not do that. I don't think I grind them when I sleep, though. Sometimes I sleep with my mouth open to breathe because I have a lot of sinus problems. So that part protects me a little bit, I guess. All right, we're just about to hit 6 hours here. Not bad. And the stream has been healthy for at least 20 minutes. we take what we can get. But if we get a number of people to start using Nicaloro, then so one of the things I'd really like to see is where like businesses are actually having conversations with people and connecting through it, because using like Twitter and stuff, you have so much like just superfluous stuff. It's overwhelming, and there's ads. This doesn't have ads. You don't have to worry about that. And being able to, you know, for example, Bryce has his Waffle House restaurant. It's an opportunity for him to connect to customers and, you know, share new menu items, or talk about what's going on, or have a promotion, or just engage with people, right? And it's a perfect place for people to just share their day. And like we said with Eduardo, and Eduardo's in Leon, if he uses this and says, hey, I'm in Leon, right, it gives the rest of us an opportunity to be like, oh, cool. You know, we can just see that. You don't have to call each of us individually and be like, hey, I'm in Leon, hey, I'm in Leon, hey, I'm in Leon. And you don't always want to do that. I mean, if you're only here for a day and you do want to meet people, you've got to do something pretty aggressive to make it happen. But if you are very casually, like, for example, Bryce is often looking for people who are going to Price Mart. Well, if we had a group, if you're doing that in things like the WhatsApp group, well, if people aren't paying attention to the WhatsApp, like, it flies by because it's a conversation. But if you're doing it in something like Mastodon, you can tag on it, and it can be in part of your status, and you know, people who are in the city or something, like, hey, I'm at Price Mart today, and then all their followers can be like, oh, hey, you're at Price Mart? You know, not that everyone wants to get into doing Price Mart's runs for each other, but it really is an opportunity to coordinate. And I wish that we had enough people and people used it like out on the beach, because there's a lot of times that people are like, oh, hey, I'm driving from the city to the beach, or the beach to the city. And it'd be really nice if we knew that that was happening, because we would happily be like carpooling all the time. We have a Buddhist. All right, cool. All right, now I have to go over, find the other one, and follow Buddhist. And for me, I know a lot of people, you know, it's like, hey, are you going out to the beach today? Kind of thing. And it's like, yeah, you know, it's just hard to coordinate that stuff. But if I'm able to go out to, like, be at the beach, like, hey, I'm at the Simple Beach Lodge, and just post, I'm at the Simple Beach Lodge. Then if someone wants to casually be like, you know what, I'm not going to arrange to come see me, to, you know, this is someone else saying this, I'm not going to arrange to come see Scott. I'm not going to make like a big thing about it, but maybe I'll swing by and see if he's still there. And you know that I was there, or whatever, that it's a place to go. That can be really nice as just a way to, oh, there we go. Eduardo, I found you. It can be a cool way to just casually meet up with people. And Twitter used to kind of do that, but we end up following so many totally random people on platforms like Twitter, and so many businesses and so many things just spewing stuff because they're all trying to get views and metrics and show videos. This doesn't do videos. It does allow photos, so I'll sometimes post funny things that I see. Like I posted, if those of you who are following me can see that I posted about McDonald's McCafe cups over at the Tesco, right? And for someone, that's going to be, I can go buy those? Cool. Other people, it's just entertaining because it's about, you know, this place or whatever. So it's, I think it's a cool system and has potential, but we got to get people using it. So of all the people who are currently watching, Tom, you're the one that's got to get in and make your account. And George was asking about it. We got to get, George, are you watching? Go make yours. Now that everybody has joined Mastodon, they're busy on there and not on the not talking on the live stream. Oh, we did the 6 hour. Everybody still here? We did the 6 hour blip. Every time we go to 6 hours, it blips for a second. And so we just went over that. If you're watching closely, you see that happen. I'm going to watch for it over here because I'm not sure. What time is that? Oh, it doesn't show the running time. So you just have to kind of flip. This is nice. Janet and I have been on Nicoloro for years. And, we don't post a ton, but every so often we'll post a little bit. Nicoloro did have a little bit of a blip for a while, so we weren't using it as much because it had problems. It was up, but you couldn't post pictures. And that was like, but that's like a thing to do. But that's working now, and that's pretty cool. Janet found Buddhist, but I can't find other people. Oh, Janet, go to my account and go to people I follow and just look down the list. You'll see not a ton, but you'll see some of the people. Your last post was 2023. Take a picture of Tommy and post him for everybody. See, this is actually a useful thing, is using Nicoloro as a way to communicate during the live stream, because everybody can have Nicoloro open. I'll have your Mastodon client on your phone or have it on your desktop, and then just be in there. And I get a lot of announcements on mine because I follow all the people who run the different servers, different places, to see what they're doing. But if Janet was to post a picture, we could be like, oh, Tommy's picture's up, and then we can all just look at Mastodon and we all see her dog. And it's just kind of cool. So I don't know. It's got potential. And then once everybody's used to this, then we can talk about Nicogram in the future. Jan says, I will have to do that. What I really need to do is stop doing this and finish my grading. I should take a picture of I am going to take a picture of my dogs and put them on Nicoloro right now so that everybody can see them sleeping in this snuggly bed that they have. They're very funny. My left knee kind of gave out this week. It's not really bad, but I did something. Nita is here. Greetings from Los Angeles County, California. Hey, Nita. Welcome to the party. We've been on for a little over 6 hours, so we are definitely on the slower, more worn out part of the evening where we start getting a little bit more, we got kind of the core group who's been hanging out for a long time, and we're kind of just chilling. So it's... but if you have any questions, comments, let us know. We're here, but we kind of start meandering through the conversations as different things start happening. Right at the moment, we are looking at Nicoloro.com, and several people have signed up, and I'm sharing pictures of my dogs on there. And we're trying to get Janet, because we were talking about her dog Tommy. We're trying to get Janet to post a picture of Tommy so people can see her dog. And post. There we go. My dogs are posted to the people on Nicoloro. That's like your secret benefit of being on Nicoloro, is you get to see my dogs. And if that's not a good enough reason for people, then I can't help you. Joseph is still here. Have you been volcano boarding? I have not. I'm obviously very familiar with it. But it is Not my kind of thing. I can't imagine myself doing it. My daughter did it when she was 13. Now, my one daughter is 13, but my eldest, who is 16, did it back when she was 13, and she really liked it. She thought it was a pretty good experience. I have someone I just spoke to just did it. Oh, my friend Ava, she just did it. Oh, Milton's here. Hey, Milton. Buenas tardes. Joseph says, stupid question, but is it dangerous? Is there danger that you could, hurt yourself a little bit? Yes. There's a chance that you could maybe get, cut up and scratched and stuff. Is it dangerous like you could break a leg? I guess you could break a leg. I've never heard of anyone doing that. Is it dangerous like you're going to die doing it? No, it's not dangerous like that. Is it scary? I'm sure it's a little bit scary, right? Because you're sliding down the side of a volcano. But honestly, it doesn't go really fast. It feels really fast. It doesn't go exactly slow, but it's not crazy. So I think you'll be fine. It's a lot of hiking to get up there. Who are you going with? What are you with? Bigfoot or Volcano Day? And Joseph says, I'm nervous because I'm doing it on the 12th. So that's coming up pretty soon. But my 13-year-old and my wife did it together. I did not go. Oh, that's how far behind we are. It is a 6-minute delay from the time I say something until it goes to my monitor over here, which is pretty good after this far. Oh, cool. You're doing it with Bigfoot. Bigfoot is actually who invented it. Oh, we talked about this. Are you going on Tuesday so that you can go directly to the simple afterwards and get wasted? That is the thing to do. I'm looking at a list of top active servers for Mastodon. Now, I'm sure this is only servers to which we are connected, not to all servers in the world. But we're ranked really high on that list for some reason, which is really weird. I can't figure out what metric it's using. Weird. Oh, all right. Nina says, I would like to know if the Grand Canal Nicaragua project is still on the drawing board. No, it was never really on the drawing board, but the Grand Canal project was completely eliminated in early 2015. So it's been a decade now. Anything you've heard about the Grand Canal, the project that is old, all of it is scam since then. We'll give you the quick update of what there is. There's a project not called the Grand Canal of Nicaragua that is a proposed canal route for study, right? So this is non-engineers or light engineers went and said, okay, if you were to make a canal, it has to go through here. This doesn't take, right, incredible engineers to say going over the top of a mountain, bad. Going over a river, bad. Going where there's not a port, bad, right? So they basically did the logical things and said, here's where a route would have to be, more or less. Then that has been offered as a potential route that the country is willing to consider if an engineering study wants to be done to see if you could put a canal there. At this point, that's where we are. There is a proposed route that no engineering study has been done for because no one has expressed interest in putting in a canal. So at this time, there's nothing other than if someone wants to pay millions and millions of dollars to get engineers in here to figure out if a canal could be done, that is it. There was an actual canal project started in the 1800s, went nowhere. I don't even know if they got a single thing dredged. but the famous Grand Canal scam of 10 plus years ago was really just that. You know, there were a few people that were honestly interested in it. You know, the Nicaraguan government definitely considered it. They were like, okay, if this is something you want to do, right, maybe. And some amount of permission to pursue it was granted at the time, but that it never moved forward in any way whatsoever. And for a long time, there were permissions and exclusive rights to work on a canal, not necessarily that canal, given to a company that was gone. So in a situation where it was the way that it eliminated the possibility of anybody ever doing a canal, because, or as long as the law existed, because there was this exclusive right to do the canal given to someone that didn't exist. And so in a case where they didn't exist, a lot of people tried to come up with, people were grasping at straws, right? Because there's a huge interest in making Nicaragua feel scary and in making China feel scary. So people try to constantly come up with ways that it would be scary if Nicaragua, and somehow, I don't know, you know, it's really weird. Why is America afraid of Nicaragua having a canal? I don't know. But so they try to get this fear going. Oh my gosh, Nicaragua is going to have a canal. And what's going to happen if they do? The United States is going to melt down. You know, like they're not going to be able to make hamburgers anymore because Nicaragua has a canal. I don't know what people are thinking. Like, if Nicaragua had a canal, the impact on the U.S. would be pretty minor. But let's just say that they did do a bunch of canal stuff. Right? There's just this constant hype. I got distracted as to what I was trying to say. But that early study was like, oh, okay, yeah, we can look into it. But they never came up with the money. There was never a backing to go after it. It was just one guy who had a little bit of money and was trying to raise funds, which he never raised, and then he disappeared. But so people keep trying to come up with ways to make the old project sound scary by saying things like, well, you know, they granted the rights to make the canal, so someone's going to you know, take those rights and actually start building the canal, and you can't stop them. And it's like, well, okay. One, of course, they can stop them, right? Like, it's not like they gave them irrevocable rights that would never do anything. And so they could always stop it, right? You can just stop it. At any point, they go, oh, you know what? Sorry, no canal for you. But the rights were only given to this one company. No one can recreate that company. That's not how companies work. If someone created a new company, it wouldn't get the rights from the old one. And the old one doesn't exist, so the old one could never transfer those rights to anyone else, because even if the people who were involved wanted to, and they disappeared, they aren't the company. And once the company is dissolved, that's it. You can't reform a dissolved company. There's no such thing. So it blocked the canal. So the canal was 100% dead at 2015 when the person disappeared and the company that had what little rights there were to potentially move forward evaporated. So that was absolute stop. There was no gray area. There was no, oh, maybe, or this is how they do it. No, there was nothing like that. Everything you heard was made up. At some point fairly recently, they actually went through the effort of removing the rights from the books. I imagine because they got really annoyed by the amount that the American media was running fake stories about those rights and how they could be used and why they were scary or whatever. And then they just got annoyed, and so they took them off the books. So they're off the books. So no one has the rights now, but no one had the rights before. So, yeah. But the reality is the canal never made any sense. There was nothing about it that would make it make money. It was known from the beginning that it was a definite loser. It would cost a fortune, and HKND, and that, you know, it was a stupid design. It was impossibly expensive to build an underwater canal through the largest lake in Central America. It was the dumbest possible place to put one. Like, none of it made sense. So it was pretty clear early on, if you looked at it, that they weren't taking it seriously. But now they do have a plan that's reasonable for study, that doesn't go through the lake, that uses existing ports, but it's still, oh my gosh, it's a lot of canal. And when canals were popular in the early 1900s, shipping canals were way more important. We didn't have high-speed, high-efficiency dry canals like we do today, and those are being tested. Is a dry canal equal to a canal? No, it still isn't. Regular canals still beat dry canals, but dry canals are way cheaper to build, way cheaper to maintain, way cheaper to protect, way less likely to become political pawns, and just there's just a lot more that makes a dry canal feel like a good idea. And dry canals can handle a lot of terrain issues that traditional canals struggle with. I mean, you can pretty much put a canal anywhere if you have the gumption, but a dry canal can really just do a lot of things a lot more easily. And so I think the idea of the Nicaragua Dry Canal has a lot of weight. The other advantage is that if they go with the plan that they, the proposal that they have, one of the nice things about it is that the port of Managua becomes a pretty reasonable port. But if you look at Panama, Panama does not allow offloading of their ships midway because it creates a nightmare for importation and exportation. So Panama allows offloading and onloading at the eastern side and the western side, well, the northern side and the southern side, the Atlantic and Pacific, of the Panama Canal, but they do not allow it in the middle. Nicaragua would have the unique position of having a canal that has a capital city in the middle of the canal rather than one of the ends. Panama has it at the end. And that would be kind of neat because every bit of product that needs to come into Nicaragua would be able to be offloaded directly at the port of Managua in the middle of the city. Okay, that is a pretty big benefit that the country doesn't have currently. But it would also create a bit of a nightmare, and environmental impact would be large, and a dry canal could do the same thing, but with more stops. A dry canal would also service as a passenger line and be able to hit places like Granada, Masaya, Managua, Leon, and Chinandega, and connect a much larger portion of the population to regular shipping routes. But it would add a lot of complications, and it would, as dry canals are, not be as powerful and efficient as a canal. But it seems pretty likely that until there's a really strong dry canal, the idea of putting in a full canal is just very unlikely. Milton says, I did it. This is volcano boarding. I did it toboggan style. I crashed. It could have been bad because I flipped twice. I was going pretty fast though. Just don't go too fast and it should be pretty safe. Yeah, you have a lot of control of your speed. Like, it's really not hard to slow down on that. And like, a lot of people do it and sometimes don't even go. Like, they can't get enough speed to keep going. In digital format says it would ruin Nicaragua, which is a real possibility because it's such an environmental impact and it's such a large area that you're looking at potentially a very large environmental impact, and you're also potentially looking at a very large financial impact. Now, of course, Nicaragua would not be financing it on their own. They don't have the pockets for that nor the interest, but it does cause this additional problem of how do you finance it, right? So then it becomes outside financing. How do you maintain it? Because Nicaragua doesn't have the technology or the experience or the equipment to build it. They don't have it to maintain it or anything like that. So what's going to happen? Of course, some Nicaraguans will learn those skills. That will, over time, probably happen. But the reality is that it will be built by outside firms, just like they always are, right? There's only a couple canal building firms in the world. It's kind of like if you're putting in a cable car like La Paz has or Medellin. These cities have amazing world-class cable car systems. Did those cities create manufacturing facilities to make cables and cable cars and all those engines and come up with the engineers to do the civil studies and all that? No. They went to the handful of amazing cable car companies in places like Switzerland and Germany where this is what they do, and all of the cable cars worldwide are made by a handful of small companies in mostly in Central Europe, where that is just a technology that's been around a long time, and they've been making those. And so if you go to Disney World and check out their cable cars, they're made by the same company that made them in La Paz, right? You go to like little places all over the world, you go to places in China, often they're made by the place in Germany too, right? So same thing here. If you're going to build a canal, there's only a handful of potential canal building companies in the world. China definitely has one. The US definitely has one. Panama does not have one. Then they're going to have to be the ones that build the canal. So all of the money that goes into the construction of the canal will be lost to the country, right? And then to maintain it, yeah, eventually they may be able to maintain it themselves, like Panama. Panama now is the world expert at maintaining canals, so that they've got. But if they had to construct a new one, no, they bring in outsiders most of the time. So that money to maintain the canal will mostly flow out of the country to experts abroad. So these are all things that aren't beneficial to Nicaragua, and the money is... Sorry, Bryce. And so that's not a positive thing. They're going to be bringing in money from charging ships to come through, but tons of that money is going to be going to pay for the construction and pay for the maintenance. And so not very much of that money will stay in Nicaragua, at least not for a really long time. And then you have the environmental impact. We're not talking about a small canal like in Panama, which still has a big environmental impact. And we're not talking about one that's naturally fed by a lake. We're talking about a very different type of canal over unbelievably different terrain under massively longer distances. And so the cost to build it, the cost to maintain it are way higher than Panama. It's in a better position, but it is so long that that's a pretty big negative. And so there's a reason why Panama was decided for the first canal. It was just so much better as a location, and you weren't disrupting as many people. Even today, the amount of people in Panama is relatively low compared to Nicaragua, and the number that are impacted by the canal quite a bit lower. There's just like all these different layers of doing it in Nicaragua would be very potentially dangerous to the ecosystem, very potentially dangerous to the economy. And so that's something they have to very carefully weigh. And that doesn't mean that it's a bad idea, but it's a much more risky idea than people give it credit for. It could be something that really impacts the country. Now, InDigital did said it would westernize everything, and I don't know if that's actually true. The idea that it would westernize the country in Panama westernized not because of the canal, but because of U.S. military intervention for 100 years, or nearly 80 to 90 years, and a huge amount of money flowing into the country. Panama was really a different animal. It's possible for it to westernize the country, but I don't think it's the big risk that it seems like, partially because Panama came from a place. I mean, remember, Panama as a country was created for the canal. The U.S. went to war with Colombia to seize land and create an American colony in which they would put the canal. And so Panama was an American colony that was completely controlled, even when Nicaragua was a semi-U.S. colony for 70 years, 1909 to 1979, and it was heavily militarily occupied, and it did get a lot of American influence, right? So Panama and Nicaragua have a very sibling relationship when it comes to the occupation during the 20th century, 1900s. But Panama was occupied slightly longer, but much more heavily, right? Military bases, full on, open to the world, just flat out American colony, no ifs, ands, or buts, no pretending it wasn't. In Nicaragua, the U.S. was trying to maintain the illusion that it was not actually colonizing Nicaragua, and so there's this much more complex relationship where they had puppet governments and only partial intervention, and you can see in the country lots of, and it was mentioned earlier, baseball, for example, is a major holdover from that time. That's something that caught on and didn't go away because baseball's fun, and there's lots of these little quirks that you find in the Nicaraguan ecosystem, but it really was quite I think, different than Panama, and I don't think that we're likely to experience that, at least not at that level. Would it westernize some just because there's more money flowing in, more interactions with things? Yes, absolutely, that could happen. Would it become the next Panama? I'm going to lean towards, I think not. A risk, of course. And having lived in Panama, right? Like I'm seeing it from one of my best friends is a diplomat living in Panama. I mean, she's Panamanian. And I lived there, and I got to see a bit of it, maybe not extensively, but I did get a bit of experience with it. And I love Panama. It's got a lot of great things. But Panama is so different because it is the Dubai of Latin America. And if you think about what happened in Dubai, Dubai had nothing, like no people, no nothing. And then it got oil, and then it had money, and then all the people came. But Nicaragua already has people, and it already has an economy, and it already has a whole bunch of stuff. And so it's a very different animal as to how it will react to a canal and how it will adapt to a canal. So we'll have to see. But I think the chances of them putting in a canal anyway are extremely low, because I think the real analysis is going to be someone has to be willing to put up so much money and so much risk, and Nicaragua is not going to accept it unless Nicaragua has a pretty clear control and financial future to make it make sense. Because, I mean, ultimately, Nicaragua tends to make really good decisions about what's good for the people long term. At least that's where they've been for a long time. Panama didn't get to make a decision. The U.S. used the Marines and made the decision for them. You're going to get a canal or we're going to shoot people. And that was it. And so Panama had a canal that took into account nothing as to what was good for Panama, and you see the remains of that. But Nicaragua would be putting in a canal with a very strong question of, is this good for Nicaraguans? And I don't see them being willing to take on that risk once the study's done. I think once they see the numbers, and I could be wrong, maybe the numbers are way better than I imagine, but my guess is once someone is willing to go that far, that it ends up being, this isn't the right choice for Nicaragua. I think that's where it's going to end up. Eduardo says, that was my family problem. They were trusting the media about Nicaragua being a bad decision. I didn't listen, and now they all want to come with me. George says, do you really think it will be built? So you really think it will be built? No, I really don't think it will be built. Because I remember 2014, like yesterday, and people from Houston at least really thought it was going to go through. Yeah, I don't know why. Well, so I lived in Dallas in 2014. No, I lived in New York in 2014. I lived in Dallas in 2012. 2013, I was still mostly in Dallas. And it was just, I mean, there was no question as to how it was presented in the U.S. They simply said, this is what Nicaragua was doing. Nicaragua was building a canal. It was a foregone conclusion. Nobody ever presented it as maybe. No one said, well, it's not paid for yet. And they lied about who was paying for it. They're like, China's paying for it. China was never involved, right? So never at all. I'm sure somebody said we should talk to China, but that's probably as far as it went, right? There was no Chinese involvement. And so what we were getting in the U.S. was so completely fake about it, and everyone was. And now people are getting the same thing, right? Everybody's getting this. And I can't believe how many people have told me, they're building a canal. I'm like, you're kidding, right? It's like 15 years of this. Like... Come on. I realize that there's now new stuff in the news, and I realize that they're goading the U.S. like, we could build a canal, and everyone in the U.S. falls for that, takes the bait, right? Because why not? The U.S. media is constantly acting like it's going to happen. But, right now we're in the same, essentially, if you excuse the pun, boat, because... there's a proposal. Yeah, it could lead to something, but the reality is that there isn't an investor lining up to do anything. There isn't an engineering study that makes it potentially make sense. Eduardo, hey, we got your pictures on Nicoloro. Everybody, if you're signed into Nicoloro, you can see Eduardo's pictures. See, it's cool because we can actually connect and get to know people in different ways. And you can see my dogs. But Janet has not yet posted a picture of Tommy, so we're waiting on pins and needles for that. So no, I really don't think there's any chance of it being built. I don't think there's a very high. I would say it's at best 1 in 10, but probably 1 in 20 chance of the engineering study getting approval. And no one has been approached with that except for China, and China kind of ignored it. From what I can tell, that they were like, yeah, like they didn't seem like they even wanted to talk about it, which makes sense. Why would they want to? Because a dry canal, I think, would work really well for them and doesn't bring up the kind of potential angst that that an actual canal would. Right? People like really freak out about canals. And I realize now there's all this media saying, oh, Panama is done because Mexico is going to build a dry canal. And it's like, you do realize they've already had it and no one noticed, right? Like, is it helping Mexico? Yeah, Mexico's doing a great job with it. That's all wonderful. But it's not changing the game. Right, Panama is still Panama, and people are mostly unaware of what's going on in Mexico because it's just not a major player for that thing. I think it's great. I'm glad they did it, and I think it'd be great if Nicaragua did the dry canal. And having multiple dry canals in multiple countries, and the Panama Canal still there where it makes sense, and then we have options across the region, and we can, if you're Nicaragua, you can get things from coast to coast, which we need anyway. Right? So I think there's good options here, but I don't think the canal is really likely to be a thing. In Digital says it's a political football still, which is true. Nita says, thank you. You're welcome. And Digital says, this was true with Panama. They'll work it out. That's right. Blah, blah, blah. Eduardo says, Nicaragua is technologically 30 years behind. It will cost lots of money to bring it up to today. I mean, it depends what aspects of technology, but if it comes to canal building, I don't know that Nicaragua's infrastructure or technology level will have a noticeable effect on it. It won't really, I don't think it'll really play a major role in the creation of or the management of the canal, meaning the technological level or capability of Nicaragua just won't be important in that way. I don't think. They don't need to get, basically what I'm saying is maybe they are 30 years behind. I don't think that's really true, but there's areas, but there's a lot of areas where they're seemingly quite a bit ahead, right? And like phone usage, Nicaragua's ahead of the U.S. on phones. Like that's a big deal. They're ahead of the U.S. on a lot of privacy and security and stuff. Like that's a big deal. So you could say the same thing. Can the U.S. build a canal? Nah, they're 30 years behind. Eduardo says, lots of cities in Nicaragua don't even use credit card. Cash is king. Where are you finding cities that don't use credit card? I mean, there's always some little place that doesn't, but credit cards are being used everywhere. We can go, except for little food stands. Credit cards are easy to use here. Janet says, hi, I guess I have to go find him and take a bad picture. Yes. And Digital says, how is Marcela? She was on earlier. We did a segment with her. She came on and then she had to go take a nap and then she came back and tried again. She is doing well with the chemo, right? It's tough for sure. But honestly, I think the chemo is going really well. Like she seems to be actively feeling better as we go as she goes through it. Like we were expecting the chemo to beat her down, but it honestly seems like she's actually improving. Now she's got some things like her teeth is starting to hurt and her hair, like her head is starting to hurt and her hair is falling out, which you expect with chemo. She's about to get it cut short as a temporary measure before she has to go to a wig. But overall, like she's definitely when you do the chemo, there's times that she's really tired. So she's losing days of the week. Like yesterday, she was completely asleep. So there's the medicine does completely knock her out sometimes, but that's not feeling terrible. It's just being really exhausted. But like today, she feels decent. Yesterday was her tired day. Tomorrow she'll probably be raring to go and ready to go out and go see a band and stuff. And she's getting some work done, and she's working when she can and going out. She went to the dentist today, and she's trying to do some shopping and trying very hard to live her life whenever possible, and that is working out. And like 8 months ago, she could barely breathe and couldn't sleep, and now she's barely coughing, breathing okay, and sleeping a lot. 6 months of, I mean, she was terrified she was just going to die, and we didn't know what it was. It was just, this is so awful that what are we going to do? And now it feels like it feels like she's progressing, like she's getting somewhere, and the support from everyone has really helped. She gets, this community has really reached out for her. Today we passed the 50% funding. I'll mention it quickly. Most everyone heard it, but we did talk about her GoFundMe and why she needs money. There's a link for the GoFundMe, and we raised quite a bit. Like $220 has come in just during this live stream for her. And the total goal, I have to mention it because the system is so weird. The total goal is $5,000. We've actually raised $2,685. The first $1,000 does not show up because it didn't go through GoFundMe. It came directly to her. The goal should be $4,000 then in GoFundMe. GoFundMe doesn't do that. They do this thing where they set lower goals and then raise them as you go, so that it makes people feel like they're making a bigger difference or something. It's a weird algorithm thing that I don't necessarily like. But so it makes it look like we're closer to the goal than we actually are, but it makes it seem like the goal is smaller than. It's just weird. But so the actual numbers is we have 2,685 out of a goal of 5,000. And so just knowing that money is there to help her has made her feel a lot better. There was a lot of stress involved with that. And so this makes a big difference, because little things like, needs to go get this retainer for her teeth, or she has to get all new clothes. She's lost so much weight. At one point, she was losing 4 pounds a day. So she is tiny compared to what she was 6 months ago. So that's really happened quite quickly. And Indigital says, do you feel she's getting good care? I do. I think the care is quite good. We're really impressed. There's been moments where it's been, not ideal. But I mean, coming from the U.S., like every moment is often not ideal, right? That's not always true, but you can end up in some pretty terrible situations. She's on free care, right? Public care. And they started with her going to the Ciudad Sandino hospital. And she walked in and had a paper. She already had the private hospital in Leon had already talked to her about what was going on. They had, really strong belief in cancer. So she walked in with their assessment to Ciudad Sandino Hospital, handed them the paper at check-in. They looked at it and go, you're going to Fonseca. And they put her in a wheelchair and popped her into an ambulance. And I actually don't know if there's a wheelchair. They put her into an ambulance and had her checked into the no parking lot, you have to be referred facility at Fonseca in under 20 minutes. Coming from another city. She was in Ciudad Sandino. They had to move her to Managua, which obviously is close. But from the time she walked in the door at Ciudad Sandino until she was checked in at Fonseca, 20 minutes with an ambulance ride in the middle. Fonseca kept her a little bit, like a couple days, did what they could, and then decided that she needed cancer oversight and moved her to the oncology unit at Morolo, which is not the best looking facility. You go visit it, you're not going to be impressed, but it's in a good part of the city, and it's a very respected hospital. And they've been taking care of her really well. There's been a few times that they could communicate better. Like there's things that aren't like spot on all the time, but we're talking about a public hospital dealing with an unbelievable number of people, and it's the top public oncology unit in the country. We suspect that Leon is going to be the new top one once it opens, but we couldn't use that. And so it's been a mostly really impressive experience the whole way through. She did have one moment, and this was great, that she went in there, this is months and months ago, and she was supposed to have an appointment, and someone screwed something up, and she was in there with an official from the healthcare system, but they didn't say who she was with, and it was someone relatively important within the healthcare administration, and it was like sitting with her. And the doctors like did some power trip thing, and they're like, "Oh, well, I know you had an appointment at first thing in the morning, and you were here an hour before and waiting for things, but they had done something like wrong, or I don't know if wrong is the right term, but somehow she ended up having to like do something twice, and it made someone else be ready before her." And that's fine. So they take the person who's ready, but then they're like, "You missed your window. You're going to wait here until the end of the day, and hopefully we get to you." And it was all like this intern doctor on a power trip that you don't get to tell us what the schedule is, we do. And the directing doctor of the hospital got a call and came out and personally apologized. And it's like, "You get to go in right now." It was like, no, not a power trip play from the intern. That intern had a really bad day, I guarantee. That was not an appropriate way to handle the waiting room of a medical facility. That was not the right way to treat a patient in that care, and that, healthcare administration watched it happen. There wasn't any, "Oh, that's not what happened." Oh no, she was sitting right there. So that went, that was the only time that there was like any like, "Oh, that wasn't great," other than at one point Manolo felt like they had to keep her for 3 weeks because she was really sick before she started the chemo. Sorry, we're at that time of the night where the little tiny bugs are like constantly flying into my eyes. She was so sick they couldn't let her out of the hospital, so she spent 3 weeks at Manolo, which really beat down her spirits. That was really tough. Like she just didn't have the will to keep like fighting everything. And then when she was healthy, like there was a bit of a delay in getting her chemo started. There's like some doctor, like they lost a day in there somehow. But then the moment Manolo had the approval to go, it was like chemo within the hour, and they did her chemo through the night. They're like, no, you need to start now. We're keeping doctors here all night to do this chemo with you and get this started. And so once the oncology unit was in control and she was no longer crazy sick, because she had like super high fever. She had an infection because the cancer left her open to infection. Once she was past that, they're like, "Here we go. We've got the approvals, we've got the clearance, we've got the tools," and they just started doing it. And now that she's past the acute care with the oncology unit, she does almost all of her stuff. Sometimes she goes to the hospitals for checkups and stuff, but they really take her to a really nice clinic. She sent pictures. It's like this very clean, very bright, nicely air conditioned, and it's just people getting like chemo treatments. So it's a really nice facility and very easy. And so she stuck there for long periods of time, but it's impressive. It's all been very good. So we were scared that this is just a lot of rough stuff, but it's working really well. Milton says, "Is there any talk of a nonstop from LA to Managua? Only Houston and Miami get that honor currently." There's no talk of it that I know of. I don't know if a Los Angeles to Managua flight path still exists. So in order to put one in, it requires both an airline willing to do it. I don't know of any who care. And the reason being is that the main flights out of LA are Avianca, and they have to fly over their hub of San Salvador. So why would you bother trying to go straight to Managua when you can just land at San Salvador and take off again, and it's already your hub where all your stuff is going? I don't see that there's going to be interest until some other airlines is flying out of LA. But LA is really far from Nicaragua, so it's not necessarily a great location. Hopping through Houston or Dallas or Miami would make more sense. Dallas doesn't have a direct flight, but it could. If I was coming from LA, would I prefer to go direct? Obviously, But is a stop in San Salvador a big deal? No. If you don't have a long layover, you can get through that airport in minutes. It's very comfortable. And if you do have a long layover, they have draft beer and amazing tacos and a lot of shopping and stuff to do. It's a great airport to have to spend time in. It's one of my favorites. So, not a big deal. I don't think. I don't see anyone really finding a value enough to pay for it in the near term. If Nicaraguan tourism really takes off, I could see it. If the right things happen, maybe. But I think it's a hard push to have, especially when even Houston was only re-added pretty recently. Do I see any investors building warehouses? So we call them bodegas here. I do know of a few bodegas that exist, but do I see investors building any? No, I've not seen anyone do that. Warehousing is not a very big thing here because we're not a logistics country. I think that the amount of warehouses that are needed exist, probably more than are needed. There's a lot of empty space in Managua. There's some empty space here in León. You could pretty easily put in warehouses without having to build anything. Investors building it. I mean, there's going to be at some point. Branders has one, right? The big peanut company. They've got some storage stuff. Things exist, but as an investment, I mean, you could make it work, but is it going to be valuable? I don't know. Joseph says, I'm only going to visit Nicaragua for a week, and I'm deciding if I should go to San Juan del Sur or Ometepe Island. I'll only visit for 2 or 3 days, either. So I'm going to say take Ometepe off the list. You don't have time. It's that simple. You're here for a week, don't go to Ometepe, because you have to have a day to get in. If you really want to do it, you need a day in, a day to enjoy, a day out, right? That's a lot of your time for that one thing. Ometepe is amazing. You can go in the same day and back out, but you're talking about a lot of logistics. I have done that, but I did it when I lived here. I did it when I lived in Granada. And I had a car. So driving from Granada to Ometepe, boom, it's like an hour, right? Get up early in the morning, drive to Ometepe, to San Jorge, Port of San Jorge, and grab the ferry. First thing, oh, that's awesome, right? Okay, so I'm over on the island by 8 o'clock in the morning? Great. Rent a car, hire a driver. We hired a tour and tour around for the whole day. Cool. Did a bunch of things. Went to Ojos de Agua and went to the old monolith ruins. Went and tried some restaurants. Walked around a little bit. Saw, did a loop around the island to get an idea what it was all like. It was really cool. Right. It was a good day spent, and then we zipped back, got back on the ferry, and came back at night and drove back to Granada, which was really easy because it was an hour away and we had a car. So, yeah, that worked. But it was also an entire day, and we barely saw anything, right? Can we say we were on the island? Yes. But did we really get the island experience? No. I went 2 years ago in early 2023, and 4 of us went. We went, I think we went in the evening. We actually arrived in the dark because there was a storm-ish, like wind. So we got there later than I think. And so that evening, we spent all of that time that evening trying to find our hotel because logistics on the island can be a bit of a problem. So getting a taxi can be challenging. Finding time to do things, getting places, figuring out where things are can be a challenge. So leave yourself some time to do that stuff. We got to our hotel, had a great hotel. I'll link it for anyone who wants it. And we were very happy staying in these cool... I'm not saying it's the best. I haven't stayed at that many places in Ometepe, but I was very happy with this one. And there it is, Hotel Congos. Get the link. This is where I stayed. I really like their pasta dinner. And, my dad is leaving. Good night, Dad. So that first night, it's just a matter of getting there. Yeah, we got there in time to have food, so that was good. Enjoyed the food, hung out at our hotel, went to bed early. Oh, Chris is here, by the way, saying hi. Hi, Chris. And so it was nice. It was relaxing. We enjoyed it. The ferry ride is pretty. Okay, cool. But we saw nothing of Ometepe. So that was the first night. Then we had an entire day on Ometepe. There were some restaurants we wanted to check out. There's some things we wanted to see. We wanted to sit on the beach and have some drinks and just chill because Ometepe is all about relaxing. So could you spend that day racing around and see as many things as you can on the island? Yes, absolutely. And I think you'll do okay. But are you really going to get the Ometepe experience, or are you just going to race around and see things? Well, it's one day. You only get so much daylight. You know, it's the tropics. So you're going to get about 12 hours, 13 if you're lucky. And then you're going to be nighttime. Are you going to hit a bar? Do you want to hit a beach during the day? You know, and because a lot of the things are hiking or relaxing, everything's time consuming. Do you want to hike a volcano? That's an all day thing. Do you want to enjoy leisurely meals? That's most of a day. Do you want to go to the bar and sit on the beach, which, I mean, that's what you do in Nicaragua. Like, these are important parts of the Nicaraguan experience. And so if you don't do them, then you're just having this kind of like race in, race out, technically check the box and say, I saw it kind of experience. And I think that that's missing a lot from Ometepe. So personally, I would want to stay at minimum 2 days on the island, and then on the fourth day, so come in the evening, maybe, or come in a little bit earlier, 2 full days, and then leave early on the fourth day to go back, and then you have a day to get places and do things. And what we did last time is we came in late at night, had 1 full day, and then left early in the morning. The next day, in the dark, and we did that's where the episode Fear and Loathing in Ometepe was filmed. And then we took the buses back to Managua, and it was a good trip, but only having 1 full day on the island, I feel was way too little. And I really want to go back, and I'd really like to spend a week on the island at least, and go to lots of restaurants, go to lots of hotels, do different things, but be very leisurely about it. I don't want to be racing. I don't want to be, I mean, it's a small community, but once you're there, you kind of want to experience it. You want to make it a getaway. Now, if you're going to live here, one of the things that's cool about life in Nicaragua is that everything's very accessible. So if you were to move to Nicaragua, I know not all of you are looking at moving. Some of you are just looking at vacation or whatever. But for those of us who live here, Ometepe is very affordable, right? We can take public transportation right to the port. It's public transportation over to the island. Yeah, we got to take a taxi once we're there. Then, the hotels aren't that expensive. Well, how much was this one? Nicaraguan, $1,299. So that's like, I don't know, maybe less than $40, right? For a place that I thought was really nice. Well, that's not bad, right? And that's the listed price on Hostel World. It's a little bit more on price. I like how Priceline is the most expensive. But that's great. And you can go and enjoy that. You can just relax and not worry about a lot of things when it's that kind of price. And that's what you want. You want to have this just time to absorb. Because part of the Ometepe thing, and if you try to race, you will miss this, is that once the last ferry goes for the night, that island separates from Nicaragua. And for the next, 8 to 12 hours, you're on an isolated, completely trapped, nearly tourist-free island in the middle of a giant lake with 2 big volcanoes. And the setting sun over the mainland is so beautiful. And the quiet lapping of the water is so soothing because it's not like the ocean. It's that very chill. Even though the ocean's right there, it's a very chill experience. And the going to a restaurant when it's just silent out there, it's all really awesome. Now, if you stay in Moyagalpa or Alta Gracia, you're going to have some amount of nightlife. Like, you can get out, go to a bar, you can go out and find someone dancing. Like, 55,000 people live on the island, and they're Nicaraguans, so they need to dance, right? So you're going to find a little bit, but for the most part, it's going to be very, very little. right? And if you get out of those population centers, it's going to turn into nothing. But there are these little tiny communities, Los Angeles or Esquipulas or San Jose del Sur, and there's going to be a little bit going on there that's cool. I feel like I've seen the lazy crab. Oh, it's in Ballway. Sorry. I'm not Ballway's, I don't know. Maybe I need to spend more time. Not my cup of tea per se, but here is the lazy crab. Now there is a place that I really liked. Let me see if I can find it. And I just mean the look of. I didn't actually go there. San Fernando and is it San Domingo, just west of Ballway. I thought that area seemed really, really cool. And I kind of wanted to spend some time hanging out in those tiny little communities out there. And that's the thing. You got to have time to move between these places and check them out. If you don't do that, you're just missing out on like the whole experience. So, yeah. And then wait, the Hakuna Matata Beach Bar is in the middle of the island. Like that's not a no, it is actually on a beach. They're just the map location is completely off. Yeah, so I would do, personally, I would do more time. I would save it. Don't check the box. As Chris said, got to agree with Scott on this one. Don't just check the box. Skip it. So let's go back to the question. Corey says I missed attendance. Haha. Oh, before we get to those things, InDigital says, I had amazing experiences with healthcare there. My first visit was to build a remote clinic. Oh, cool. Nicaragua has very fertile soil. That's Cupcake for sure. InDigital says, personally, I think it's more than worthy for a day or two. Back to Ometepe, yeah. Okay. Joseph says, do you think it's possible to visit Leon, San Juan del Sur, Granada, and Masaya Market in 8 days? Yes. You'll probably want to give the most time to Granada, then San Juan del Sur, then Leon. Masaya Market you can do as a tour out of Granada. I've walked from the city of Granada to the city of Masaya in the past. It's a long walk, but that's how close it is, right? It's there right next to each other, and you don't need to stay in Masaya and do Masaya. You can just launch from Granada, do the market, and get back. Be aware, there's 2 markets in Masaya. There's the real one and the one for tourist. You probably want to do the one for tourist. It's one day. It's a fun thing. Take pictures. But when we go to the market in Masaya, that's not the one we go to. But it's really hard to find the real one. Like, they go out of their way to make it that you're not going to find it. Granada, you're definitely, in 8 days, you definitely need a little bit of extra time in Granada. That's probably where you'll start. San Juan del Sur is a party place. Leon, really, if you get to Leon and volcano board during the day, if you can do it on a Tuesday, then you're in really good shape. Go to the Simple, party at night. If you're not there on a Tuesday, go to 23 Bar and party at night. Go see the cathedral. Walk around the plaza. Walk around the area around the plaza. Go see like Recolección and some like landmarks. Get a feel for the colonial city. You do want to see the beach if you can, because it's completely different than the beach at San Juan del Sur. It's 2 very different situations. You want to check those out, but really, Leon, you can do pretty quickly, and Masaya can be a day. So as much as I love Leon, and that's where I live, and I'm like, yeah, Leon, Jodido, you're going to want to, on your first trip, Granada and San Juan del Sur are going to be almost certainly where you want to spend your time if you're going there. If you're going to eliminate one of these, honestly, you need to consider Leon and San Juan del Sur are very far apart from each other, like over 4 hours drive time. So just be aware of that, right? If you're going to go to Leon, you need to go way out to the west and kind of north. And that's just going to take up a bunch of your time getting there and getting back. You can take the public Uca bus, the Interlocale, and that's going to be under 2 hours to get between, like from Managua to there. It's fast. And Granada to Managua you can do to the same terminal, right? So that's very doable. And they'll go to Masaya too, so you can actually do everything on those buses. And San Juan del Sur, you're going to probably want private transportation to go down there. It's not super time consuming. But if you were to eliminate if you were to eliminate one or the other, oh, there's Tommy. He always looks away. He's such a sweetie, though. He always likes to look down. Because he's blind, he doesn't like to look up. The poor little boy. Oh, wait. The other dog's in the background? Oh, there she is. You didn't take a picture of her, so she's sad. But he is a sweet dog. I love that dog. If you eliminate either San Juan del Sur or Leon, you get a lot more time. So now, I don't know how old you are. I think you said like mid-20s. You'll have a lot more energy. You can move a lot of places, and the things you care about will be different than me. But one of the things I learned when I was younger is that I always wanted to do a bunch of things on a vacation, on a trip, because I wanted to be like, oh, I saw the Eiffel Tower. I went to the Louvre. I went to the Arc de Triomphe. I got... whatever. I went to I got French bread and brie and ate in the park, right, at the Palais de Vienna or whatever. And just okay, I did all these things. Yes. And at the end of the day, I'm exhausted. I don't remember much of it. I didn't experience any of it, and it wasn't fun per se. It was better than being home, but it wasn't like it could be. And as I got older, and not that I got older, but that I traveled more, I got mature in my travel, I started learning, I just don't want to do this stuff, because while going to the Eiffel Tower is cool, if it means I'm rushing and not enjoying my trip and I got to spend all my time worrying about that, it ruins it. And so I've learned that I really spend a lot of time eliminating things to do on trips rather than coming up with things to do. And everyone's different. I'm not saying it works for you. But we backpacked Europe for 2 months at one point, and it was insane. Right? Every morning we had to be somewhere. We had 9 countries, constantly moving between cities, because it wasn't just 9 places. It was 9 countries, seeing lots of cities in different places. Even our starting location, we were like, we're going to acclimate in London. Flew into London, immediately took the train to Nottingham, right? Just add another place, do another thing constantly. Oh, and then once you're there, there's things you want to explore. So it's tough to try to hold back enough to not overwhelm yourself. And so you have to think about what you want to do. You have to think about what your goals are. You have to think about what you like. But if it was me, I totally understand why it would be super tempting to do all those places, because you really don't want to miss things. Like, when are you going to be back? Who knows, right? Do you really want to go back and be like, I didn't go to San Juan del Sur. Oh, I didn't go to Leon. You want to say you went to all those things. But you may also enjoy the trip a lot more if you spend 3 days in Granada, 3 days in Leon, maybe a day in Managua in the middle. So you just, because at some point you want to be by the airport, maybe actually spend time in Messiah, not just go to the market. 8 days is a tough one, just because, it's like, well, but now I've been here, I'm kind of just chilling on the beach, but I could be seeing San Juan del Sur. Yep, but you got to remember, it's a minimum of 8 hours to and from, 4 hours each way. Unless you're doing that in the dark and sleeping on the bus, that's a lot of your trip that you're giving up just to be on the bus. Now, each of those locations is cool. I would hate to not go to any of them. But I also would, for me personally, like to come in on that first day, get straight to Granada in the night, sleep in a cool downtown colonial hotel or hostel in Granada, and then spend a full day of just enjoying doing the horse-drawn carriage ride, going to a museum, walking the colonial city center, and then when it starts getting later in the day and you're starting to be like, okay, the sun's going down, the sights are done, now I'm going to walk the Calzada, and I'm going to find restaurants and bars that I want. I'm going to hit a restaurant and get food, then I'm going to bar hop a little bit and get some of that experience. That'll be cool. And then the next day, going out and do the boat tour of the Isletas and maybe climb the volcano or something. I definitely want 2 days in Granada. I don't want to be rushed like that. Then on that third morning, get up, maybe take the bus to Messiah, go to the market, get back on the bus. I actually don't know how easy that is to do. I assume it's easy. And then take the bus to Managua, switch to Leon, go to Leon. Now it's, you spent the whole day in that transfer, right? Because you still got an hour from Granada to Managua, and then from Managua 2 hours to Leon. Now it's later in the day in Leon. You got to figure out where your hostel is. You're probably got to stay at Bigfoot. Get to Bigfoot. Next day, do your volcano boarding. Go to the beach. Get wasted on the beach. Spend the night on the beach. Get up. Have a relaxing day, just enjoying the Pacific. And then, do you want to spend get a whole day on the beach. Get a whole day in Leon. If it was me, I think I would have the willpower to resist going to an extra spot, but it would gnaw at me the whole time, and I'd always be sad that I didn't go. So that's Joseph. That's something that you've got to kind of. That's my thoughts on it. But Ometepe, I think, is, oh my gosh, it will use so much of your time, and you'll get so little out of it. Do an entire trip just for Ometepe sometime, or do a trip that's Ometepe and San Juan del Sur. If you know you're going to come back, or it's reasonable you're going to come back, 8 days for those because they're kind of near each other, and the others because they're a little bit more together would work great. So something to think about. Buttis says, the cool thing about living in Nicaragua is that you can go a few hours and vacation, which is totally true. We go to San Juan del Sur for vacation. Not very often, but we'll do it. We go to Ometepe more often for vacation. We go to Matagalpa for vacation, right? We do that stuff. And it's nice. It really is like, wow, this is a different place. Growing up in New York, I don't remember ever doing that. Although, honestly, I feel I should have. I feel like I should have gone to Elmira or Ithaca when I was younger, or Albany, or we would go to the Adirondacks, but honestly, that was like 5 hours. So it was pretty far, and then you're in the mountains, and weren't in a city. It wasn't interesting. It was just, now you're in the middle of nowhere. Milton says, Dale pues, Scott. See you next Thursday. Have a good one, Milton. Jose Rodriguez says, hi, Scott, do you speak Spanish? I do. I always questioned whether or not I really speak Spanish, but Marcela was here and she confirmed that I speak Spanish, so that's encouraging. I don't speak amazing Spanish. I'm certainly not fluent, but I am well past conversational. I've been on live TV a few times doing Spanish and some things, so it's... yeah, I speak Spanish. I mean, I speak Spanish every day, right? I've lived here for a long time, and I've also lived in Spain and Panama, and I took Spanish in high school. So I started speaking Spanish 31 years ago, and so now, no, I'm like, that doesn't seem right. I'm older than that. 35 years ago, there we go. 35 years ago, I started speaking Spanish, and I'm definitely not fluent, but I carry on conversations and actively use Spanish every day. Janet has blurry and non-blurry pictures of Tommy posted, so everyone who's on Nico Loro, go check that out. If you're not on Nico Loro, what are you doing? Get with the times. A bunch of people joined while we were on. This is like a Twitter competitor. Some of you came on right as this conversation was wrapping up. This is a Nicaraguan-based Mastodon instance. So it's been around for years. It's a basically a competitor to Twitter and Bluehost and those things. Blue Sky, whatever it's called, the new thing. This is the old established system that they talked about it on Jamie Oliver. What's his name? Oh, I can't think of his name. On Oliver, the TV show, they were talking about Mastodon and how this is the answer to people who want to get off of Twitter. But the cool thing is that this is the Nicaragua thing for that. And so it's a free sign up. Go on, follow all of us. If you follow me at Scott Allen Miller, like who would have guessed, you can find most everyone because I follow them. So just look at the list of the people I follow, and you can go find people from the community. A lot of the people who are on the Buddhist is on there. Eduardo, Mr. Cookie 32 is on there. Janet is on there. Who did I miss? I'm on there. Obviously, lots of people who aren't on, but just of the people who are talking right now, you can go follow us and see pictures and do stuff. So it's cool, and I think it's got Bryce is on there. I think it's I like it a lot. Blurry pictures. Chris asks, has Scott ever done volcano boarding? I talked about that just before you were on. I have not, but my wife and my daughter, when she was 13, did, and they had a good time. They really thought it was fun. Oh, wait. In Digital says, also it sucks. I'm not sure what he's in reference to. Maybe living in Nicaragua and everything's so close. Jan says, I've only lived here for 10 years. Maybe one day I'll visit Granada and or San Juan del Sur. I did stay overnight with a friend in Rivas once, though. I can't believe you've never been to Granada or San Juan del Sur. San Juan del Sur a little bit I can understand because it's far and expensive and like, why? When you live here, like it's a different thing. But you've never been to Granada? How is that possible? What? Like, you can just take the bus. Like, it's so easy. You know, I used to live in Granada. Marcela used to live in Granada. It's like, wow. Janice says, in the daytime, Tommy jumps up to get pets, but he wasn't that energetic tonight. Oh, poor boy. RM says, I did Leon and Granada. Figured I would come back and see the other areas next time. Exactly. That is what I would recommend. 1, save it for next time. 2, actually schedule your trip back and make it back quickly, right? Make it happen. But that is, I think, the thing to do. It's so much rushing around and not getting to enjoy. And like, so we were out at the Tuesday night party with a couple hundred, 20 somethings who are there to party. And, they want to get wasted. They want to dance until late in the night. My gosh, do you really want to get up 5 hours later? I understand when you're 25, you can do it, but do you want to? Do you really want to jump up and not have a fun breakfast? Do you really want to not enjoy a nice lunch? Do you really want to not have the flexibility to just choose what to do that day? Maybe. Some people, that's what they like. But for me, my gosh, I want to be able to leisurely enjoy my breakfast until I feel like getting up. And then I want to go do cool stuff. Maybe skip lunch, maybe walk all day. I walk, I hike, I do stuff. I'm totally down for doing stuff. I just, I don't want to feel rushed. I don't want to, try to find a meal and then spend my whole time being unhappy because it's a burden to race through and have to get off to a scheduled event that I don't have to. Obviously, things like volcano boarding, you got to schedule it or you won't be able to get in. Sure. You want to do Tuesday Booze Day in Las Piñatas, you got to schedule it. You got to do it on Tuesday. You can't do it another day. So make that happen. But give your time the next day to recover so you can enjoy that night, not be worried about the next day and not be skipping breakfast to try to make your time work. In Digital says, think twice about volcano boarding, lol. No, I think volcano boarding is a big thing. People really want to do it. For me, not my thing, but it's unique. It really is special. But it says, did the volcano, some years back, the climb up was a bit rough. Have they made the trail better? No, they have not. They actually, instead of making the trail better, they actually restricted who can legally go up it to protect people that way. Eduardo says, I've been in several places: Masaya, Granada, Bluefields, Puerto Cabeza, Managua, Esteli, Nagarote, Matare, and Chinandega. Normally in a list like that, no one would list Matare. Matare is a wide spot in the road that you pass through. I know you're going to move there, and that's hilarious. And Eduardo, when you get there, I want to come film your house. And, but for years, I know Matare really well because it is the town that we use as the landmark when heading into Managua. So for years, because Marcela lived in Managua, so if we were doing an event, she would be like, let me know when you get to Matare. And so I'd be on the Uca bus, on the Interlocale, and I would come through and I'd look out and you'd see like the cemetery is really obvious. So you'd see the cemetery blow by and you're like, okay, I'm in Matare. And then she would know how long, it's another 5 minutes and you'd be there. And so it's... that's how a lot of us know it. And my wife knows it because she was on the bus once and it broke down there. But like, there's nothing in Matare. There's no sights. There's nothing to do. There's not even like a famous restaurant or not a roadside thing. It's not like Nagarote that has the knockoff Waffle House, right? Like, it really is just this funny little spot. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely coming out. It'll be awesome. Like, we'll walk Matare and talk about... Now, it is on the lake, so in theory, you got, like, lake views and stuff. It should be cool. So Janet says, well, Ramon has absolutely no need to go to Granada again as a native Leon resident. It is true. The Leonese do not care about Granada and vice versa. And San Juan del Sur is just not necessary. I don't want to be around too many expats. Leon is just right. You should go to Ometepe, at least. That is pretty cool. I don't know why there are 2 wells in there. Well, Ramona. Janet says, keep in mind that Ramon has been absolutely everywhere in the country. True. Eduardo says, exactly. Chris says, wait, what is Tuesday Booze Day? How do people not know Tuesday Booze Day? So Bigfoot, who does the volcano boarding, like they're the ones who invented it. They're the big ones. They're the biggest party hostel. I don't know if they're the biggest hostel. The biggest hostel might be Poco a Poco. But Bigfoot is definitely a major player in hostels in Leon. They are the biggest party hostel, so they are the rough equivalent of Naked Tiger in San Juan del Sur is Bigfoot in Leon. And they are across the street from Via Via. So on Friday nights when we're like, we're going to Via Via, that is a hostel on the Arriba, on the east side of the road. And on the west side of the road is Bigfoot. And basically what happens is Via Via hosts the big Friday night live music. So everyone from Bigfoot crosses the road and goes into Via Via, and it's live music, and the whole place is just huge. And not that many people stay at Via Via. And a lot of people stay at Bigfoot, but it doesn't have like the live music and stuff. On Tuesdays, you can go volcano boarding and then go to this, or you can just be at Bigfoot and do this. Bigfoot has a party that starts at Bigfoot, and I don't even know what all goes on. You like drink for a while, and then they pick you up in bus or buses, depending, full-size buses, like chicken buses, right? Come pick you up with lights, and they do booze on the bus. And the buses leave from Bigfoot, the party hostel in Leon, and drive to the Pacific and go to the Simple Beach Lodge, El Simple, which is the party hostel on the beach where there's DJs and hundreds of people go in there, plus the locals from the beach and some people from Leon just drive out and go. And so then it becomes the beach party. So just like you've heard of Sunday Fun Day in San Juan del Sur, there's Tuesday Booze Day in Leon and Las Piñitas. And it's big, right? I was there. That's where I was on Tuesday for my birthday. I was out at the Tuesday Booze Day on the beach. I don't take the bus because I'm old. We drive out and have drivers. But we stayed out. I left before the bus left because that's when my driver was leaving, and I didn't want to. You really don't want to stay until the very, very, very end. Oh, no, the bus did leave because there was someone who got left behind, and we brought him back. I tell a lie, but quite often, if I go, I don't stay that late. But this time I did, and we were doing tequila shots. It was extreme, and we did play. Hold on, can I turn this on and make this work again? I don't know. Oh no, it's not the thing I wanted. Oh no, I had the video and then we played it and then I made it go away. No, it's not worth it. Yeah, no, it's wild. It's really cool. It's fun. People go late, and then they drink on the bus back, and so it's like a backpacker party thing, but the beach is a party place, and so it just loads up with surfers, and the locals from the beach come and hang out, and people come from Leon. Like it really is. I mean, I come from Leon, right? So that proves the point. It's a lot of fun. If you want to just go listen to dance music super loud with a DJ, and they rope off the beach, so there's a huge area, so you can't go in the water because people will get drunk and just go into the water. So they have big time security, and they completely seal the place off so you can't wander out. And it's a big facility with multiple bars, and it's pretty cool. They go to the beach. It varies. Normally, I think it's between 10 and 11. But you'd have to check with Bigfoot as to exactly like when you load up and how it goes, because I never actually take it. But it does go right past my house. So there has been times where the bus has gotten stuck outside my house. And if you see the videos, like my house is a big, hefty house with a lot of gardens and big walls around it. And the bus is so loud, I can hear the songs with the voices of people singing to it inside my office on the live stream. If I'm doing the live stream on Tuesdays, it's pretty crazy. So yeah, if anyone is around to do it, if there's only a few of us that are adults there, but it's a pretty good party. Janice says, okay, day one, Ometepe, one of Ramon's friends is building a house out there, although maybe for retirement, which will be a ways away, so I bet we will visit them one day. Well, that's pretty cool. I have a first world repeat, evidently. Yeah. So yeah, no, it's Tuesday Booze Day is a lot of fun. But yeah, Janet, you need to get out and see some of the country. Ometepe is a good place to start because there's nothing like that anywhere. So that's not a thing to skip because it's so unique and it's, you know, because of the cheap hostels and stuff, it's so easy to do Ometepe affordably, and there's such a variety of things. So I really want to get out and spend several days and like film hardcore on Ometepe and like take a vacation and make it a thing, and because I want to show like restaurants and food because Ometepe has its own food culture compared to mainland Nicaragua. And so taking the opportunity to be like, hey guys, you know, there is a culinary experience out here. And I know it's not fantastic, but there are a handful of restaurants that are actually pretty impressive, have nice menus, different food, just variety. Like that's big positive stuff that we'd really like to see. So that could be a lot of fun. And I haven't been out in 2 years, so I'm starting to get an itch that it's time to go out there. So I need to get out a lot more everywhere. I don't get a chance to travel nearly enough within the country, which sounds ridiculous because obviously I go a lot more places than most people. But when I first lived here, we went so many places for so long. It was just constantly like we would go see everything. We got a lot of the country under our belts during that first time period when we first got here. Production assistant. Marcela is actually my production assistant. She's like the producer. And she went to Ometepe the last time when my wife and I went. Marcela got to go with me and actually came back with me because I couldn't come back. At the same time, my wife had to go. I think my wife had to go to Managua and I had to go to Leon when we were back. And so we weren't on the same ferry. So Marcela and I made the Fear and Loathing video. See if I can find it. Oh, I can't even find it. Oh, there it is. It's hard to believe how long ago this was. So there's actually 1, 2, 3, 4. I think there's 4 videos from the trip to Ometepe. It's not a ton. I'd really like to go and knock out like 8 videos and really have a strong portfolio of here's Moyagalpa, because we didn't get very much of that. Here's Altagracia, here's Merida, here's Balway, and like walk each of the villages and like really map it out, and a bunch of stuff like that would be really cool. And we did Playa Mangos Beach one day, and that is a great example of like, that was the most fun thing we did, other than, you know, food or whatever, is actually just hanging out at Playa Mangos. We took an entire morning and just did cocktails on a quiet beach and just enjoyed being on a beach. Nicaragua's not about doing things, it's about enjoying things. And if we were racing, we wouldn't have gotten to do that. So that was good. Jan says, well, hey, I taught English at Selva Negra for 4 months and spent time in Jinotega and Matagalpa during that time. Plus, we visited a friend in Messiah. Also, 9 cats and 2 dogs keep me in Leon. It is true. Oh, it is getting late. It is time for me to do Duolingo. We have been on for 7.5 hours. I really appreciate how many people are still on and how lively everyone is. And I'm pretty awake. But before I start getting sleepy and stuff, I think that it's good to call it a week and save some stuff for next week. Thank you, everyone, for joining. Thanks to everyone who signed up on Nicaloro. If you haven't done that yet, be sure to do so. But be aware that users do have to be approved to avoid getting spam. So it really is a spam-free platform as long as you're getting the post out of Nicaloro itself. If you follow people on other servers, then you're on your own. You might get spam that the rest of us do not. And boy, I think right now my dog's trying to go out, so it's a good time to wrap it up. Boy, I think that's about everything we got. Feel free to buy me a coffee if you want. I'm not going to bother. But look in the show notes. There's links to that and to the GoFundMe and to... come to Blue Sky. I don't want to use Blue Sky because it's just another... Why did they make Blue Sky? We already had Mastodon. why is the purpose of Blue Sky? I tried to use it real quickly, and it was like, nope. It was oddly a lot of work for a new platform that isn't needed. Yes, Mastodon is the new one. Nicoloro is a Mastodon, so that's, if you want to do Mastodon, Nicoloro is the one to do for Nicaragua, and but they're all connected, right? Mastodon is one giant global network. So that's what's cool about it, right? That it's decentralized, and we have a video about that from a long time ago. So if you search on that, I don't know if I can search the channel fast enough because my dog is trying to get out of here. All right, hold on. Let me just get the dog. He's very impatient. Why are you like this? You hear your mommy out there. You want to go see her. That's a problem. Okay. Let me find. I know there is a video from years ago about. Oh, okay, not so easy to find. Wow, what kind of terrible search is that? There we go. When was this from? July 2023. Oh, that's great. There's the title, but not the actual link. Maybe the link would be useful? Come on, Scott, get it together. There's the video from when Nicoloro came online in 2023. And but yeah, it's part of Mastodon, so it works great. It's part of that global network with all those features and establishment. No, I can't think of that guy's name that just talked about it, but definitely check it out. And that's about it, I think, here for tonight. I'm going to go do some Duolingo. I'm going to go get some sleep and call it a night. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a good evening. And if you haven't watched today's video, make sure to go watch that. Show it some love. We always have a hard time we always do a lot more traffic on Thursdays and other days, but the video that comes out on Thursdays always suffers for it. So it needs a little bit of love for all that, and I will see all of you